the last dungeon was destroyed. The great underground palace began to burn. Large fireballs hit the palace and it collapsed. The soldiers who had destroyed the last dungeon had to get to the surface immediately. Otherwise, they would be covered with stone blocks and would not be able to get out. The warriors fought back the underground demons with their last strength. Time was running out. The dungeon was falling apart. But the demons did not want to let the warriors go so easily. They enveloped the people with their demonic fire. The demons wanted to take revenge for the fact that people came from another world and destroyed their hiding places. There were many demons. It was very difficult to cope with them. The warriors were swinging their swords, and with every demon they killed, a new one appeared. Then one brave warrior, Sun Moon Yap, decided to hold off the demons so that his friends could get to the surface and be saved. But the warriors did not want to win at such a cost. They did not want to lose their good friend in this battle. Therefore, they tried to convince Seong Moon Aop not to stay, but to return to the earth with them. But Sun Myung-eon was a courageous warrior. It was an honor for him to die in battle. Sun Moon-eon's last request before he went into battle was to write his biography. He instructed the surviving soldiers to do it, so that all future generations would know about his feat. Meanwhile, life went on as usual on the ground. The streets of the city were always full of people. People were fussing, rushing to work, and had no time to think about global things. People did not even suspect that they were not the only ones who had built their own civilization on Earth, until the demons took to the streets and met people face to face. The demons looked like human skeletons with bright red fiery eyes. They were dressed in cloaks with hoods so that no part of their bodies was visible. But the evil hot eyes were immediately visible. It was a whole nation of demons who lived underground. An entire civilization completely different from the one built by humans on the surface of the earth. At first, the demons were satisfied with their underworld, but later it became crowded. So the demons broke out to the surface of the earth. This was very unexpected for people. Because of the sudden invasion by demons, humanity was on the verge of destruction. The demons appeared one after another, and they could not be counted and destroyed. Of course, humanity launched a counterattack using the latest weapons, but nothing worked on demons. They could not be killed. Demons were special. They had magic that made them immortal. The talismans of immortality were their burning eyes. That is why people could die from a single glance of a demon. The demons turned the earth into total darkness and had almost completely taken over. There seemed to be no point in fighting anymore. Humanity was dying, and the demons were taking over all the light around them, because they had the power to destroy all living things around them. But soon everything changed. The magic that the demons had suddenly began to appear in people. Those people who received this power changed and became superhumans with superpowers. Having received these superpowers, people were able to overcome the underground civilization of monsters. Having destroyed the demons that came to the earth, the superhumans went down into the dungeons and began to destroy everything magical and demonic there. Then there was hope that soon it would be possible to wipe out all the demons from the face of the earth. And finally, the last dungeon was left. The heroes approached the last entrance gate and were ready to start the fight. It was the spring of 2005. The 7 strongest superhumans rose up to fight the demons of the dungeon. They cleared the last dungeon, the main lair of the demons, and put an end to the continuation of the war. And for saving humanity, they were called the 7 Saviors. They were 7 brave warriors who were good with weapons. They were courageous and strong on the outside, but had a kind heart. After defeating the demons, the Saviors returned to Earth and gained incredible fame and winter riches. They were superstars, loved and respected by everyone. The superhumans even had to hire guards to keep the crowds of people who followed them in herds. But one warrior did not return from the battle. His name was Seong Moon Aop. In honor of his courageous deeds, a monument was erected to Seong Moon Aop. It was a full-length monument to the hero. After all, Seong Moon Aop was the only one who did not live and could not enjoy the rewards that fell on the heads of other soldiers. The survivors became real celebrities, and although there was no one else to compete with, demons no longer appeared on Earth. The fame of the exploits of superhumans did not fade, and the fallen hero became a legend. His monument was worshipped, and that courageous act of a real man was always remembered. So 17 years passed. The superhumans no longer had anyone to compete with, so they came up with another entertainment that grew into a sport. This time, Match A was held at the Seoul State Arena. 2 teams from South Korea and France competed, and our players were in trouble. The French team was very strong. They attacked time and time again, but our South Korean team could not keep up. The strongest player in the French team was Nathan Bernard. This young blue-eyed blonde could overcome anyone. Nathan Bernard alone could smash the entire South Korean team to smithereens. Nathan Bernard was a superhuman. His eyes glowed in the dark. There seemed to be no one stronger than him. Nathan Bernard collected the most points, 6 kills. He did it all with water. The other warriors could not collect even half of them. Their swords dropped from fatigue, but Nathan Bernard held his sword firmly in his crayfish. The coach of the South Korean team watched the fight and was amazed. He had never seen such a strong player in his entire history. It seemed to him that no one had ever presented themselves so powerfully in the international fighting arena. The referees commenting on the match provoked Nathan Bernard to become one of the 3 best players in history. After all, he put the South Korean team out of action very quickly. Among Nathan's rivals, there was only one warrior girl, Baek Hae-yeon. The coach put all his hopes in this girl. Of course, he had his doubts that she would do well, whether she would be afraid of Nathan's authority. But Baek Hae-yeon was very brave. She was the first to take the offensive. Baek Hae-yeon's favorite weapon was a whip. It was with the whip that she tried to strike Nathan and cripple him. Baek Hae-yeon gathered all her strength into a ball. She was full of strength and energy. Her dream was to win. She would do anything to win. The audience at the stadium held their breath. Everyone was expecting a fiery fight. The fight was very fierce. The rivals were strong. So it was hard to predict who would win. But the coach was most worried about the fight. He hoped that Baek Hae-yeon would cope and overcome Nathan Bernard. Baek Hae-yeon was indeed a very strong opponent. She had never lost to anyone. Her punch was strong and accurate, and every move was deliberate and thoughtful. Such skills were not new. After all, Baek Hae-yeon was the daughter of one of the 7 saviors. But Nathan Bernard saw all the weaknesses of the South Korean team. This team was too weak for him. Therefore, one strong player in the person of Baek Hae-yeon did not solve anything. As a result, Baek Hae-yeon was killed. The South Korean team lost with a bang. The whole team was not enough to fight back against Nathan. In the second round, Nathan took 7 players. The match between the South Korean and French teams ended with a crushing score of 0. The spectators, who were watching everything from the stands, did not have enough words to describe this match. After the fight was over, everyone watched in silence and could not believe that it had ended that way. The audience was disappointed with the South Korean team. After all, there used to be many strong and talented superhumans here. They destroyed entire demon dungeons during the Great War. But now is a different time, and the warriors are different. The coach was the most disappointed with the game. After all, he himself was one of those who defeated the demons of the dungeon. He didn't know what losing was, but now he had to experience it to the fullest. The head coach's name was Baek Jae-no, and for him this loss to South Korea was a real shame. After all, South Korea was the nation that gave birth to 2 saviors of humanity, Seo Moon-aop and Baek Jae-no. Seo Moon-aop died in a battle in a dungeon, and Baek Jae-no was now the head coach of the South Korean superhuman team. Therefore, the team's loss was a personal loss for Baek Jae-no. The commentators of the fight also noted that the French team was very strong. But this match was very disastrous for the South Korean team. Now it is very difficult for the people to accept such a defeat. Until that moment, South Korea was a powerful country where mighty warriors were born and live. But now its glory has been shattered by the strong fists of the Frenchman Nathan Bernard. Finally, having recovered from the loss, the audience unleashed all their aggression. Everyone was shouting from the stands that this team should be replaced immediately, because losing an international match like that is simply unacceptable. People were shouting for their money to be refunded. No one wanted to pay for such a disgrace. The head coach looked at the empty field and the indignation of his people and had nothing to say to them. They were right. This match was not worth even 1 cent. But the main thing is that this match was a failure for the coach himself. He was not worthy of being called a superhuman if his team did not win. One of the 7 saviors of mankind, the head coach Baek Jae-ho, wanted to fall through the ground. He was ashamed to look people in the eye. This was his 3rd loss since he became the national team coach. So it was hard to call it a coincidence. The only conclusion was that the team was not ready. After the game was over, the players were finally able to come out of their modules. After all, their deaths were imaginary. No one was actually killed in the arena. Only their abstract images, which everyone personally controlled from the modules, killed. But each loss was experienced by the fighter as if it was he who was killed, not his virtual reflection. After the battle, Hae-yeon was the most disappointed and depressed. She was the only good player, but she couldn't pull the whole team out. Hae recalled how Koreans used to be called the strongest and most resilient, but now it's a thing of the past. After the loss, they didn't feel the strength to win, or even the strength to live. The head coach didn't even want to discuss the fight. There was nothing much to talk about, so he just left to collect his thoughts. The coach made the main conclusion, that the mental strength and skills of the Korean team were simply at rock bottom. Everyone who could fight at least somehow had long since gone abroad, or died. Therefore, it was an extremely difficult task for the coach to assemble a decent team that could win. The coach went to his room to be alone for a while and collect his thoughts. He needed to consult with someone very important to him about what to do next. Before he started talking, Baek Jae-ho sighed loudly. It was hard for him to start talking. His head was empty and his emotions were overwhelming. Finally, Baek Jae-ho decided to speak. He turned to his friend Seo-moon Eop, who had died in a battle in the demon dungeon. Seo-moon Eop and Baek Jae-ho were best friends. They always asked each other for advice whenever they had a difficulty solving a problem. But right now, Baek Jae-ho could only talk to the portrait of his friend. He was very sorry that his best friend was not with him now. But even though Seo-moon Eop had died, Baek Jae-ho always felt his support. It was as if he was looking at his friend from the portrait on the wall and knew that everything would be fine. In the photo, as in real life, Seo-moon Eop was always smiling, and this smile gave him confidence in himself. When Baek Jae-ho spoke up, he finally felt better. He realized that he had many more competitions ahead of him in life. So he should not be disappointed. You have to move forward. Life goes on. Suddenly, someone knocked on the coach's office. It was one of the soldiers. He said that the journalists were waiting for Baek Jae-ho. Everything was ready for the interview. The guy asked the coach not to be late, that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. Although Baek Jae-ho couldn't think of a suitable speech, he had to meet the journalists. There was no other way out. He had to accept his defeat with courage. The coach knew that he had to apologize to the people. Baek Jae-ho had been elected head coach, so he was responsible for the loss. The coach was very upset during the interview. He understood that with such a team he could not participate in any tournaments, because all the fighters are weak physically and mentally. The fighter tried to cheer up the coach. He said he had just taken over as coach. He needed time to make the team stronger. But the coach made a different decision. He decided to announce today that he was resigning as head coach. The coach said that he would only be able to achieve something if a miracle happened. For example, if Moon Eop comes back from the dead. So he decided to fire him rather than allow his team to drag their reputation through the mud. The fighter who accompanied the coach was very upset. Without him, the team had zero chance of winning. Instead, the coach hoped that this was a chance to find a worthy mentor for the team to take them to the next level. Baek Jae-ho dreamed of the day when he would be free and finally be responsible only for his own actions. The coach was so deep in his own thoughts that he walked past the office where the journalists were waiting for him. It was good that his fighter was there to stop him in time and show him the way. But at that moment, the coach's phone rang. The president of the association was on the line. Baek Jae-ho did not understand what he wanted. Was it just to remind him once again that his team was a program, and thus to annoy him even more? To get under his skin? But Baek Jae-ho just couldn't refuse to answer the phone. It would be a sign of disrespect. So the coach answered quickly. The president of the association didn't even say hello, but immediately asked if Baek Jae-ho had read the news. The coach thought that he was being mocked, and that he and his team had humiliated the whole country by losing, and that the media were already trumpeting it. But it turned out that the president of the association had something else in mind, something Baek Jae-ho hadn't even realized. When the president of the association told Baek Jae-ho the main news, he almost fainted. It seemed impossible. Baek Jae-ho could not believe that he was being told the truth. An incredible event happened this morning. A man landed on the ground from the sky. He was flying as fast as a comet, but he didn't have a parachute or any flying device behind him. This man landed in the center of the city when there were many people around. The man who fell from the sky landed in Gwanghwamun Square, near 3 monuments that belonged to Admiral Lee Sun-shin, the great imperator of Sejong. The third monument was created in honor of the hero who saved 6 of his friends in an underground labyrinth 17 years ago. He sacrificed himself for the sake of others. This hero was Seo-moon Eop. For his sacrifice, people built a monument to the warrior. And now, near this monument, a warrior in armor fell from the sky to the ground. He landed and smashed the concrete slabs around him, but he remained unharmed. This man who fell from the sky was Seo-moon Eop. People immediately recognized this hero. When Baek Jae-ho heard this incredible news on the phone, he could not believe it. It seemed impossible to him. So he stopped talking for a few minutes to analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Seo-moon Eop was coming to his senses. He also seemed to not understand what was happening. People were looking at him with their mouths open, and he was looking at people in the same way. Then people realized that a miracle had just happened before their eyes. Seo Moon Yap had returned to Earth from the other world. In Seo Moon Yap's memory, his last battle in the dungeon was still replaying. There were many demons around, and he was left alone because he decided to save his friends. Seo Moon Yap swung his sword left and right. He was trying to kill as many demons as he could, who were surrounding him on all sides. Seo Moon Yap believed in his strength. He hoped to the last that he would have the courage to defeat all the demons in the dungeon. The warrior's eyes shone and sparkled with rage. His energy poured out even through his eyes, but there were too many demons and they were very strong. Finally, Seo Moon Yap found himself in front of the gate to the dungeon. He was able to close it, and now he was sure that his friends were saved. He was the only one left in the dungeon with the demons. Although Moon Yap had a tough battle ahead of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, everything now depended on him. Hundreds of demons, both great and small, appeared before Seo Moon Yap. And above all of them was their leader, a powerful demon with a fiery head and 2 shields that protected him from human attacks. Seo Moon Yap understood that the forces were not equal. There were many rivals, and he was alone, but the warrior had only one way: to fight to the end. That's why Seo Moon Yap gritted his teeth and was ready to accept the fight, perhaps the last one in his life. And when Seo Moon Yap made his last punch, his eyes went dark. He closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, he found himself in a completely different place. Instead of the demon dungeon, Seo Moon Yap was in a hospital room. He was lying on a bed. Instead of armor, he was wearing ordinary human pajamas. For the first time in his life, Seo Moon Yap was scared because he did not understand what was happening to him. Seo Moon Yap sat down on the bed and breathed loudly. He was trying to regain consciousness, but his body was ready to split open in pain. At that moment, a nurse came into the room. She was very happy that Seo Moon Yap had finally regained consciousness. Seo Moon Yap asked the nurse where he was because he didn't understand what was happening and how he had ended up in the hospital. The nurse replied that Moon Yap was in hospital. The woman asked how the hero was feeling because they had been waiting for him to come to. But Seo Moon Yap didn't seem to hear the nurse. He thought it was a joke that he was being tricked. Seo Moon Yap asked what year it was, and the nurse said it was the afternoon of the same day, because when he went down to the dungeon it was 2005. The nurse had to explain what had happened and that for the world, Seo Moon Yap had really died 17 years ago. But now, a miracle had happened. He had fallen from the sky. The nurse wanted to prove that she was not lying, that it really is 2022. Hey, The nurse decided that she would rather switch on the TV. That way she would have to talk less, and Seo Moon Yap would understand everything faster. The TV was on with the news. The news was about an amazing event that had happened today. The newscaster said that the leader of the 7 saviors, who had been dead for 17 years, had suddenly returned and was now in hospital. On the screen was a large photo of Seo Moon Yap. So the man immediately realized that the nurse was telling the truth. Seo Moon Yap listened carefully to the information, but he still clenched his fist tightly. He felt as if demons might appear at any moment. The news report said that Seo Moon Yap fell from the sky and landed right at the foot of the statue in his honor. He is now unconscious in hospital. But according to doctors, his life is not in danger. He suffered only minor injuries. Eyewitnesses said that when Seo Moon Yap fell from the sky, he was wearing the same armor as during his last battle, when he went down to the dungeon in 2005. And despite the fact that Seo Moon Yap is a superhuman, his appearance has not changed at all in 17 years. The presenter continued to say that some experts believe that the appearance of Seo Moon Yap may be the result of a spatial temporal anomaly. These words of the host frankly scared Seo Moon Yap. Sweat appeared on his forehead. After watching the news report, Seo Moon Yap grabbed his head. It was still hard for him to believe that 17 years had passed. For him, 2005 was just yesterday. The nurse said once again that it was true that Seo Moon Yap had fallen from the sky, and that it was 2022. That's why there was such a mess outside the window. Seo Moon Yap looked out the window and saw a whole crowd of people standing there. They were all journalists who were on duty around the clock, waiting for the hero to come to his senses and come out to them. The journalists didn't sleep day or night. Their cameras were always on the alert so as not to miss an important moment, not to miss a sensation. This attention made Seo Moon Yap angry. He noted that journalists today are the same jackals as they were 17 years ago. This is probably the only thing that hasn't changed. Seo Moon Yap wanted to see how he looked, so he asked a nurse to bring him a mirror. The nurse quickly found a small round mirror and handed it to Seo Moon Yap. Seo Moon Yap looked at his reflection. He touched his cheeks, his nose, his hair, all this was his own. The hero realized that he had not changed at all. Seo Moon Yap realized that he could not look so young at 47. It must have been a space-time anomaly, but it seemed impossible. He had never heard of an anomaly that lasted for 17 years. And then the most important question for him came to Seo Moon Yap. If this was really the world of the future, then he would have to be very rich. His money should have multiplied in 17 years. Seo Moon Yap asked the nurse anxiously if she knew what had happened to his fortune, to his money. But the nurse said that she remembered that for 17 years, the family had done everything as Seo Moon Yap had willed. All the money had been given to the orphanage. And the house, because the hero lived there and people often came to take pictures near it, became a museum, and the hero's car was sold at a charity auction. After hearing this information, Seo Moon Yap felt sick. His eyes went dark. He almost fainted. He realized that he was not only poor but also homeless. He had nothing left. Seo Moon Yap was angry with himself. If he had known that this would happen and that he would return to Earth in 17 years, he would have left himself at least some small amount of money to live on. But now he will have to start his life all over again, earning money from scratch. The nurse wanted to encourage Seo Moon Yap somehow. She said that the hero who saved humanity would definitely not be left in trouble. The nurse remembered that Moon Ayop's friend Baek Ji-ho had already called the hospital, so she asked him to come over. The nurse called Baek Ji-ho, and he said that he would come to visit his friend soon. The nurse had to go back to work, so she said she had to go. But if she was needed, she just had to press the call button. The nurse left and Seo Moon Yap was left alone with his thoughts. Through the window he saw how the city had blossomed, how tall buildings had appeared. He realized that he was really in the future, but it was still hard to believe it. Seo Moon Yap wanted to know what interesting things had happened during these 17 years. He had to ask Jae-ho about it all. Until his friend arrived, Seo Moon Yap decided to check his body. The peculiarity of superhumans was that they could assess their own condition. Seo Moon Yap turned on his analyzing gaze. His eyes lit up and a plate with his vitals appeared in front of him. This gaze analyzed the data and abilities of the object not only in the present. It analyzed the skills of childhood and how they had been transformed. And it also analyzed the future, what awaits the hero. It was thanks to this that Seo Moon Yap developed his skills so quickly and became the leader of the superhumans and the main leader of the dungeon clearing team. He was also able to analyze the skills of other people and see their potential. That's why when Jae-ho approached him and asked him to teach him a skill, Moon Yap was hesitant at first. Jae-ho looked like a loser and a failure, but when Seo Moon Yap analyzed his skills, he saw a completely different picture. It turned out that Jae-ho had a very high potential. Therefore, Moon Yap took Jae-ho as a student and he became one of the 7 superhumans who will save humanity. Now Seo Moon Yap analyzed his data. Strength 79, agility 97, speed. Everything is the same as it was 17 years ago, but one indicator surprised him. His willpower was 110 out of 100. He also had a superpower that he hadn't had before. It was immortality, immunity to death and physical abuse. Seo Moon Yap realized that he had never seen such a power before, neither in himself nor in others. It was strange that it had appeared, but perhaps in such special moments as the one that happened to Seo Moon Yap, such powers appear. Seo Moon Yap assumed that he had received the power of immortality for his sacrifice in the last battle with the demons. Perhaps this is a thank you from the universe. Seo Moon Yap was confused. He needed time to analyze everything. At that moment, someone knocked on the papa's door. It was Baek Ji-ho. He had finally come to see his friend, whom he had missed and mourned for 17 years. Seo Moon Yap was happy, but also very surprised to see Baek Ji-ho. Ji-ho also thought the whole time he was traveling to the hospital that it was a prank, that it was a cruel joke, and that he would actually see someone other than Moon Yap. But when Ji-ho walked into the room, he immediately recognized his friend and almost burst into tears. It was a miracle to see his friend alive. Moon Yap hadn't changed at all, and his sense of humor was still intact. Moon Yap made fun of his friend, saying that he had become very sentimental in 17 years. Ji-ho replied that he could afford even such emotions because it was peacetime. The men decided to move the conversation from the ward to the roof of the hospital. There they could see the whole city, but no one could hear what they were talking about. They were both drinking coffee. Moon Yap asked if Ji-ho had finished crying. Ji-ho smiled and said that such sentimentality is normal. The older you get, the more tears you cry. Moon Yap just smiled because he didn't know what old age was yet. Moon Yap wondered what had happened to his friends during these 17 years. and most importantly, whether they had kept the promise they had made to Moon Eop before they said goodbye forever. Ji-ho had forgotten what he had promised so many years ago. He asked what exactly his friend meant. Then Moon Eop reminded him that he had asked the survivors to publish his biography. Ji-ho smiled because they had successfully fulfilled this wish and even forgotten about the book. But it was very popular at the time. The book was called Seo Moon Eop, the Savior of Humanity. It was written by the best writer of fantasy novels. Ji-ho said that the book was also made into a feature film. It looked like a mythology. The content was so-so, but the film was very popular. The film even became a blockbuster around the world. Moon Eop was happy that he was popular in his time and everyone respected him. But there was nothing of value left of this fame. Moon Eop admitted that he feels really lousy now. He thought he was dead, but woke up in hospital. 17 years had passed. The world around him has become completely unfamiliar. For example, smartphones were something amazing for Moon Eop. With his mind, Moon Eop seemed to understand that he was in the future, but it was hard to believe. But the main thing that depressed Moon Eop was that in the real world he was just a homeless man with no money and no place to live. But Ji-ho stressed that he was still Moon Eop's friend, so if he needed money he would be happy to help. Moon Eop smiled. He noticed that Ji-ho had really grown older both in appearance and in his mind. Moon Eop wondered about his friend's income. Perhaps he had become a businessman and had enough money to give to his friend without interest. Ji-ho told him that he had good savings from the war and that the government had given him a bonus. So he invested his money to make it grow. It's easy to squander it, but only smart people can increase it. Moon Eop was surprised that Ji-ho had always had questionable leadership skills. So it was surprising that he not only kept his capital but also increased it. But Ji-ho admitted that he was a really bad manager. That's why he handed over the business to a person who understands it well. Moon Eop understood everything. It turned out that his friend was also unemployed, but Ji-ho assured him that he was doing well and had a job. Moon Eop was curious to know what his friend was doing. Ji-ho told him that he had a very important position in the country. He is the head coach of the national team. But Ji-ho answered so quietly and hesitantly that Moon Eop didn't understand much. And because he didn't know what had happened in the country in 17 years, he didn't understand what the national team was or what they did. In order not to explain too much, Ji-ho decided to just show a video from the last tournament between South Korea and France. Moon Eop looked at the phone carefully. There were superhuman fights. The battles were very serious, with sparks sparkling from the strikes of weapons. Everything was as powerful as before. But now superhumans were fighting not with demons but against each other. The place where the battles took place looked like a dungeon. Moon Eop was surprised. He thought they had destroyed all the demons and all the dungeons. Ji-ho explained that it was all virtual reality. It's all an esport and it's called the Battle of the Superhumans. Ji-ho said that the battlefield in this sport is virtual reality. The battle takes place between two teams. That's the kind of sport it is. Ji-ho continued that it's all just business. After all, superhumans have nowhere to show their skills, so this sport was invented. And now this sport is super popular. But for Moon Eop, it looked ridiculous and very childish. After all, force was supposed to be used against the enemy, not for fun. But Ji-ho objected because esports is now more than just entertainment. Players of high beauty were almost equated with the seven saviors. The achievements of players in sports are a source of national pride. Therefore, the battle of the superhumans is much more than just entertainment. Moon Eop watched these athletes compete and realized that he probably wouldn't understand much in the modern world. But if it was important for the country, he would look at it differently. If it is sport, there must be winners. Moon Eop wondered where our team stood. Ji-ho was embarrassed to answer this question, so he pretended not to hear. But Moon Eop was persistent, so he asked again. Moon Eop was waiting for an answer. But Ji-ho remained silent for a long time. Moon Eop was sure that South Korea was doing well because there were so many strong superhumans. But then Ji-ho turned pale and sadly admitted that his team was actually in last place. Moon Eop didn't believe it. He was even confused, and instead of throwing the coffee cup into the bin, he missed and the cup flew to the ground. Moon Eop has always been proud of his country and where he came from because there were many talented people here. But in 17 years, the country had become an outsider. Moon Eop looked at Ji-ho and hoped that he would say that he was joking and brag about his achievements. But Ji-ho remained silent. This meant only one thing. He was really telling the truth, and South Korea was really last in the standings. Ji-ho picked up his friend Moon Eop from the hospital, and the two drove through the night city to see what had changed in 17 years. In the car, the men continued to talk about esports. Moon Yup wondered how the strongest country could turn into an outsider. Jiho tried to explain why this happened, but Moon Yup still didn't believe him. South Korea has always had many strong superhumans. Moon Yup wondered where they all went. Jiho told him that after the Great War, the authorities began to see superhumans as a threat. There were no more demons to work with, and superhumans were needed. The authorities began to fear that superhumans would use weapons against them. This information was not new to Moon Yup. The government was as cowardly as ever. When the game Battle of the Superhumans was launched, it was tightly controlled at first. Everyone was afraid that superhumans had destructive power and could destroy everything around them during the game. It was because of this government control that many superhumans moved to different countries and became coaches or players in esports. Moon Yup was once also a place for superhumans who wanted to learn how to fight like them. Many people wanted to use Moon Yup and Jiho in different ways. Moon Yup joked that they should have broken their kneecaps back then. Then there would be fewer rivals in esports today. Jiho recalled how Moon Yup always fought against the authorities, stood up for himself, and always responded rudely to any accusations from the authorities. This was because he was very angry at the authorities' attempts to use him for their own purposes. Jiho said that since then the authorities have not liked them, constantly clipping their wings, and that is why the level of players in esports is so low. That's why Jiho had a very good offer for his friend Moon Yup, which could save the South Korean team. But as soon as Jiho tried to talk about it, his friend stopped him and immediately said that he was not interested. Jiho tried to explain that Moon Yup is actually 30 years old now. He is at the peak of his powers, so he will be a great player in the national team. Moreover, he has no other plans for his life. But Moon Yup did not want to listen to any arguments. He didn't want to live as a superhuman anymore. His superhuman life had ended there in the last dungeon. So now he had to start a simple life without any obligations to anyone. Moreover, Moon Yup realized that the country did not care about him, so he would not defend its interests and raise his status through sports. Moon Yup admitted that he was tired of proving anything to anyone. He spent his entire childhood fighting for survival and for respect, because superhuman abilities were something wild back then. Moon Yup said that now it was his time. It was time to just live for himself. And if Moon Yup goes into sports, the journalists will not give him a pass. They will write something like, "The savior of the world, Seo Moon Yup, is now saving Korea," or other nonsense. Seo Moon Yup will become the most popular again, and everyone will follow his every move. Jiho listened to his friend and did not recognize him. He's always loved publicity and attention, but now he doesn't even want to hear about it. Jiho asked if the thought of the competition no longer inflamed the blood in Moon Yup's body. He replied that he was tired of being a clown. Jiho realized that it was useless to continue the conversation in this vein. Moon Yup really needed time to come to his senses and understand how the modern world works. Moon Yup was driving around the city at night. Suddenly, he realized that Korean superhumans were not such losers. Jiho did not understand what he meant. Then Moon Yup pointed to a billboard. The billboard showed a young girl who was an esports player. Moon Yup said that as long as there are girls like that in the sport, then all is not lost. Moon Yup really liked the girl from the billboard. Her figure and eyes especially captured the man's attention. He added that she was sexy and wanted to say something else. But Jiho quickly stopped him. Jiho said that the billboard was his barrel. Hearing this, Moon Yup almost fell out of the car. In Moon Yup's memory, his friend's daughter was a little girl. Yeon was only 6 years old. She was a cute little girl with long pigtails, but it was 17 years of tiredness. Now the girl was 23 years old. Moon Yup tried to smooth things over somehow. He said that Jiho's daughter had always been beautiful, and now she was especially beautiful. But Jiho just asked him to be quiet, because he had already said too much and imagined too much. Moon Yup was silent. The rest of the way, the two friends drove in silence. The car drove through a city at night, illuminated by hundreds of lanterns. Moon Yup liked the modern city. Finally, Jiho's car stopped in front of a beautiful house. They arrived at Jiho's house. At the doorway, they were greeted by Baek Jae-ho's wife, Han Seong-hee. She was also a superhuman. She was very happy to see Moon Yup. She clapped her hands when she met him. She said that it was a miracle that he was standing on the road in front of their house. Han Jae-ho was happy to see Moon Yup after all these years. But Moon Yup joked that in his memory, they had only seen each other a week ago. Han Jae-ho smiled because she had aged a lot in that week. But Moon Yup denied it. He said that the years had done her good and that she looked incredibly beautiful. Moon Eop was not content to give compliments and be the favorite of all women. The wife praised her husband for bringing Moon Eop to their home. However, Ji-ho replied that it was the least he could do after they had all mourned his death. Han Seung-hee and Han Ji-ho looked like a real loving couple. Moon Eop looked at them and saw a carefree life without war or evil. Moon Eop didn't have time to create his own family, but this one was an example of care and love for him. Moon Eop realized that life in the future is probably not a bad life. The main thing is to have support and reliable people around. Moon Eop stayed at Ji-ho's house because he had nowhere else to go. He didn't know what to do next, so he just put on a tracksuit and lay down on the sofa. Moon Eop decided to watch what was on TV, and the TV was showing a rerun of the same drama that Moon Eop hadn't had time to watch 17 years ago. It was called Stairway to Heaven, and he never knew how it ended. Moon Eop was excited. He thought, what a fate to do nothing but lie on the sofa and stare at the TV. He joked out loud that this was probably why he had come back to Earth. He bought some crisps and was going to spend the rest of the day on the couch, not being distracted by anything. Ji-ho came into the room and didn't like his friend's promising plans. But then Moon Eop said that he planned to watch all the dramas he had missed since 2005. This came as a shock to Ji-ho. Ji-ho rushed over to Moon Eop and asked him if he really planned to do nothing in his life but lie on his sofa and watch TV. Moon Eop didn't understand what was wrong. He had just arrived, and they had agreed not to talk about sports for the time being. So he was happy with the prospect of doing nothing and watching TV. Ji-ho said he understood. He said that Moon Eop could live for himself, but there were still journalists waiting outside his house, threatening that they would not leave until they saw and talked to Moon Eop. Moon Eop was angry that these annoying journalists were trying to interfere with his plans. He looked out of the window and there was a plethora of reporters with cameras and microphones. There was no free space outside the house. The journalists were like cockroaches spreading all over the place. Moon Eop called the journalists bloodsuckers who wanted to get all the blood out of him, but it still didn't change the situation. He had to decide how to get rid of them. There was no other way out. Moon Eop said he would deal with the journalists tomorrow. He wanted Ji-ho to gather everyone in one place. Ji-ho was curious about what Moon Eop was going to tell them, but Moon Eop just wanted them to leave him alone once and for all. He had no other plans. Ji-ho gathered all the journalists in a hotel room in the city center. It was a large, spacious room so that everyone could fit in and ask their questions. The room was set up with professional lighting, as if some superstar was going to give a concert there. Not Moon Eop giving a talk after which everyone should forget about him forever and not follow him anymore. The journalists shared their guesses that they thought Moon Eop would have to stand guard at the door for a month, but it was good that he agreed to the press conference so quickly. However, he was very restrained in his statements. So we have to do everything we can to get him to talk. One of the journalists said that he had heard gossip that if Moon Eop doesn't like something, he gets angry and throws furniture around. I wondered how it would go now, but we didn't have to wait long. Moon Eop quickly appeared in front of the journalists and offered to start. Moon Eop started with his impression. He said the obvious things, that he was back, but he was surprised by what had happened. Therefore, he understands the emotions of others. They are also in absolute shock. Ji-ho watched his friend's behavior and was glad that he was so reserved. The press conference was still going according to plan. But then Moon Eop said that the attention that journalists had been paying to his person all this time was getting to him. So he asked them to ask all their questions today, and never to bother him again. Ji-ho turned pale at Moon Eop's abrupt statement, but it was expected. Moon Eop was always straightforward and callous in his conversation. He spoke his mind and was not afraid to offend anyone. The journalists took turns raising their hands and asking questions. The first question was how Moon Eop managed to return alive from the last dungeon, but he had no answer because he did not know why it happened. He just ended up in hospital at some point. And that was it. The journalists asked whether Moon Eop remembered the last 17 years, but he said no. For him, 2005. One was just a couple of days ago. Moon Eop also said that he did not communicate with other superhumans because he had never been close to them. It was just a collaboration to destroy the demons of the dungeon. Finally, one journalist asked if he had heard anything from Moon Eop about the game Battle of the Superhumans. Moon Eop replied that yes, his friend head coach Ji-ho had told him briefly about it. The journalist then asked him if he was planning to try his hand at this sport. The room fell silent, waiting for an answer. It was so quiet that you could hear a fly flying. Everyone hoped to hear a positive answer. After all, esports is the only thing left for superhumans. Ji-ho was the only one who knew the answer to this question in advance, but he hoped that maybe overnight his friend would change his mind and now he would be pleasantly surprised. But the miracle did not happen. Moon Eop loudly declared that he had no desire to join the team of players in the battle of the superhumans. The journalists wanted to hear a more detailed answer. Therefore, they asked Moon Eop to specify why he was not interested in prospects in sports. But Moon Eop defiantly picked at his ear, which meant that he was already fed up with the questions, and simply replied that he was not interested and did not consider this business necessary. But the journalist was also very impudent. So he said that maybe Moon Eop doesn't want to participate in the games because he's not capable of it. The journalist who asked these questions was a mature man with a bald spot on his head. So Moon Eop could not think of anything more appropriate than to make fun of the journalist's appearance. He said that if he were a bald old man, he might not have the strength to participate in the games. But as it was, he was simply not interested. Moon Eop looked at everyone with a stern look and said that he simply did not like this sport. He is not a clown, so he will only do what he thinks is right for him personally. With that, Moon Eop decided to end the press conference. He hoped that he had at least partially satisfied the desire of the insatiable journalists, and now they would leave him alone. He said goodbye and left without waiting for anyone else to bother him with questions. Ji-ho had to take the fall for everything. He thanked everyone for their participation and was about to ask them to leave. But suddenly a journalist shouted from the audience that he still had a question, and he was asking Moon Eop to answer it. Yesterday, player Gerald Walker was talking about Moon Eop. He said that the glory of the Seven Saviors is long gone, and that young athletes will never overcome them. So the journalist was curious what Moon Eop thought about such athletes and their rude statements. Moon Eop stopped. He was interested to hear who this Gerald Walker was. The journalist answered that he was a famous American esports player. He is called the best American tank. Moon Eop wondered why this American was so bold. Is he really the best esports player and tops the table among others? But in fact, no. There are 3 best esports players in the battle, and Gerald Walker is not among them. The top 3 is headed by a Frenchman, a blue-eyed blonde Nathan Bernard. The second place among esports players is taken by the Irishman Roy Mayer. The third place is occupied by German Daniel Manske. The journalist answering Moon Eop's question said that the American Gerald Urker is also a strong player, but he has not yet made it to the leaderboard. This information only made Moon Eop laugh. If this cocky American athlete hasn't made it to the top 3 in so many years, then there's no point in listening to his chatter. For Moon Eop, this esports player was a loser who was not even worth talking to. Moon Eop stated this openly, although he had never seen or heard anything about Gerald Walker before. Moon Eop also added that if someone wants to compete with him to measure their strength, they should not pass these messages through journalists or invite him to fight in a game. It's better to say it to his face. Then there will be more chances to compete. And in conclusion, Moon Eop pointed his middle finger directly at the camera lens, and he said that for such catches, he could bury Gerald Walker in the garden with his own hands. The pre-conference was broadcast live, and the middle finger gesture was seen by everyone who had their TV switched on at the time. But the most important thing is that Moon Eop's statement and gesture were seen by Zachary Wood, the head of the American esports agency Battle of the Superhumans. And of course, for him and the whole of America, this gesture meant contempt and rudeness. But Moon Eop's biggest statement infuriated Gerald Walker himself. He clenched his fists in anger and was ready to fight Moon Eop immediately. Therefore, Gerald Walker told his esports agency manager that he was going to Korea immediately. He couldn't wait another minute. He needed plane tickets immediately. The athlete was very angry and was not ready to forgive such a personal insult. The Premier League had just started in esports. The South Korean team was preparing for the match, but did not know who their opponents would be. In a telephone conversation, the team's head coach Ji-ho found out that their opponents would be Americans. This made Ji-ho very angry because his team was not prepared to face such strong opponents. The fact that Ji-ho was expressing his dissatisfaction so much on the phone made it difficult for Moon Eop to do nothing and watch TV. Moon Eop asked his friend not to speak so loudly on the phone. Or better yet, he could leave the room where he was watching TV. But Ji-ho was furious. He and his team were in trouble because of Moon Eop's sharp tongue. Ji-ho was angry, but he needed to get himself together to talk to Moon Eop. But Moon Eop didn't want to talk. He was more interested in just staring at the TV so no one would bother him. Ji-ho snapped. He told his friend everything he thought about him. In 2 weeks, they were going to have a Premier League match with the US, and it was all because of Moon Eop and his stupid remarks about Gerald Walker. Moon Eop didn't understand what Ji-ho wanted from him. He had long since forgotten about his press conference and words on the air. Ji-ho explained that the journalist had deliberately provoked Moon Eop to provoke him in order to get good ratings. And Moon Eop didn't even realize he was being manipulated. Instead, he stuck out his middle finger and promised to bury the famous sportsman in the garden. Moon Eop said that it was all nonsense, that everyone should have realized that he was just joking, but in reality it was far from that. Ji-ho knew that they were in for some big trouble in the heat of battle. Ji-ho explained that Moon Eop had publicly stated that Gerald Walker was a failure because he was not in the top 3, and this made the athlete very angry. He wanted to compete with Moon Eop himself. But since he was not interested in esports, Gerald Walker took it out on the South Korean team. Moon Eop told his friend to calm down because his athletes had nothing to do with this story. That's why he thought Ji-ho was exaggerating. And the problem was not really that critical. Ji-ho got even angrier. Firstly, that his friend didn't hear him and didn't understand that he was the one who had caused so many problems. Secondly, that his team would sink even lower if he lost this difficult battle. But Moon Eop had no better words than to wish the South Korean team good luck. He continued to stare at the TV, but there was one question that interested Moon Eop. If the Premier League is going to be held soon, when will Ji-ho's daughter, Ha Yeon, arrive? Moon Eop hadn't seen the girl for so long. He wondered what she looked like in person. Is she as beautiful as she was on that billboard? Ji-ho's daughter didn't have to wait long. She had just come to her father's house and was eager to meet her uncle Moon Eop, because she had heard a lot about him since she was a child. But Moon Eop did not immediately realize who it was. As usual, the noise was interfering with his TV, so he was ready to grumble to keep the place quiet. Taehyun left for home sooner than she had promised, so her mother was pleasantly surprised. Ha Yeon said that she had left everything behind as soon as she heard that Moon Eop was coming to visit. But she also missed her parents very much. She asked if she was too late and if her uncle was still staying at their house. But her mother just laughed. It looked like you couldn't even bulldoze him away from the TV, so To Hae-young went straight to the guest room to see her uncle. Moon Eop was happy to see her, but she was even happier to see him. The girl's eyes sparkled. Moon Eop was just as she remembered him from her childhood. So To Hae-young immediately rushed to hug her uncle, but she miscalculated her strength and knocked him off the sofa and onto the ground. Moon Eop reminded her that she was no longer a little girl to attack people like that. You can kill someone like that. But To Hae-young was so happy to see him that she just smiled back. Moon Eop patted To Hae-young's head, just like he had always done when he was a child. The girl started laughing, and Moon Eop was pleased that she hadn't forgotten him after 17 years. Then Hae-yeon admitted that she would never dare to forget her uncle because he always treated her to sweets and cookies, and he was a dad who could hardly wait. But Moon Eop still couldn't believe that To Hae-yeon had grown up so much. Other people's children really do grow by leaps and bounds. But To Hae-young just laughed, because she was already a child. Moon Eop asked if To Hae-young had come so quickly to prepare for the Premier League. She replied that she came quickly because she wanted to see her uncle. And the competition is an additional quest. But To Hae-yoon was very interested in one question that she asked Moon Eop frankly. She asked if he was really not interested in esports at all. What does he plan to do in life then? But Moon Eop didn't even want to talk about this topic. He thought that To Hae-yoon had deliberately encouraged Ji-ho to get her interested in his uncle. But he didn't even want to hear anything about it. He didn't have the slightest desire to continue the conversation in this vein. So Moon Eop pointed his finger at the TV once again, and said that he had more important things to do than watch some esports. He had to watch all the sessions he had missed since 2005. But To Hae-young wasn't going to give up so easily. She put on a cute little baby face and asked her uncle to listen to her for at least a minute. But Moon Eop was untouchable. He didn't want to hear anything. This behavior made To Hae-young very nervous. He wasn't the same as he used to be. But Moon Eop said that they had all become strange in these 17 years. He hadn't changed at all. So Hae-yeon got angry with Moon Eop and turned away from him. She said that her uncle used to always do what she asked. But Moon Eop said that he could still buy her sweets or snacks. Then To Hae-young had another brilliant idea. She said that if her uncle wanted to, she would drop the subject. But she had another request. To Hae-young asked her uncle to help her do an avatar test for the association. And for this, she needs Moon Eop to come with her. Moon Eop suspected something was wrong. But he didn't know what the avatar test was, so he didn't know how to refuse. But To Hae-young was very persistent. She asked so nicely that it was almost impossible to say no. She said that she just needed help and her dad couldn't do it right now. She had no one else to ask for help. Moon Eop couldn't stand it and agreed. But he said he didn't have much time. because the series won't watch themselves. So Hae-yeon promised that they wouldn't stay long and that they wouldn't have to drive far. The building of the Battle of the Superhumans Association in Korea looked very impressive. It was a tall glass building with an interesting design. The sun sparkled on it and reflected all the colors. At the entrance, they were greeted by a super technological structure with screens and blue light. Then a man approached to Hae-yeon and Moon Eop and said hello. He asked them to follow him. To Hae-young and Moon Eop walked down a long corridor. Moon Eop had no idea what was coming next. The man led them to a spacecraft-like contraption and told To Hae-young that he would help her test her avatar. To Hae-yeon sat down in a large chair and checked that her weapons, 2 large swords, were nearby. Next, To Hae-young put a helmet on her head and said that the connection was successful. Next, a giant full-length image of To Hae-young appeared on the screen. It was the same To Hae-yeon, but in virtual reality. Moon Eop watched everything that was happening carefully. But in reality, he didn't understand much. For him, it was all fantastic and extraordinary. Moon Eop's mouth dropped open in curiosity. Then To Hae-young told her uncle to watch her carefully because something very interesting was about to happen. To Hae-young asked for a monster to give her a little exercise. Then a wolf-like demon appeared in the same virtual reality. It was big and hairy, and its eyes were glowing red and radiating fury. Steam was coming out of his mouth. It looked like the demon was about to set everything on fire. Hae-yeon was standing in front of the demon. She held 2 swords in her hands and was ready to fight. The man who led them into this space room explained to Moon Eop that the Battle of the Superhumans was a virtual sport. With the help of advanced technological associations, they generated monsters, dungeons, and players in virtual reality. Players who come here for the first time are offered to create their own avatar. That is, how they will look in this virtual reality. And it was all very believable. At least To Hae-yeon looked very much like herself in that virtual reality. Moon Eop watched To Hae-young fight and admired her. She was very good at this. The monster opened its mouth and flew straight at To Hae-young. It looked like it was going to bite her. But To Hae-young looked very confident and warlike. She held her swords tightly and was ready to attack. The first blow was thrown by To Hae-young. She jumped up and wanted to cut the monster's throat with her sharp knives. The girl managed to make her plan come true. But the swords did not go very deep, and the monster was still alive. Then To Hae-young plunged her knife right into the monster's throat. The monster was defeated. Its head was barely hanging on. Only its eyes continued to glow with red fury. After a jump, So Hae-young landed on her feet. She had done a good job and warmed up for the next fight. The synchronization was successful. Afterwards, To Hae-yeon could leave her virtual image and return to the real world. To Hae-young took off her helmet and smiled. She got up from the chair and ran to her uncle. She wondered what he thought about the fight, her skills and weapons. Moon Eop praised the girl. He said that it was quite good for a 6-year-old girl. She has a lot of potential. But To Hae-yeon was very angry because she was not 6 years old, but 23. To Hae-young said that if her uncle was so smart, she could try her hand at the sport herself. But Moon Eop said that he wouldn't compete, and that he didn't need to be reminded of that. But To Hae-young didn't ask to compete with anyone. She just wanted to try out what esports was all about. She crossed her arms and looked at Moon Eop with pleading eyes. She was curious to see how Moon Eop would fight. After all, she had heard so much about his strength and endurance from her father. So she was curious to see his skills in person, not just in words. To Hae-yeon admitted that she had been dreaming of seeing Moon Eop fight all her childhood. But she grew up and lost hope that it would ever happen. And then a miracle happened. Moon Eop reappeared in her life. He knew that he could teach her his skill just as he had taught her father. Moon Eop listened to the girl's speech and almost cried himself. He gave in to the girl's persistence and agreed to try his hand at esports. But Moon Eop said that he would only do it once, and only because To Hae-young was asking him so much. To Hae-young was beaming with happiness. She had finally managed to get her way, and her childhood dream would come true. The in-game consultant asked Moon Eop again if she really wanted to try esports. It turned out that he had to take an aptitude test first and only then create an avatar. But since Moon Eop didn't plan to compete, they could go straight to creating an avatar. So Hae-yeon was excited like a little kid that her uncle was going to have an avatar. Only Moon Eop still didn't understand why he needed to do this. He asked what he should do, just sit in the chair. But the consultant laughed because if Moon Eop had gone into the module in his tracksuit, he would have been naked and unarmed in virtual reality. First, he had to choose a suit. The consultant offered him several options for clothing and weapons. Moon Eop picked up a spear and a shield, and it was completely different from what he was used to. The weapon was light and almost weightless. He was used to heavy metal weapons and ammunition, but the consultant said it was a standard set. Usually players have customized weapons, but in the training class they are only standard. So if Moon Yop is not comfortable with it, they can look for something else. But Moon Yop is already tired of waiting for all these formalities to be completed. One spear was enough to defeat the enemy, so Moon Yop asked to get down to business as soon as possible. Moon Yop put on his helmet. He connected to the virtual dungeon. The program started scanning Moon Yop's data, analyzing information about the weapon, scanning the body. The scan was completed. Next, an avatar was generated based on the information received. Moon Yop's eyes grew bigger. His inner voice started talking to him. Moon Yop's virtual character found himself in a virtual room, a replica of a gym. And although it was virtual reality, Moon Yop's feelings were similar to those he had when he entered the dungeon gate. Moon Yop saw on the screen that the consultant and Tohei Young were watching him, which meant that the synchronization was successful and the battle could begin. Moon Yop warmed up and asked for any opponent, just like Tohei Young had done before. A second later, a pink moment with one eye and a large black hole appeared in front of Moon Yop, pulling him in. The monster looked like an octopus and was flying under the ceiling. To Moon Yop, this moment reminded him of Salarban, whom he had already encountered once. But the man felt that this moment was different from those he had encountered 17 years ago. The consultant confirmed that the monster was different. It was a special creature that could only be wounded with the help of an aura, and this monster was generated according to the data on the strongest existing Salarban individuals. Moon Yop stood and looked at the monster. He needed to study its behavior and movements to understand how to defeat it. The monster approached, but Moon Yop did not move. The warrior continued to watch in order to strike at the most unexpected moment. And then the most interesting thing happened. Moon Yop realized that he didn't really need the spear, he could do it without it, just with his bare hands. When the monster approached, Moon Yop just snapped his fingers right next to its head. The monster died from such a simple blow. It vanished into thin air as if it had never been there. When the consultant and Tohei Young saw what had happened, their mouths dropped open in amazement. They couldn't even say a word because they were so shocked. Tohei Young said that what had happened was impossible. No one had ever killed a Salarban without a weapon. So Tohei Young asked Moon Yop if he had really killed the Salarban by snapping his fingers at the monster's head, or if she had imagined it. But Moon Yop said that there was nothing unusual about this technique. The consultant adjusted his glasses. Despite his surprise, he didn't want to lose his intelligence. He stressed that the Salarban was not really the strongest monster, but it was impossible to kill it with a snap of the fingers. But Moon Yop didn't want to waste time on this silly talk. He asked to generate a stronger opponent for him because he was planning to test something. While the consultant was looking for a worthy opponent, Moon Yop assessed his condition and feelings. He didn't feel any difference between esports and real life. However, in real life, Moon Yop had much stronger opponents, and he didn't even have time to warm up well with this Salarban. Suddenly, Moon Yop heard strange voices. He could not hear everything, but he clearly understood that they were talking about his abilities and skills. And it was said in English. At this point, the consultant had a malfunction. The system froze, all the buttons started flashing red and became inactive. So Tohei Young did not understand what was happening. The consultant was also very confused. Someone from an external source had infiltrated the system. The consultant could no longer manage the game, but most importantly, he couldn't take Moon Yop out of the game. Suddenly, his opponent began to appear in cyber reality in front of Moon Yop. But this time it was not a demon, but a real fighter. Moon Yop saw that a real fighter, big and strong, was coming into the game, with the same big sword in his hands. He landed and stood in front of Moon Yop. It was clear that this fight was very important. The fighter was a giant. He had fiery red eyes and a bald head with a tattoo of a snake on his forehead. When this warrior spoke, Moon Yop immediately guessed who he was. It was an American named Gerald Walker. He asked if Moon Yop's offer to fight in person was still valid. Gerald Walker stood in front of Moon Yop and waited for an answer. But Moon Yop didn't really want to compete with him. He wanted the journalists to just leave him alone at that press conference and say something about a challenge to a personal fight. But Moon Yop's Joral public statement really hurt him. He had come at his invitation, so now they had to compete for survival. Gerald thought that Moon Yop was scared of him because he definitely did not expect to meet him today. But nevertheless, the fight had to take place. Because you have to take responsibility for your words. Gerald Walker said that he did not know how many heroes saved the world 17 years ago. But now he is ready to prove that their glory is not worth even a little finger. Gerald Walker shouted at Moon Yop to die and rushed at him with a sword. But Moon-Eop remained standing in the same place, as if the angry warrior was not approaching him. When Jerome Walker came close, a blue light flashed around Moon-Eop, and in the radiance of this blue light, Moon-Eop disappeared. Gerald Walker did not understand where he had gone. Walker looked in all directions. He wanted to understand from which direction Moon-Eop would appear. For a second, Gerald Walker even thought that Moon-Eop was afraid of him and therefore simply ran away. But that was impossible. But suddenly, Moon-Eop appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared. He appeared like a bolt from the blue. Moon-Eop's eyes were glowing, just like when he went down into the dungeon to save humanity. But this time, Moon-Eop had an unusual test in mind. Moon-Eop stood in front of Gerald Walker holding only one spear. Gerald, on the other hand, was well equipped with a large sword and a shield that could be used to hide behind. The opponents looked into each other's eyes and were ready to fight. Moon-Eop clutched his spear tighter in his hand. This time he would need his weapon, so Hei-Yan and the consultant could only watch what was happening on the monitors. None of them could do anything to influence the situation. There was still no access. All the buttons were flashing red, for to Hei-Yan, the soldier who appeared on the battlefield was unknown. She had never met or fought him before. Suddenly, someone came into the office where the consultant was trying to resolve the situation and told her not to worry. The system is fine, and this fight has to take place. So Hei-Yan and the consultant looked around. There were 3 people standing on the doorstep. It was the president of the association, Gerald Walker's manager, and Hei-Yan's father, Ji-Ho. The president of the association said that this fight would take place with his permission, so no one else should interfere. But Hei-Yan was most surprised to see her father. After all, he refused to come with her to choose an avatar because he was busy. That is why she dragged Uncle Moon-Eop along. The president of the association stressed that this fight had been arranged in advance, but the consultant was probably not informed about it and the specifics of the battle. That is why he does not have access to the system. The president of the Superhuman Battle Association was Park Jin-tae. He asked the manager if she was satisfied with the fight and the participants. Gerald Walker's red-haired manager was Emma Morse. She adjusted her glasses and thanked him for his work, for getting Moon-Eop into the cyber fight ring. It turns out that Moon-Eop was indebted to the current president of the Battle of the Superhumans Association, Park Jin-tae, back in his youth. Therefore, it was no coincidence that he ended up in the cyber game with Gerald Walker. It was a payback for his debts. However, Moon-Eop did not know about it yet. Park Jin-tae looked at Moon-Eop. His eyes were burning. It meant that he still couldn't imagine his life without fighting. It meant that Moon-Eop would be grateful for this opportunity one day. Moon-Eop really felt the same way as he did in the dungeon. Virtual reality was no worse. The thirst for victory was the same. The adrenaline in his blood was the same. Park Jin-tae hoped that after this fight, Moon-Eop would become interested in esports and become part of the South Korean team. The virtual reality battle between Moon-Eop and Gerald Walker began. The 2 rivals crossed swords, their eyes literally burning. Moon-Eop's were blue and Gerald Walker's were red. Moon-Eop got ready to jump. Although in his tracksuit he looked like a hooligan, not a superhero. But his technique and skills were like those of a real Superman. Gerald Walker closed himself with his shield. He was ready to defend himself if Moon-Eop attacked first. Moon-Eop understood that Gerald Walker was a strong opponent, perhaps even stronger than he had previously thought. Moon-Eop decided to scan his skills with his analyzing gaze. Moon-Eop's eyes lit up with a bright blue flame. The analysis began. It turned out that Gerald Walker had quite a high score. His strength score was 100 out of endurance, 100 out of willpower was also high. At first, Moon-Eop thought that Gerald Walker was an emotional idiot, but it seemed that many more skills had been added to his emotionality. Gerald Walker didn't realize that Moon-Eop was standing there staring at him for a long time. It looked very stupid. Moon-Eop thought that if he had come across such a fighter 17 years ago, he would have taken him to the dungeon, because he definitely knows how to fight well. But suddenly, Moon-Eop remembered one important detail that he had noticed while he was still in hospital. There he had discovered a new ability he hadn't had before. He wanted to test this new superpower during the battle with the monster Salarban, but he was too weak. Moon-Eop decided that the best way to test the new superpower would be on this big guy, so he lifted his sleeping bag up to signal that he was ready to fight. Gerald Walker rushed at Moon-Eop like a bull at a red herring. He looked very angry and definitely wanted to win this fight. Moon-Eop seemed to want to strike first, but he stopped right in front of Gerald Walker. He didn't pull out his spear, he just stood there. At the same time, Moon-Eop looked so enchanted as if he had already won. Moon-Eop's eyes were burning. He didn't seem to be worried that he was too close to his opponent and that he might strike. Instead, Tohei Young and the consultant were watching the scene in the arena with concern. Tohei Young knew that if her uncle stood there, Gerald Walker would strike him dead, and so it happened. Gerald Walker swung his sword and killed Moon Yop. But everyone was surprised that Moon-Yop had stopped so easily and allowed himself to be stabbed. Moon-Yop jumped first, but abruptly stopped his attack as if he wanted to be killed. Gerald Walker did not understand why this happened, but what Gerald Walker saw next shocked him. He had never seen anything like it before. A large light blue ball appeared in front of him like lightning. This light belonged to Moon-Yop. Gerald Walker thought that it was a new character appearing in the game. Perhaps someone wants to take revenge for Moon-Yop's quick death. But first, a spear appeared from the blue ball. This weapon belonged to Moon-Yop. The spear got stuck in the stone floor as if someone had thrown it so hard on purpose that it would get stuck there. The whole situation made Gerald Walker very angry. Of course, he wanted to fast Moon-Yop for his rude remarks on the air. But he wanted a fight and a real fight. And Moon-Yop didn't even defend himself. But when Gerald Walker looked closely, he saw that Moon-Yop was appearing in front of him again. No one understood what was happening. How could Moon-Yop be resurrected after death and appear again? It was impossible. Tohei Yun, the consultant and the director of the Federation, watched with their mouths agape. They didn't have the words to say anything. Instead, Gerald Walker kept shouting that it was impossible, that he had been deceived by first generating a Moon-Yop double in front of him, and now he himself had appeared. But the newly reappearing Moon-Yop had a mark on him from Gerald Walker's axe. It turns out that he had killed him at first, but Moon-Yop was resurrected. The marks from the blow were only on his clothes, but his body was intact, not a drop of blood. And Moon-Yop's expression was so satisfied, as if he had fulfilled his mission. That was how Moon-Yop tested his new ability, the immortality that he in the hospital had acquired. Gerald Walker didn't understand how anyone could survive such a blow. But Moon-Yop didn't keep up the intrigue and quickly explained everything. He got a cool superpower after his encounter with death, and now he is immortal. He deliberately allowed himself to be killed by Gerald Walker to test how everything works. The test was successful. Not only did Moon-Yop not die, his super poverty also heals wounds quickly. But after hearing this, Gerald Walker did not understand how the fight should go on if Moon-Yop was going to win anyway. The consultant had to decide what to do next, but he still didn't understand what was happening. Moon-Yop explained that he was immortal. He realized that this superpower was real. It appeared when Moon-Yop came back from the dead. And now we have to decide how to proceed with this fight with Gerald Walker. Moon-Yop explained that with such superpowers it would be impossible to compete with Walker. Therefore it would be fair if the consultant somehow blocked this ability in virtual reality. It turned out to be very easy to do. But Gerald Walker was still very angry that Moon-Yop hadn't warned him about this superpower in the first place and had tricked him into testing it during the battle. But Moon-Yop had to test whether this superpower works in virtual reality. But now they will fight on equal terms and Moon-Yop will show what a real fight is. But Gerald Walker had no plans to give up. He gripped his giant shield even tighter and charged at Moon-Yop. Walker threw Moon-Yop the spear he had lost after the first fight, and asked his opponent not to show off, but to finally start the fight. Gerald Walker wanted to test whether everything that was said about Moon-Yop and his abilities was true or fiction. Moon-Yop caught a spear in one river and replied that everything about him was fiction. In reality, he is much stronger. Walker was already tired of this talk. He told Moon-Yop to execute him immediately and finally start fighting. But Moon-Yop liked to manipulate people's minds and look for their weaknesses. He said that Gerald Walker would first have to defeat the 3 best players in esports, because you can't defeat 4 demon warlords and immediately compete with the Demon King. It wouldn't work that way. Thus, Moon-Yop once again emphasized that Gerald Walker is not among the top 3. This made the fighter very angry. It was the dream of every esportsman to top this ranking. So Gerald Walker gritted his teeth and took a swing. He wanted Moon-Yop to finally shut up. But this behavior only made Moon-Yop laugh. After all, it meant only one thing. He had pressed on a sore spot and had already mentally destroyed his opponent. Meanwhile, Gerald Walker was furious. It seemed that one more word and he would be torn from the inside. Gerald Walker was the first to rush into the fight, but Moon-Yop very skillfully deflected the blow with his spear. While Gerald was preparing for the next blow, Moon-Yop simply disappeared from his field of vision. The fighter did not understand what was happening. He wondered where his opponent had gone again. But Moon-Yop was not only strong but also very maneuverable. He jumped up and quietly got behind the big and clumsy Gerald Walker. And then Moon Eop hit his opponent from behind. He wanted to see how quickly he would react. Gerald Walker dodged when the spear blade was a millimeter away from his face. He managed to bounce back, and Moon Eop did not hurt him. This was a good reaction because Gerald's large shield was blocking his field of vision. So Gerald's dodging was a pleasant surprise to Moon Eop. But Moon Eop was already tired of this competition. He decided it was time to call it a day and end the fight. Moon Eop jumped up and rushed at Gerald. He was like lightning. He acted quickly and unexpectedly. Gerald hid from the attack behind a large shield, but Moon Eop released a large blue fireball. This ball of energy flew straight at Gerald Walker. Jets of power and energy flowed through Moon Eop's body. He was glowing with the energy of battle, which completely took possession of him. But Gerald Walker did not look so optimistic and confident after the attack. It was clear that each new blow was becoming harder and harder for him to repel. Gerald Walker analyzed all the blows that Moon Eop had thrown. He was constantly, as if deliberately, aiming at his shield. The spear changed direction and flew straight into the shield. It turns out that Moon Eop has supernatural control over weapons. After a few blows, Moon Eop stopped and said the fight was over. He had won. Gerald Walker was wounded but not killed. The spear passed through the warrior's shoulder, but he remained alive. Therefore, the battle could still be continued. But Moon Eop said that he did it on purpose, left Gerald alive. So he should be grateful. And Moon Eop also gave valuable advice to his opponent. He would never defeat a strong opponent with such a large shield. Moon Eop said that just because Gerald Walker is big, it doesn't mean he needs a big shield. You have to choose a smaller one. Because with a big shield, he can't see what's going on around him. Gerald Walker thought about it. There was some truth in it. It turns out that Gerald has been nagged since childhood that he has tunnel vision. He sees only what is in front of him, and he still needs to work on his maneuverability. That's why Gerald Walker chose a large shield to be able to hide and protect himself and look around at the same time. But Moon Eop thought that this strategy was wrong. But with a strong opponent, this strategy was to play against Gerald himself, because he would not be able to react in time and would have little time to turn around. Moon Eop advised Gerald to change his shield to a smaller one. Given his agility, this would be the right decision, but it seems that Gerald did not think Moon Eop's advice was appropriate. He was angry that he dared to tell him how to fight. But after letting go of his emotions and analyzing this information, Gerald promised that he would try to work with a smaller shield. Because in any case, he had nothing to lose. Everyone who watched the fight was shocked at how quickly Moon Eop found an approach to such a strong and daring fighter. Jiho didn't understand why Moon Eop bothered to teach his opponent at all. After all, he was skilled enough without advice. With that, Moon Eop said that his work was done. It was time for him to leave the game because he still had a lot of unfinished business. Or rather, a lot of TV shows to watch. Gerald Walker was not the type to thank someone for advice, so he just agreed to finish the fight. But Moon Eop said it would be nice to pay his older brother for his advice. Gerald Walker agreed. He said he would pay him, but he also had a condition. Moon Eop did not understand what conditions he was talking about. Gerald Walker said he wanted to have another duel with Moon Eop. He offered to fight in the Premier League, which would take place in 2 weeks. But Moon Eop repeated once again that he did not plan to play a battle. After all, he still has so many episodes of the drama ahead of him that he doesn't have time to play any games. And he doesn't need Gerald Walker's money either. He changed his mind. Gerald Walker grabbed Moon Eop by the shoulders and asked him to be in the competition. He was ready to pay any money for that and to do anything Moon Eop asked. But Moon Eop didn't want to be bothered with this issue anymore. Gerald Walker wanted a rematch. He wanted to fight Moon Eop again to prove that he was better than even the top 3. Also, Gerald Walker didn't understand why such a strong player as Moon Eop was just sitting on the couch watching TV shows. He had to become a sportsman. This is his vocation. But Moon Eop said that he decides how to use his abilities. There was no need to tell him. He just needs to be left alone. Everyone watched and hoped to the last that Moon Eop would change his mind and now agree to participate in the competition. But no miracle happened. Jim Tae, the president of the association, was hoping for a positive outcome. But for him, the fact that Moon Eop had already tried his hand at esports was progress. He saw that Moon Eop's eyes lit up, so all was not lost. But Moon Eop returned to his friend Jiho's house to his favorite sofa. The only thing he changed was the color of his tracksuit from strong to brown and white. As usual, Moon Eop watched the drama and waited for the next episode to end. But at the most interesting moment, the broadcast was interrupted by an important message. Moon Eop was angry that everyone around him was interrupting his viewing. The TV presenter came on with some very important news. He said that they had evidence that Moon Eop had recently had a duel with Gerald Walker. And maybe this duel would change Moon Eop's opinion about esports. Journalists have information that if the US team wins the Premier League against Korea with a score of 11-0, then Moon Eop will take part in the Premier League. This is the agreement claimed by the Americans, and with the same American team, Moon Eop accepted such conditions. Hearing this, Moon Eop was furious. No one had asked him personally what he thought about it, and in general, who leaked the information to journalists that he had a duel with Gerald Walker. Moon Eop immediately went to the Korean Superhuman Battle Association to find out what was going on, and who the rat was that leaked all the information. Moon Eop burst into the office without waiting for an invitation. He banged on the head of the association's desk and shouted that he wanted an explanation. The security guard tried to detain him and drag him out of the office, but it was too late. Moon Eop always got his way and no one could stand in his way. Jim Tae, the chairman of the Battle of the Superhumans Association, was sitting in the office, but he was in a bad mood and had no desire to talk to anyone. Jim Tae turned away from everyone and held his head. However, he knew that he could not avoid this conversation. Moon Eop showed him a video of his tournament with Gerald Walker and demanded to know the name of the informant who had leaked the information to journalists. Moon Eop was ready to strangle this informant with his bare hands. As usual, the journalists used only the information that was of interest to them. No one showed Moon Eop's response to Gerald Walker's statement. That's why Moon Eop was so angry, because he was just made a fool of. Jim Tae tried to smooth out the tone of the conversation. He politely apologized for the incident. It was very rude not to cover the position of the man who saved the world. The president of the Korean Association explained that Walker had swayed the U.S. Battle of the Bulge Association to his side. And given the precarious position of the Korean chapter, Jim Tae could not do anything to oppose the fight. The public was also very interested in this fight, so Jim Tae simply could not object. But for Moon Eop, these excuses meant nothing. Of course, as a human being, Gerald T. could be understood, that his position was not a winning one, and his words had no authority because of the team's constant losses. But what does Moon Eop have to do with it? Jim Tae patted Moon Eop on the shoulder and told him not to worry so much. He had nothing to worry about. Jim Tae had come up with a great way to resolve the situation. Only if the United States wins the A match against Korea 11-0 without losing a single fighter would Moon Eop be forced to take part in the friendly. These were the conditions set by Jim T. He said that only a strong team would be interested in Moon Eop. Everyone agreed with this. So Moon Eop has nothing to worry about. Because although the level of the Korean team is low, it's not so low that they can't get a single point in 3 games. But Moon Eop did not hear any arguments. He was not interested in the results of the Korean team. He just wanted to be left alone and not have any more battles imposed on him. But Jim Tae said once again that the US would not be able to fulfill the conditions. So soon everyone would leave Moon Eop alone. But now Moon Eop had to confirm that he agreed to this scenario, and that if the US won completely, he was ready to take part in a friendly fight. Jim Tae begged Moon Eop to save his 5th point, as a thank you for so many years of friendship. In return, Jim Tae promised to donate his profits from the game to Moon Eop's favorite child protection organization. Jim Tae simply begged Moon Eop to agree. Otherwise, Jim Tae would be in serious trouble. Of course, Moon Eop didn't want to agree, but he couldn't refuse the old man because of their friendship and the cases they had handled in the past. So Moon Eop agreed, but only this time. Jim Tae was incredibly happy. He promised that no one would ever ask him about esports and competitions again. Jim Tae was so excited that he wanted to kiss Moon Eop, but the latter stopped him from doing so in time. Moon Eop once again spoke the rules of the fight. The Korean had to kill at least 1 American, and then Moon Eop would not take part in any friendly matches. Moon Eop asked if he still understood. Jim Tae said it was exactly as he said. He also gave his word that no rules would be changed and that soon everyone would leave Moon Eop alone. As a sign of this agreement, Jim Tae invited Moon Eop to have dinner with him. Moon Eop agreed, but only if Jim Tae paid. Of course, Jim Tae wanted to treat his old friend. He invited him to go to a restaurant nearby where they were making delicious turkey hew. Moon Eop was surprised by the old man's generosity, because he usually counted every cent. But it was certainly a good idea to eat for free. The 2 men went to the restaurant with their own thoughts. Jim Tae once again promised that he would do his best not to break his promise. A few minutes later, the news announced that Moon Eop had agreed to the US's terms and that everyone would soon see him in a friendly match. It was as if the journalists were in cahoots. Everyone was discussing what kind of battle Moon Eop would have and what his chances of winning the upcoming friendly against the US team would be. Listening to this nonsense, Moon Eop was going crazy. The journalist's guesses irritated him because he had no plans to take part in any matches. He just agreed to the terms because Jim Tae asked him to. In fact, Manhwa just wanted to watch his dogma, and these newscasts kept interrupting him at the most interesting moment. Manhwa was very angry with Jim Tae. He should have refused him right away and not given in to the old man's persuasion. Then there would have been no problems. Ji-ho's house where Manhwa now lived was very large and spacious, but there was nothing to do there. Apart from the TV, there was nothing interesting, and the only thing on the TV was the news about Manhwa. Manhwa looked out the window and tried to think of something else to do. Suddenly, he heard some interesting sounds. He had to check what was going on. The sounds came from the backyard. Manhwa carefully peeked in so that no one would notice him. Ji-ho and his daughter, To Hae-young, were training there. To Hae-young was very skillful and fast. She had a good reaction. But Ji-ho wanted her to do better, so he told her to keep improving. But To Hae-young was already fast as lightning. She was a pretty good player for her age. Manhwa watched the girl with his mouth hanging open. There were several interesting elements in her technique. Ji-ho was training her reaction and speed. He threw a yellow ball and the girl had to react quickly to which way it would go and catch it. To Hae-yeon decided to make the training more difficult and catch the small yellow ball with a whip. It was a difficult task, but the girl coped well with it. It was interesting for Manhwa to watch To Hae-young train, but it was even more interesting to see Ji-ho at work. After all, Manhwa was not interested in seeing his friend as a coach. Ji-ho analyzed his daughter's every move during the training. He noted that Hae-yeon's reaction time was quite good this time, but there was still room for improvement. Ji-ho rated his daughter's level as SAP DD, and she needed to increase her agility to support the team. Hae-yeon listened attentively to her father. He was her authority in battle, but Ji-ho didn't have one important skill that Manhwa had. Manhwa had a unique analytical eye. He could immediately see the strengths and weaknesses of any fighter. As a result of this analysis, Manhwa realized that Hae-yeon had a good speed of 94 and a good willpower, but her agility had already reached a maximum of 90 out of 90. Even though Hae-yeon was Ji-ho's daughter, they had different values. That's why she was able to do 100% of what her father asked her to do. It's just that he gave her impossible tasks for her type of player. With such indicators, Hae-yeon could not possibly be at the level of SAP DD. Manhwa, having analyzed her skills, was 100% sure that Ji-ho was not training his daughter correctly. This path of development was a mistake. That's why Hae-yeon was falling so often and losing her position. Similarly, this training session ended with a painful fall. After another fall, Manhwa decided to intervene in the training. It was a pleasant surprise for Hae-yeon, because her uncle said that he was not interested in anything but watching TV shows. But Manhwa had his own interests in the training. He understood that if he didn't intervene and Ji-ho continued to train the fighters in such a mediocre way, the Korean team would not destroy any Americans, and then Manhwa would have to take part in a friendly match. Hae-yeon asked Manhwa how he was enjoying the training. Her uncle said that he had seen her every move and had some advice. The first is that Hae-yeon shouldn't train so hard on her agility. Her agility is fine as it is. But Ji-ho abruptly interrupted Manhwa. On the contrary, he thought that Hae-yeon should train harder to develop her agility. Manhwa didn't want to have a long discussion. He simply told Ji-ho that he and his daughter had different abilities. Therefore, she shouldn't be trained in the same way as Ji-ho himself had been trained. Manhwa made it clear that Ji-ho should stop training Hae-yeon's speed and agility, because she simply cannot become the person Ji-ho once was. Her agility has already reached its maximum. It's the same with the speed of the whip. Ji-ho and Hae-yeon had similar types because of their speed, and even their superpowers are close. Perhaps that's why Ji-ho decided to make his daughter a SAP DD, but it was a mistake. Hae-yeon listened to her uncle carefully. She loved her father, and his opinion was very important. But her uncle was also an authority figure for the girl. Manhwa asked what Hae-yeon did after she caught the enemy with the whip. The girl replied that she would then pull and knock him down, or simply tie him up and throw him to an ally. But before Hae-yeon could finish, her uncle quickly stopped her because her answer was wrong. Hae-yeon must deal with her attackers herself. Imitating Ji-ho's style won't work for Hae-yeon. The girl is inferior to her father in speed and agility. Also, Hae-yeon usually works as a water boy. She doesn't have any friends to rely on who will help her out, just like Ji-ho did. That's why her uncle advised her to develop her strength in swordsmanship. It is the sword that should put an end to the fight. Manhwa decided to show the girl that swordsmanship is not so difficult, so he decided to show her some tricks. He told Hae-yeon to watch his every move carefully. because he would only show her once. Moon Yap held a whip in one hand and a sword in the other. He wanted to show how one weapon could complement the other. First, Moon Yap swung the whip. This meant that he had to catch his opponent first, and when you hold him tightly, then you should use the sword. Moon Yap emphasized that first you fix the opponent and then you cut him. Moon Yap hit the sword so hard that he cut the training group in half. Hye-yeon looked at her uncle with incredible admiration. Ji-ho had also forgotten how agile Moon Yap was. It was very valuable for both of them to watch a professional train. But most importantly, Hye-yeon understood that this was her opportunity to gain new knowledge, which her uncle hadn't planned to pass on to anyone, but suddenly took the initiative to train her. Moon Yap told her that it is impossible to take the life of an opponent with a whip. This means that you need to master the sword as well as the whip. After his masterclass, Moon Yap suggested that Hye-yeon should change her stance to main DD. Ji-ho was shocked by this statement. After all, he was still the coach, and Moon Yap was always interfering where he was not asked. But Moon Yap didn't wait for Ji-ho to let him train Hye-yeon. He got down to business right away. He suggested starting with strength training, 500 sets. Hearing this number, Hye-yeon felt sick, but she had no right to refuse as she had long dreamed of having her uncle train her. Before she could even reply, her uncle told her not to relax and to get to work. There were 14 days left before the A-match. It took a lot of training to win, and all the while Moon Yap promised that he would train Hye-yeon. But Hye-yeon wasn't the only one who trained hard. Gerald Walker, an esports player for the U.S. national team, was also developing his skills. His agent and manager John Kim was the first to notice how much he had changed. Gerald Walker's skills have improved significantly over the past few days. The athlete began to look even better. A new uniform, an updated shield, and even his eyes glowed differently. As a fighter, Gerald Walker has started to look much better. The changes were external and internal. His agent and manager John Kim also noticed this. All the changes were connected with Walker's last meeting with Moon Yap. After that fight, Walker significantly changed his approach to defense. Thus, in a few days, Gerald Walker tightened up his weaknesses. And if we continue at this pace, the manager provoked Walker to get into the top 3 best esports players. Of course, Walker still needs to train a lot. It will still be difficult for him to resist the high-speed Frenchman Nathan until Walker has mastered the new battle tactics. But in the long run, the American athlete will benefit greatly. Gerald Walker asked what this benefit would be in terms of money. According to the manager, it could be more than $10 million. If Gerald manages to keep this new style, it will soon be fashionable to talk about signing a new contract for this amount. Gerald Walker thought for a few seconds and then told the manager to transfer the $10 million to Moon Yap's account. Gerald Walker remembered their last conversation well, and now was the time when Moon Yap needed to be paid for his work. When the manager heard the amount, he was furious. But this money was a payment for Moon Yap's consultation, and Gerald Walker always kept his word. And Gerald Walker also wanted to get Moon Yap into the arena. That's why it was so important for him to keep his word and not lose sight of Moon Yap. Gerald Walker knew that his fight with Moon Yap would happen again soon. He just had to wait a little longer and make sure to train hard to beat him next time. Instead, Moon Yap himself did not want to meet and fight with the American Gerald Walker. On the contrary, he did everything possible to prevent this meeting from happening. Finally, the time came for the match between the two teams, the South Korean and the U.S. teams. As usual, the competition was held at the Seoul National Stadium for the Battle of the Superhumans. The stadium was huge, with large stands for everyone to watch and cheer for their country. The start of the A-match between Korea and the United States can be called a historic moment. The fight has begun. As always, the event was commented on by two hosts. They were better than anyone else at describing the situation on the field and the emotions of the spectators. And of course, even the hosts mentioned the friendly match that could take place between Moon Yap and Gerald Walker. And everyone was looking forward to this fight even more than the good results of the Korean team. The hosts announced the South Korean team. There were 10 young and talented players. Then they announced the U.S. team. There were the same number of athletes. Baek Hae-young was playing under the number, but it was her first game in her new role as main DD. Everyone wanted to see how she would do. Geraldine Walker played for Team USA under the number. He also had a noticeable change in everyone's opinion. The game promised to be interesting for everyone, but Moon Yap was most concerned about the outcome. He even came to the game to support the South Korean team, but Moon Yap had the highest hopes for Hae-young. He had been training her diligently for 2 weeks, so he believed that she would cope with her new role and not let him down. The first dungeon that the cyber soldiers went down into looked like an old castle with a rich history. The castle was guarded by an army of skeletons. It was called the Castle of Martha Borna. The dungeon has 3 floors and a boss on each floor. To get to the boss, you had to defeat an army of skeletons. On the first floor, there was a skeleton warrior. On the second floor, there was a death warrior and a lot of spirits flying in the air. And on the third floor, a bone dragon and a lich were waiting for the esportsman. Before the battle began, the judges explained the rules. To win, you had to destroy the opposing team. You could get points for killing monsters and someone from the opposing team. The more points, the more bonuses. After the rules were announced, the teams were invited to the dungeon. The Korean team was the first to enter. The American team was already on its way to meet them. The battles promised to be very fierce. After the start was announced, the teams rushed into battle. The American team, led by Gerald Walker, wanted to strike first. On the ground floor, the U.S. team immediately met an army of skeletons. The skeletons with bright red eyes were moving right at the sportsmen. However, their skulls were shattered by the blows of the Americans. The hosts who commented on the game asked the Americans to swing their swords more slowly, so that everyone could enjoy the skill of their movements. The Americans, thanks to their precise and timely strikes, organized an excellent defense, a real iron wall. So they chose the right tactics and were able to quickly overcome the obstacles on the ground floor. Meanwhile, the South Korean team was also preparing for battle. Hae-young tried to recall everything her uncle had taught her. She wanted to push her skills to the limit. The Koreans were moving very fast through the dungeon corridors. Everyone was running at the speed of the wind. But suddenly the commentators screamed. It turned out that the South Korean team was moving forward, avoiding the army of skeletons. Obviously, they did not plan to fight them. Even in the second zone, the Koreans simply ran past the army of skeletons. Commentators speculated that perhaps this was a new tactic of the game. The Koreans ran with all their might. They moved forward without looking back. Ji-ho was watching the game closely. It seemed to him that the tactics were right, the team was doing well. They must go forward. Ji-ho believed that his tactics would work and that the Koreans would win the match. The South Korean team had a clear goal, to defeat the boss on each floor at once. The audience was going crazy but silently watching what was happening. Hae-young understood that the risk in this tactic was very high. But success would bring a lot of points at once, and if the boss was killed, the first floor would be closed for a while. This would give the Korean team a head start over the Americans. Finally, the Korean sportsman got to the boss's room. Now an interesting battle was about to take place. The Koreans approached the boss of the first floor, the skeleton warrior. Everyone held their breath. Coach Ji-ho was watching everything especially closely. But the American athletes, who had also reached the boss of the first floor, began to behave strangely. All of the American fighters hid behind the walls and didn't seem to be going to compete with the boss. The commentators did not know how to describe what was happening in the arena. There had never been anything like this during a game before. It was a new tactic on both sides. Gerald Walker was pleased with the way his team handled the new tactics. It turned out to be a special tactic of the U.S. team. They didn't engage the boss on the first floor, and while the Koreans were taking him down, the Americans planned to move to the second floor. But suddenly, Gerald Walker changed his tactics and suggested that they wait a little longer. Gerald Walker came up with one punch, but it required speed, which the athlete did not have enough of. Then one of the American teammates offered Walker to lend him his. Then the kick would be successful. While the Koreans were competing with the boss of the first floor of the dungeon, they forgot about the Americans and did not even suspect that they were preparing an attack. The boss of the first floor was almost killed. The team instructed Hae-young to deliver the decisive blow. It was her who was supposed to put an end to this first battle. Everyone else had to cover Hae-young from the other attacks of the demon army. Hae-young prepared herself to strike. She wanted to do it just like her uncle had taught her. She jumped up to deliver one last crushing blow to the demon. But at that moment, something went wrong. Suddenly, Hae-young's kick was intercepted by someone. A large and strong warrior was flying at her. He pushed her away with his shield. Hae-young didn't even understand where this warrior came from and why at such a crucial moment. Like killing the boss on the first floor, he decided to attack her instead of the common enemy. The Korean team of athletes could only observe what was happening, but could not do anything about it. But everyone recognized Gerald Walker as the attacker on Hae-young. The Korean team's coach, Ji-ho, analyzed the attack and realized that Walker had used a hurricane, the superpower of his teammate. And so he was able to attack the Korean team. This attack meant only one thing. Walker would do anything to win. After such a strong and unexpected blow, Baek Hae-yeon found herself on the ground. She was killed. According to the rules of the game, such a blow would have been fatal in real life. That's why Baek Hae-yeon was removed from the cyber generation. Her disqualification was a real shock for the girl. After eliminating Baek Hae-young, Gerald Walker said that the Koreans had a good tactic of looking for the boss right away. But the American team is still stronger and more inventive, because no matter what the plans are, only victory matters. That's why the American team rushed to finish off the boss on the first floor, after the Koreans had already tired him out and done all the dirty work. All that was left for the Americans to do was finish the monster. This time it was Gerald Walker who was to deliver the decisive blow to the monster. In one fell swoop, he cut off its head. The skeleton warrior was destroyed. The first floor will be closed in 10 minutes after the battle. All the sportsmen rushed to the stairs to get to the second floor in time. Anyone left on the first floor after the closure would be. Gerald Walker shouted to the team to finish here and quickly move to the new floor. But on the way, the Americans began to beat the Koreans. The U.S. team began to crush the Korean team in a matter of minutes. The Korean athletes were really sorry because they had already suffered during the fight with the boss of the first floor. And then the Americans attacked so unexpectedly. It was a complete defeat for the Korean team. Gerald Walker was pleased with the work of his team. The Koreans were destroyed and lying on the ground. Their weapons were knocked out of their hands. It was necessary to make some decisions immediately, to change tactics. Otherwise, the South Korean team would have no players left. Gerald Walker stood in front of the last player of the Korean team. He was holding a spear to kill the last player. For today, the battle was over. The first round ended in a complete failure for the Korean team. The United States ended the first round with an incredible score of 0-11 in favor of the Americans. The second round was to begin when both teams recovered their strength. The hardest thing for the South Korean team was for Baek Hae-young to focus. She didn't understand how they could lose again. How she was the first to drop out of the game. Even training under her uncle's guidance didn't work. But while Hae-young was trying to come to her senses, someone in their break room started giving instructions on how the team should work in the next round. Hae-young realized immediately that the plan for the next game was not being voiced by their coach Ji-ho. Now it was Moon A-up who was giving instructions to the Korean athletes. Hae-young was surprised and pleased to see him. Moon A-up started by saying that he cried crocodile tears when he watched the Korean team play. That's why he advises every athlete to listen to his advice carefully now. Some of the athletes tried to make a wish. That Moon A-up is not here but their coach Ji-ho. But Moon A-up quickly shut the ungrateful athlete's mouth. Moon A-up said that he had no desire to help the athletes. But after such a disastrous game, he decided to feel sorry for them. Moon A-up said that the Koreans had good tactics. But the Americans are stronger than them in all respects, experience, skills, and so on. Therefore, Korean athletes can compete with Americans even 100 times. But their chances of winning are 0. But Moon A-up did not come only to oppress the athletes. He also had good news. He planned to help the Korean athletes defeat Walker at least. Moon A-up said that Martha Borna's castle was one of the dungeons he had gone through with the president of the association, Jim Tae. Therefore, he knows all the pitfalls of this dungeon well. In general, it is not a difficult location. Only the third floor is dangerous. But with the skills of Korean athletes, even getting there will be a problem. Therefore, we need to think through their strategy in detail. The fighters listened attentively to Moon A-up. They all wanted to get at least some results, not just be outsiders. Moon A-up decided to analyze the first round in detail. The first round was a good plan, but it would have been even better if it had worked. Moon A-up looked at all the athletes with a stern look. It was important for him that everyone present heard him and understood his mistakes. Moon A-up decided to explain all the team's failures on his fingers. He explained to the team that, of course, killing the boss before everyone else is a good plan. But don't forget about the main opponents. You need to keep an eye on the other team's players. Because in the first round, the Koreans wanted to get to the main monster's room as quickly as possible and didn't even look around or analyze the situation. The second thing that Moon A-up advised to pay attention to was to think ahead. After defeating the boss, they still have to fight the U.S. team. What state will the team be in by then, if they have already spent all their energy on destroying the boss? You need to be able to analyze what the team should have done when Walker killed Hae-young. The Korean team lost because they lost sight of the most important thing. Moon A-up got caught in the middle of it. Working with such a weak team was a challenge. Ji-ho, who had agreed to be their coach, was very sorry. There was no point in telling him how the Koreans lost in the first round because of their own stupidity. This is the past that needs to be forgotten and moved on. Moon A-up decided to tell the team how they should proceed. The main thing is to follow his recommendations, and then the South Korean team will have at least some chance of winning. After Moon A-up's recommendations, the Korean team began to behave much more actively on the battlefield. But the Americans were also inspired by the victory in the first round and their victory. The Americans thought that the next rounds would also be successful for them. This time, the Americans planned to use the tactic of 6 on the strongest player of the American team, had to grab the best players of the Korean team. And then, Walker would finish them off. This tactic was best suited for Walker. It was clear that he was full of energy and was ready to crush everyone around him. The spectators watching the game understood that with such tactics, the Korean team definitely had no chance of winning. But the Koreans were definitely not going to give up. They made a very impressive appearance on the battlefield. Baek Hye-yeon was the first to go on a reconnaissance mission. She led the team. The audience and commentators watched the game closely. From the first minutes, it was clear that the Korean team had changed its tactics. Baek Hye-yeon changed her position and acted in a new way. The whole team behaved in the same way. Moon Eop was happy with the way the game started. If the team listened to all his advice, they had a chance of winning. Moon Eop explained everything in great detail. Now it was all about the Koreans and their abilities. Moon Eop believed that they would succeed. Baek Hye-yeon was also tired of sitting on the bench with the worst players. It was time to show her true self and finally win. Baek Hye-yeon believed in herself and believed in the team. This time it was going to be different. Meanwhile, the U.S. team had already approached the boss. They sent their scout forward to assess the situation, to analyze where the enemies were, and what the boss's condition was. The reconnaissance soldier was supposed to act discreetly, but analyze the whole situation clearly and accurately and report back to the team. However, he was unable to find a single player from the Korean team. It was strange and a little suspicious, but there was only one way to the boss's room. Therefore, the U.S. team scout and Gerald Walker thought that the Koreans were slow turtles as usual, and would obviously follow them. Gerald Walker had already seen their tactics in the first round. They did not show anything extraordinary. Therefore, the Americans also had reason to be afraid and wary. Gerald Walker wanted to end these fights with the Koreans as soon as possible and move on to the most interesting thing, a friendly fight with Moon Eop. But to do that, he first had to defeat the Koreans with a score of 0. Walker knew he could do it, so it was only a matter of time before he met Moon Eop. Gerald Walker was very interested in what Moon Eop was like in a real fight. Is he just as confident and arrogant, or does he still have a self-preservation instinct? But before Gerald Walker could dream of a fight with Moon Eop, an extraordinary and unexpected situation occurred. The Korean team swooped down on them very unexpectedly and from nowhere. They came out of the blue because they were flying straight down the mountain. The Americans stood there frozen, because at first they didn't believe it was possible. But the Koreans were belligerent. They kept their swords ready and were able to strike first. The Americans did not understand where the Korean team came from. After all, there was only one way to the boss's room, and their scout, who went first, did not see any Koreans on the road. It turns out that Moon Eop suggested the new path, which was unknown to anyone, to the Koreans. That is why they could appear so unexpectedly. Moon Eop said that the main thing is intelligence. That's why Hye-yeon will do it, because she is the fastest. And if it turns out that there are less than 5 people with Walker, then they don't have to catch the monster and the boss. There is only one road to Martha Borna's palace. Everyone who has played the Battle of the Superhumans at least once knows this. But there is another secret passage. Only those who have been in the real dungeon know about this secret passage. Then Hye-yeon will go through it and reconnoiter the situation. Finding this secret passage is difficult, because it is somewhere in the wall. But Moon Eop promised to help with the search. Using this secret passage, the Koreans will be able to find out what the opposing team is up to. After that, all 11 players of the Korean team had to go through this secret passage, split into 2 groups and attack the U.S. team. This was Moon Eop's plan, and the Korean team successfully began to implement it. It was thanks to the secret passage that the Koreans appeared so unexpectedly and were able to strike the decisive first blow. While the Americans were coming to their senses, the Koreans were already killing their opponents. Baek Hye-yeon from the same ward was the first to arrive. But she had a special task. Her opponent was to be none other than Gerald Walker. Moon Eop told the girl about Gerald Walker's weaknesses. He advised her to kick him in the legs. Baek Hye-yeon did not agree with her uncle's recommendation at first. After all, Gerald Walker was a famous melee fighter, so it was strange for the girl that his legs were his weak point. But Moon Eop explained that Walker had changed his shield from a bigger one to a smaller one to move faster. Most likely he was not used to the small shield yet. That's why Moon Eop advised him to hit him on the legs. Of course, his legs are not his weak point. But with Baek Hye-yeon's training, he advises Walker to aim for his legs. Because after winning the first round, the Americans are obsessed with not allowing the Koreans to score even 1 point. That's why they are nervous and will be watching closely to see where you can attack from. That's why Moon Eop's strategy was to approach unexpectedly and attack with all his superpowers. Moon Eop said that if the Korean team did exactly what he said, they would be able to turn the game in their favor. Bak Ha-yeon thanked her uncle for his good advice. She was ready to put them into practice. The Korean team attacked very unexpectedly. The U.S. soldiers did not have time to react in time. Bak Ha-yeon attacked Walker. The support cast a fire concentration aura on her. Bak Ha-yeon was burning with blue flames. Her fire concentration aura was controlled by her Korean teammate. It was a successful team effort. The effect of the aura weakened the opponents around her. Filled with new energy, Bak Ha-yeon flew straight at Gerald Walker, but Gerald Walker did not waste time. He destroyed his opponents and managed to quickly eliminate 2 Korean athletes. Walker tried to understand where the Koreans came from. It was very unexpected even for him. For a second, he even doubted that the Americans would win this round. Bak Ha-yeon scattered her opponents left and right. She was very skillful with her swords. In a matter of minutes, she also had 2 killed opponents, although Ulker's reaction became much better after he changed his shield to a dead one. But this time, he didn't have time to notice the danger behind him. The situation was critical. Gerald Walker ordered all the embroidered American soldiers to gather together. Only part of the team was with Walker. There were only 3 embroiderers left. The rest did not have time to come to the rescue, so the 3 Americans were surrounded by 8 Korean fighters. A fierce battle began. The opponents fought with swords and threw fireballs at each other. But Gerald Walker did not lose his enthusiasm. He believed that his team, albeit a small part of it, would cope with this challenge. Walker himself managed to overcome 4 Korean fighters, but he did not notice the main enemy. Walker did not have time to react when Bak Ha-yeon appeared behind him. When Walker turned around, he noticed someone running, but when he looked closely, he didn't see anyone. So he continued to deal with the other opponents. In the meantime, Bak Ha-yeon jumped to get close to Walker and only then delivered her decisive blow. Bak Ha-yeon kicked her legs just as Moon Eop had taught her. After the kick, she disappeared as quickly as she had appeared. Her next blow was a whip. She caught Walker's leg and held it tightly with the whip, and then she simply cut it off with her sword. This is how her uncle had taught her during training, and this time the trick worked perfectly. The players from the U.S. national team died one by one. They could not recover from the sudden blow. After this battle, the Korean team was in a winning position. Although the Koreans lost 7 of their men, they managed to kill 3 of their opponents. Gerald Walker was wounded but not killed. He was lying on the ground and Bak Ha-yeon was approaching him to finish the job. Gerald Walker was missing a leg. He recognized Moon Eop's mannerisms in Ha-yeon's movements, so he asked the girl if Moon Eop had given them any tips on how to proceed in this tournament. Bak Ha-yeon put her sword to Walker's throat. She had never killed an opponent with such precision, looking him straight in the eye, but Walker was even happy to lose to the girl, because in this way he once again met with the skill of Moon Eop, but through the movements of other fighters. The head coach of the Korean team, Ji-ho, looked at the result and could not believe his eyes. 5 American players were out of the game. The Korean national team had taken the lead, but Moon Eop was, of course, the most pleased with the Koreans' performance. He was right. His battle tactics worked and the Koreans gave the Americans a run for their money. But the main thing is that the Koreans beat Walker, leaving him without a leg and undermining his authority. Moon Eop was very pleased with his work. It was the first time the Korean national team had succeeded. No one even expected such a good result from them. The commentators said so, and all the spectators in the stands agreed with them. But unfortunately, despite such a good performance by the Koreans, the match ended with the American team winning. The score was 0-2 in favor of the Americans. If the Koreans hadn't been attacked by the rest of the U.S. team at the end, the score could have been much more interesting for the Korean team. But even in defeat, the Koreans have something to brag about. Gerald Walker looked closely at the scoreboard to estimate how many opponents they had killed, and how many Americans the Koreans had defeated. And it turned out that the Korean team had killed 5 opponents. They had not had such results for a long time. This game will definitely be remembered by Korean fans. The moment when the wall was blown up and the Korean athletes came out of the secret passage was particularly impressive. It was the culmination of today's match. At the center of all the events was one player of the Korean team, who was greeted by the fans with great enthusiasm. Of course, it was the captain of the Korean team, Bak Ha-yeon. She alone had killed 4 out of 5 players of the opposing team. We always had high hopes for Bak Ha-yeon, and she finally showed her potential. It was fantastic. After this game, the Korean team regained its previous glory. The journalists were all over them. It was especially interesting to hear from the coach, how he thought out the strategy that led the team to this result. A reporter from HBC Sport asked the Korean team's coach Ji-ho what he thought and felt after the game. After all, in this round, his wards were able to show themselves from a completely different angle. Ji-ho replied that his team gained an incredible experience in this round. They got a good result and are not going to stop there. The journalist was also interested in the question of the secret tunnel. No one had known about its existence before, so how did the Korean team come up with such a move? Ji-ho just smiled. He was sure that this move surprised many people. But the game took place in an ambiguous place with many secrets. That's why the Korean team used their secret trick. Before the second round, they invited special help. Ji-ho was referring to Moon Eop's help, but decided not to reveal all the cards to journalists yet. Although she was very insistent on telling him all the information, Ji-ho refrained from commenting in detail until all the rounds were over. Moon Eop watched Ji-ho talking to journalists and basking in the glory. But he did not need this attention. He still wanted journalists to forget about him. On the contrary, Moon Eop wanted Ji-ho not to mention his name and not to provoke more attention. But Moon Eop understood what his friend was up to get him into the esports arena. In a conversation with journalists, Ji-ho did not mention Moon Eop's help. But Baek Hae-young was not so silent. She told everything as it really happened. The journalist asked Baek Hae-young how she managed to change her approach to the game and improve her skills so quickly. Baek Hae-young frankly admitted that she had shown such good results thanks to the training sessions conducted by her uncle. The secret move was also his idea, as was the new tactic in today's match. Moon Eop was always nervous when someone mentioned his name without his consent. He was already tired of the attention of journalists, and now he will get even more. This time, Moon Eop was also very angry when Hae-yeon blurted out all the information about him and his training. He didn't understand why someone was always mentioning his name without permission, but they were just telling the truth. So for everyone around him, it didn't raise any questions. On the contrary, everyone believed that it was necessary to speak frankly about Moon Eop's merits. That's how Jim Tae, the head of the Korean Federation of Esports, wanted to talk about Moon Eop's merits. Although he had promised Moon Eop not to talk to him about esports anymore, he still wanted him to enter the arena. Jim Tae pointed his finger at the journalists and said that now it was Moon Eop who should give them interviews and talk about the team's achievements. Jim Tae said that he was too old to talk to journalists in Moon Eop's place. He is young and ambitious, so he should get off the couch and start proving himself. Jim Tae reminded Moon Eop of the brave warrior he once was. In his heart, he remained the same warrior who wanted to win. It was obvious to Jim Tae that the secret passage belonged to Moon Eop. Only 2 people knew about this tunnel, although Jim Tae himself thought that using the tuna was too much. After all, this is a game, not a real war for survival. Moon Eop explained that he would have been happy to come up with something else if there had been time, and the Korean team was in a better position. So it was necessary to save the situation. After thinking about it, Moon Eop decided to use this move. At that moment, it was the best decision. Jim Tae also noticed how much Baek Hae-yeon had changed, as if she had found herself after her uncle had given her some lessons. But Moon Eop said that he didn't really want to teach her. She was just the strongest among the others, so he felt sorry for her and discovered her potential. Jim Tae said that he was happy to see Moon Eop's work in reality. After all, he has a special talent that he just sits on the couch. But Moon Eop didn't want to continue the conversation, so he was just planning to leave. Then Jim Tae said that he had an interesting offer for Moon Eop, where he could use his skills to the fullest. Moon Eop didn't understand what he was getting at. After all, the Korean team had gained a few points, so a friendly match between Moon Eop and Gerald Walker was impossible, because they hadn't won all the fights with a score of 0-11 in their favor. Jim Tae asked Moon Eop not to get excited but to listen to him carefully first, because the matter is very serious and interesting. Moon Eop might really like what Jim Tae is offering him. Very soon a new season of the Superhuman Battle esports will start in the top league. Moon Eop just smiled. He didn't want to listen to any suggestions and didn't plan to take part in any competitions. But Jim Tae said he didn't plan to offer him to participate in the competition. It would be too impudent of him. After all, he had promised Moon Eop that he would never ask him to play again. Jim Tae suggested that Moon Eop should just join the team. He thought it was a great idea, at least in the first round. Jim Tae didn't know where he got the courage to suggest this to Moon Eop. He knew he would probably refuse. But suddenly Moon Eop surprised him and said he would think about it. Jim Tae's surprise was overwhelming. He didn't believe it at first, but he didn't ask again, just in case Moon Eop changed his mind. But Moon Eop could tell by the astonished look on old Jim Tae's face. So he told him once again that he would think about his proposal and might even agree. Jim Tae was speechless. At last his plan was coming to fruition. Moon Eop still can't do it without a fight, even if it is virtual. He has to kill demons. Jim Tae's eyes began to shine with joy. What Moon Eop would think was really good news. After all, he could have just said no right away. And if he didn't, then there was still a chance. Jim Tae asked Moon Eop if he had seen Hae Young fight. This time she was very impressive. Moon Eop said yes. He also added that watching someone is always interesting. But being a part of a battle is even more interesting. That is why he will think about it. After all, real dungeons have disappeared anyway. And you can only test your strength in the superhuman world. After these words, Jim Tae threw his arms around Moon Eop. He repeated many times that it was a great idea. That Moon Eop had said something very cool about the cyber dungeon. This is the only way to really show your strength now. And a talent like Moon Eop has no reason to sit on the couch. Jim Tae also showed Moon Eop a video with the Korean national team in the A-match. In just an hour, the video has gained 1 million views. Moon Eop watched the video carefully, and most importantly, read the comments. Everyone there was so happy that the Korean team had finally proved themselves, that Hae Young had performed so well in the game. But most of the mentions were about Moon Eop. Everyone noticed his coaching influence and was happy to see the hero return to the fight. While Moon Eop was watching the video, Jim Tae did not let go of his arms. Moon Eop was tired of the old man's hug. He asked Tu to leave him alone with these calf-like tenderness. Moon Eop said that Jim Tae almost strangled him. The old man has a lot of strength that he doesn't know how to control. But Jim Tae was just incredibly happy and expressed his emotions in such a way. But Moon Eop stressed that he would only think about it. You shouldn't put your hopes in him. The odds are 50-50ths. Even though Jim Tae knew that Moon Eop would say yes, he still smiled sweetly at him and told him to think about it. He thought it over and gave him his answer. Moon Eop asked when the game was going to start. It turned out that there was very little time left before the start of the big league, but the best of the best had to be selected for the battle. So Moon Eop was concerned that Jim Tae had not yet taken care of this matter. Moon Eop said that in any case, when he agreed, he had an important condition. Jim Tae was very curious about who the self-confident Moon Eop would ask, but he was willing to agree to any whim because he had his own interest in it. Jim Tae told Moon Eop that he was ready to do anything for him to participate in the fight. Anything in his power. Moon Eop was very happy that the old man had agreed to his terms so quickly. The request was not an easy one, and it was not easy to fulfill. But the result was going to surprise everyone. Meanwhile, back at Ji-ho's house, where Moon Eop still lived, the day started with Ji-ho screaming. He was surprised and very unhappy. Ji-ho was just planning his morning training when Moon Eop came and interrupted him. Ji-ho was very angry. His glasses, which Moon Eop thought only made him look older, were fogged up. He didn't understand why Moon Eop was talking such nonsense and trying to convince him of it. But for Moon Eop, it was not clear why his friend Ji-ho was so angry. Everything was clear as day. Old Jim Tae said that he would fulfill Moon Eop's every wish if he agreed to participate in a pro-level battle. And Moon Eop had only one wish. A new life had begun for Moon Eop. Of course, he wanted to spend it on the couch in front of the TV, but everyone was against it. Ji-ho was against it too, and now he was not happy with Moon Eop's decision. But Ji-ho didn't understand why he had to play such an important role in Moon Eop's life change. Unlike Moon Eop, Ji-ho was happy with his current life. He was completely satisfied with his role as a role driver. But Moon Eop explained that if he decided to change something in his life, he should do it right. He wanted these changes to have a magical result. Moon Eop said that he didn't need any training before the competition, given the level of the players. But he was well aware that he would have to carry the whole team. Ji-ho also understood this well, so he apologized to Moon Eop for not teaching the fighters well. After all, it was his responsibility as the team's coach. And of course, Ji-ho was happy that his players would now have a good example and strive for the best with a player like Moon Eop in the team. Ji-ho was also willing to help with training, but Ji-ho would not agree to do more than that. However, Moon Eop had other plans, and Ji-ho's wishes did not matter to him. He said that in this game, Ji-ho was the next best player after Hae Young. Moon Eop wants to stand side by side with such fighters. He wants them to fight as hard as they used to. That's why Moon Eop, Hae Young, and Ji-ho should be in the next battle. But for Ji-ho, this plan seemed ridiculous. He hadn't held a weapon in his hands for 17 years. He is a coach, not a fighter. Ji-ho wanted to end this ridiculous conversation, but Moon Yop did not give up. He promised that he would get his friend in shape in the time he had left. Ji-ho didn't understand why he had such an annoying friend. Ji-ho reminded him that he was already 48 years old. He is not as strong as Moon Yop thinks he is. But for Moon Yop, age was no reason to miss out on a competition that would soon be the talk of the town. He believed that Ji-ho still had some more juice in his bones, and that he was just begging for praise and compliments. Moon Yop decided to see how strong Ji-ho was with his analytical eye. Indeed, the situation left much to be desired. Some of his stats were slipping. For example, strength was only 55 with speed 80. Endurance. The overall picture was worse than Moon Yop had expected, but Moon Yop remembered well what his friend Ji-ho was capable of. Therefore, it was quite possible to restore his skills to the old level if Ji-ho trained hard. They decided to start training tomorrow. Moon Yop honestly warned Ji-ho that tomorrow would be a living hell for him. Therefore, he had to prepare himself mentally. But Ji-ho started to worry today. He thought he was finished. He couldn't stand the training and the pressure from Moon Yop. It turns out that before agreeing to the fight, Moon Yop told Jim Tae that he had all the conditions of the former. Moon Yop will be on the team with Hye-yeon because he doesn't want a junkie who gives up quickly. And the second wish, Ji-ho also participates in the competition. For Jim Tae, these conditions were an incredible coincidence. He had already imagined how many sponsors the Korean team would get when two of the rescue series competed in the same team. Jim Tae wasted no time. He immediately started calling journalists and potential sponsors to share this incredible news. And of course, the journalists immediately picked up on this event and began to discuss it in detail without waiting for Ji-ho himself to say what he would say, and whether he would agree to such an adventure. There were 7 days left before the fight. Moon Yop began to actively prepare Ji-ho, but his technique left much to be desired. He got tired quickly. Moon Yop was angry that his friend did not follow his instructions. He only needed to move a split second faster than his opponent. But Ji-ho was too slow. However, Ji-ho still had good kicking technique. He remembered what he was like 17 years ago, so he only needed to work on his speed. Moon Yop didn't give up and kept encouraging his friend. After several training sessions, Ji-ho began to believe in himself. His old self-confidence returned, and now he had experience to go with it. That's why Ji-ho could be a good fighter. Ji-ho rushed into the fight to show what he could do. He ran as fast as he could. He accumulated all his strength to later pour it into an accurate punch. Ji-ho's task was to jump while running and hit Moon Yop's shield with a precise kick. Ji-ho coped with this task. After hitting the shield, sparks flew. Ji-ho really had enough strength to make a decent kick. After the kick, Ji-ho landed successfully on his feet. He was very pleased with his performance. For Ji-ho, this training meant only one thing. He hadn't lost his skills in 17 years. The body remembers everything. But Ji-ho was curious to hear Moon Yop's opinion. The friend said it was not bad. But Ji-ho used to be able to jump 3 times during such a jump. Now he can only do it once. Old age is showing. Ji-ho laughed and agreed that he was so good 17 years ago. Now he has to be forgiven for his age. After a hard workout, Ji-ho was very tired. At his age, it was quite difficult to train for several hours in a row. Ji-ho was ready to rest and recuperate. Moon Yop pointed out that in the past, this kind of training was just training for Ji-ho, so now they would not stop and continue to improve. But Ji-ho was completely against it. They had been training for 8 hours. He couldn't take any more of that. But Moon Yop didn't want to hear anything. They had a few more hours of training before Moon Yop started a new TV series. So there was definitely no time to talk. They had to continue training at the same pace, but the training had to end. Ji-ho and Moon Yop had one important unfinished business. The men went to the building of the Korean Superhuman Battle Association. They were already waiting for them there. At the association, Yoo Hyun-soo, the head of the development department at the Battle of the Bulge Association of Korea, was waiting for CO Moon Yop. He invited Moon Yop to test his avatar. Together with Yoo Hyun-soo, Brown Terror helped test the avatar. He is a member of the World Battle Association. The Battle of the Bulge Association of Korea needed to clarify some data, but all these tests only annoyed Moon Yop. He didn't understand what all this was for. Moon Yop said that they had already conducted similar tests when he had an unscheduled fight with Gerald Walker. That's why he didn't understand why they needed to do another test. But Moon Yop explained that the previous test was superficial. It only concerned physical capabilities, but it is necessary to fully reproduce Moon Yop's capabilities in his avatar. We need the avatar to match the character as closely as possible. Of course, so far there have been no problems with full synchronization, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Moon Eop was shocked to hear that full synchronization with a virtual hero was possible. Yu Hyun-soo just smiled. In the modern world, almost everything was real. Thanks to modern technology, an avatar is literally the same person, but in a virtual world. In the cyber world, with the help of an avatar, you can even reveal skills that were not manifested in real life and that no one even suspected. Moon Eop was very surprised that technology had changed so much in 17 years. Yu Hyun-soo explained that this system is unique and kept secret, and the employees responsible for the system are scattered around the world. For Moon Eop, this was another revelation that this avatar system is not just an IT development, but something much bigger. It turns out that the system was based on supernatural forces. That is why everything was kept secret from ordinary people. For Moon Eop, it looked very strange. A supernatural power, but it was based on copying the real world into the virtual world. Moon Eop suggested that perhaps those who created the Battle of Superhumans had other goals besides the creation and development of esports. Ji-ho tried to contradict the latter, arguing that everything in esports is legal and transparent. But a seed of doubt sprouted even in him. But then Moon Eop said that even if there is some kind of rebellion and someone creates real monsters, it's no big deal. He was ready to overcome them once again. So Moon Eop suggested that we finally get down to business and start synchronizing. In order to fully synchronize, it was necessary to test Moon Eop's strength, agility, and aura. The avatar needed to fully express itself for a 100% resemblance to occur. Moon Eop went to a special testing room. The testing began with a strength test. To test the strength, he just had to pull the handle. But at the moment of pulling, he had to do his best. Moon Eop pulled for the first time. He did it very powerfully. Everything around him shone with blue light. But it was just a warm-up. The numbers on the scoreboard showed for Moon Eop this was not enough. He decided to try again. He pulled the handle again. The scoreboard read better, but still not good enough. The total strength was 79 out of 79 for Moon Eop. The strength score frankly surprised Yu Hyun-soo, the head of the development department at the Battle of the Bulge Association of Korea. It was too low for a Ragoi of this level. But everyone decided to continue testing to find out what the situation was with other indicators. The next stage was the agility test. To test his dexterity, Moon Eop had to press the red buttons on the sides when the signal sounded. Moon Eop prepared himself to do it as quickly as possible. He looked at the location of all the buttons, estimated the distance, and calculated the time to reach each one. When the signal sounded, Moon Eop moved faster than lightning. It was a surprise that Moon Eop was so fast. Everyone thought that he was a strong tank who could hit and fight well. No one expected him to be able to move so fast. When Moon Eop stopped, his legs seemed to be on fire from the speed. But he coped well with the task. The agility test was over. On the scoreboard was a number. It was a good score even for Moon Eop himself. But Moon Eop knew he could do even better. He could achieve a score of, so he decided to try the agility test again. The second time he took the test, Moon Eop really did move even faster. He put even more effort into each movement. At the end of the agility test, the scoreboard showed even more than Moon Eop had said. Everyone was surprised by this result. Moon Eop was also pleased with himself, but he wondered if anyone else had a better result. It turned out that there was such a player. It was the Frenchman Nathan Bernard and his agility score. Moon Eop had heard about this athlete. Ji-ho showed him several videos of Nathan. Moon Eop saw that this young man had very good physical fitness. Moon Eop said that Nathan was a bit like his friend when he was younger, but he would hardly have surpassed Jae-ho-so's performance. Because he was really incredibly agile, no one could match him. The testing continued. But Moon Eop decided to improve his agility results even further. He liked the fact that he could gain points during the test. It added to his excitement. This time, Moon Eop decided to score 975 points in agility. This was his third attempt to improve his score. Before the test, Moon Eop closed his eyes. He completely immersed himself in himself to feel his body and its capabilities. He had to concentrate as much as possible to give the best result. He exhaled and got ready to start. He felt that he could do it, that his body was ready to fight, because sitting on the couch is too tiring for him. His vocation is different, and his body is signaling about it. Moon Eop understood that he was now in his best shape. Now he just needed to transfer these indicators from his head to the screens of his avatar. When Moon Eop started the test again, his eyes lit up with blue flames. These were the eyes of a powerful superhuman. Moon Eop rushed to press the buttons again, but he was moving so fast that it was hard to follow the sequence of his actions. It was a super powerful energy that was flying out of Moon Eop's body. Ji-ho, Yu Hyun-soo, and Brown Terrier watched Moon Eop with their mouths agape. He had indeed become much more agile and faster. It seemed impossible that he could improve his skills so quickly. Finally, Moon Eop stopped. The test was over, but it seemed as if Moon Eop's body had stopped, but his inner energy was still moving rapidly, because everything around him was in a blue fog. After the test was over, the numbers on the scoreboard showed the impossible. At first, Yu Hyun-soo thought he was imagining things, but all three of them saw this incredible result. When Moon Eop finally exhaled and could speak calmly, he asked if the third attempt was better than the previous ones. He wanted to know the numbers, and if he was not satisfied with them, then Moon Eop would try again. But the scoreboard showed 1,007 points. Nathan Bernard, the fastest superhuman in the world, had the same score. It was incredible. But Moon Eop analyzed not only the numbers, but the situation as a whole. His agility was at the level of a second, which is worse than that of young esportsmen. But he was able to show the same result as them. Judging by these results, Moon Eop concluded that he could go beyond his own capabilities. That's why Moon Eop decided to take the strength test again. Yu Hyun-soo allowed him to do it again. The rules were the same. Pull the handle with all your strength. Moon Eop realized that the main thing in this case is concentration. Then the result is much better. Moon Eop put all his strength and energy into his hands. He pulled as hard as he could. In his opinion, the result should have been much better than the previous one. And so it was. The scores went up again. Everyone was shocked to see the numbers on the screen. This time, the number on the scoreboard read, "This was much better than the first time." The strength had increased. Moon Eop looked at his hands carefully. He realized that they were capable of more. So he said that he would try again to test his strength. Moon Eop did not understand what was happening to his body. He had managed to cross his own limits of strength and agility. But why this happened remained a mystery. Moon Eop did not understand why he was getting stronger so quickly. According to the laws of physics, it was wrong. Such a high growth should not have been associated with concentration alone. But this was exactly what happened to Moon Eop. The more concentrated he was during the test, the higher his scores were. Moon Eop remembered that he had once experienced something similar. It was in his past life, and this feeling still lived in Moon Eop. Something similar happened when Moon Eop was going through the last dungeon. Then, on the verge of death, he managed to increase all his stats, and he achieved this thanks to his willpower. It was 110 out of 100 at the time. Perhaps the willpower is still working as effectively now, so that all his indicators increase significantly. At first, Moon Eop admired his boundless strength, but then he realized a simple thing. Why should he compete then? He is immortal, and with such willpower, he can win against anyone. It seemed as if someone deliberately wanted Moon Eop to take part in battles and win all the time. But who wanted him to do that, Moon Eop did not yet understand. The next test was the aura test. To do this, Moon Eop did not need to use any more strength or speed, but simply look at the sphere that appeared in the test room. He had to touch the sphere and let his aura in. It was very strange for Moon Eop to do this test, because he was used to the way things used to be. In the past, everyone used to work with weapons and could tell which of the opponents was stronger by eye. And now the aura measurements could be checked with an accuracy of a point. As a rule, the aura indicators were rated higher than all the others, because the aura was determined at the moment of awakening and usually did not change anymore. It was very difficult to increase the aura score even with tireless training. Moon Eop recalled that his aura after waking up in the hospital was about previously. He constantly wanted to increase this figure too, but no amount of training helped him. So it was interesting to see what numbers would appear now. But now Moon Eop's aura has really increased. The figure that the testers initially saw was shocking to everyone. Moon Eop suggested that now his bow aura is the maximum that a person can achieve. Moon Eop was very calm during the aura test. He knew he would get a good result, but even he could not imagine how impressive the result would be. The magic ball where Moon Eop put his aura for measurement shimmered with different colors and glowed with all the colors of the rainbow. And when the test was completed, a representative of the World Association of Superhuman Battle, who had come specifically to test Moon Eop, shouted that he could not believe his eyes, that such indicators were impossible. A number appeared on the scoreboard. It was a new record, the highest number in human history. Ji-ho, Brown Terry, and Yu Hyun-soo had just broken a new record. It was hard to believe, but the numbers spoke for themselves. But for Moon Eop, it was something extraordinary. He was used to being number one in everything. Of course, he was surprised by this new record, but he didn't even show it. On the contrary, he behaved as if he knew he had such great results. Mooniop broke the previous record, which belonged to Sharan from 7 saviors. Her score was 10-12 points. But Mooniop was surprised that this little girl who went down into the dungeon with him had such a high score. He had never considered her a strong opponent at all. In Mooniop's opinion, Sharan's physical strength had always been at its lowest point. But thanks to her self-confidence, she always went forward. However, during the fight, she was always stupid and got in the way of Mooniop. To be honest, they didn't have the best relationship. Sharan thought she was always right and did what she thought was right. Mooniop also thought of himself. Their ambitions were constantly competing and no one could win. Otherwise, the two would have killed each other. Mooniop imagined how disappointed Sharan would be to hear that Mooniop had jumped over her again and set a new record. But Sharan was not there. Mooniop passed all the tests, but there was one condition for him to take part in the competition. During the match, he would not be allowed to use his immortality superpower. For Mooniop, this was a fair decision. He was already a strong opponent, and if he is impossible to kill, then there is no point in competing at all. He was promised compensation for the fact that his powers would be limited. This news comforted the hero. He could definitely use the money now. And frankly, the immortality power was unnecessary for Mooniop. Meanwhile, Mooniop's fans gathered in the secret hall. People were obsessed with his strength and courage and decided to make a cult out of Mooniop, to be worshipped. 100 people were dressed in black hooded cloaks. They considered Mooniop to be their savior, the only ray of light in this cruel world. These people thought that the world would soon end, and only one person would be able to save himself and save others. This person should be praised as a god, worshipped and trusted. And of course, according to the obsessed people in black robes, this savior was Seo Moon Aop. For the sake of people, he rose from the dead, to leave only the chosen ones alive after the end of the world. The time of the savior was to come soon. And now ordinary people had to show Moon Aop their faith in him and his powers. The people chanted So Mooniop and believed that he was indeed the god who had come to save their sinful bodies. Hundreds of people decided to prove their faith immediately. To do this, they all came to the walls of the Battle of the Superhumans Association of Korea, where Mooniop was testing his avatar. They were waiting for Mooniop to come out to worship him, but Mooniop did not know who these people were. He thought they were just crazy people who were following him. Ji-ho explained to them where the Soman community was. They considered Mooniop to be their god and had come to worship him. Moon Hyup didn't like attention, and this crowd of people made him very angry. Even though they considered Moon Aop to be a god, it did not calm him down. Moon Yop remembered that he had already seen these hooded crazies outside the hospital. At the time, he thought it was journalists who dressed like that. If he had known that it was a cult in his honor, he would have dispersed them. Ji-ho explained that many people consider the return of Moon Eop to the world of the living to be something abnormal, and a signal that something terrible will happen soon, and Moon Eop has come to save everyone. But Moon Eop was getting angrier and angrier every minute. He was definitely not a god and did not want to become one, so he decided to drive everyone away so that they would never worship him again, and never persecute him. Moon Eop spectacularly jumped from the second floor to land in front of a crowd of people who were obsessed with him. Moon Eop landed on the curb so that everyone could see him, and most importantly, hear him. All the while the crowd was chanting, "Moon Eop is our hero. Moon Eop is our savior." So the first thing that Moon Eop wanted was for everyone to immediately shut their mouths. But people were so happy to see their idol so close that no one could hear what he was saying. It was like they were possessed. Then Moon Eop shouted even louder for everyone to shut their mouths immediately, or he would do it by force. Then finally everyone stopped talking. People were waiting to hear some secret information from Moon Eop, an important message from the other side, or a prediction for the future. Moon Eop asked if everyone knew who he was. People shouted that they did, that everyone knew he was their god, that he had come to save humanity. But that's not what Moon Eop wanted to say. He wanted no one to follow him and pursue him, and for all these people to just go home. He said this with such anger, as if he were possessed by a demon and not a god. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and bewildered. Such evil was coming from the mouth of their god. But Moon Eop was seriously angry. He did not understand why these people followed him step by step. Didn't any of them have a job to do, so they could follow Moon Eop around all day? But the crowd of possessed people thought that their savior was testing people's loyalty, so no one took his word seriously. They kept chanting that Moon Eop was their god and hero. This was how they showed their loyalty to him. But Moon Eop was even more angry. He could not contain his emotions. Anger was tearing Moon Eop apart from the inside. He was furious that he was not being heard. Moon Eop thought these people were sick in the head. His eye began to twitch from anger. But people did not care much about this. They were shouting about Moon Eop's divinity and did not want to hear the opposite. And then Moon Eop got really angry. Ji-ho, who had been watching the situation all this time, realized that something terrible was about to happen. He had never seen his friend so angry. Ji-ho felt sick at the thought of what was about to happen. Because when Moon Eop was in a good mood, everything was flying around. Moon Eop was furious with anger. He gave one last warning. If all these people don't disappear in 10 seconds, he's not responsible for himself. He would kill everyone in his path. Ji-ho tried to stop his friend, but it was too late. Moon Eop was throwing people left and right. It was impossible to stop him. He was angry and could not hear anyone. Only those who managed to escape were lucky. Everyone else quickly found themselves on the ground. Men and women were falling unconscious. Moon Eop did not care who these people were. They were possessed, and so he decided to bring them to life. After a few minutes, Moon Eop managed to do it. The crowd of people were lying in a heap. Now no one could hear Moon Eop because everyone was unconscious. But such an aggressive method definitely affected them. No one would dare to call Moon Eop God anymore. There were even children among the crowd of possessed people. Of course, Moon Eop did not beat them, but he caught one little boy and asked him if he would still follow him. The child burst into tears and promised not to come across him again. Moon Eop advised the boy to use his own head in the future and not to listen to others. After no one was following Moon Eop anymore, he went home to continue his training and also to continue coaching Ji-ho. There was very little time left before the competition. Ji-ho watched Moon Eop the whole time but did not interfere. He knew his friend's temperament and that he couldn't stop him. But Ji-ho decided to say what he thought of Moon Eop after he attacked ordinary people. He was a complete psycho. But for Moon Eop, it sounded like a compliment. In fact, he considered these people who invented a cult and followed it to be psychos. And Moon Eop just enlightened them all. Moon Eop suggested that they should finally go home, because now the Junists might come and ask them what happened here. But Ji-ho told his friend not to worry, because journalists can also be beaten up. Of course, this was a joke, but Moon Eop did not find it funny. Ji-ho told his friend that he was only attracting more attention by doing this, but Moon Eop was all smiles. He thought he was doing the right thing. If someone deserved to get punched in the face, then he would do it. Suddenly a black ghost appeared in the sky and called Moon Eop a savior. Moon Eop didn't pay attention to it at first, but then he took a closer look. A second later, the ghost disappeared. Moon Eop thought he had imagined it, that Ji-ho hadn't seen anything in the sky. The sky was clear, but Moon Eop was wary because it was clear that this creature was not from the human world. But there was no time to find out. They had to prepare for the competition. The day of the match came. Famous athletes and stars began to arrive in Korea to watch this friendly tournament. Not many private jets had landed at Incheon National Airport yet. The first to arrive in Korea was Joe Perman, an agent of the US-based Battle of the Bulge Association. Of course, he personally came to Korea to see how Moon Eop would perform in the game. Joe Perman had not been to Korea for 15 years. He hoped that the era of superhumans had returned to this beautiful country during this time. After all, many talents were born in Korea, which he later took to the United States. That's why Joe Perman even became Agent Numdar 1 in the US. But Joe Perman still couldn't take away the best. He was referring to Baek Ji-ho. It was impossible that Ji-ho had not participated in any battles up to that point. None of the 7 saviors had ever been interested in the Battle of the Superhumans before. Only Sharon showed interest in this sport because she was very young and energetic, and she wanted to channel this energy in the right direction. But Sharon quickly refused to compete when she found out that the game would impose restrictions on her. But now 2 of the 7 saviors will take part in the Battle of the Superhumans, and Joe Perman has promised himself that he will not miss them, but will invite them to his team in every possible way. He is especially interested in Seo Moon Eop, because he was a living hero of humanity. But many people were interested in Moon Eop. So apart from Joe Perman, many interesting people came to watch the match, and they all met at the airport. Jake Rand also arrived in Korea. He was a superhuman and an agent of the European Superhuman Battle Association. Jake Rand and Joe Perman made eye contact, but neither was happy to see the other. There was disdain in their eyes. but both pretended that nothing had happened to them because there were too many journalists around. Jake Rand and Joe Perman had come to see Mooniap. This time they would only be observing and could not physically influence the game. Therefore, they both hoped that the game would be played professionally and fairly, although the men were silent and did not give out old grievances. Sparks still slipped between them and the journalists could see it clearly. But for them, it was another sensation. It was interesting for journalists to watch the verbal skirmishes between such famous people. Suddenly, two more shocking men appeared at the airport. They were the Moreau brothers, Chan Moreau and Philippe Moreau, owners of the prestigious Lumiere Club. They had also come to see Moon Aop because they had an old score to settle with him. Moon Aop had destroyed their business in the dungeon, and now, in their opinion, he had returned so brazenly to take part in the battle. But over time, their opinion of Moon Aop changed. So now they came to Korea for a completely different purpose. The Mono brothers wanted to get an autograph from Moon Aop, or even better, sign a cooperation contract with him. The Mono brothers, Jake Rand and Joe Perman, met in the airport corridor. They all came to Korea with the same goal in mind. Everyone understood that they were now fierce competitors, because each of them dreams of only one thing: to take Moon Aop to their team. The Mono brothers, Jake Rand and Joe Perman, stood there and just looked at each other. The airport lounge was silent. Every breath was heard. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of a woman's heels. An elegant woman dressed in black and wearing beautiful heels walked into the airport lobby. Her appearance was very unexpected and impressive. Sharon, the youngest warrior of the Seven Saviors, had arrived in Korea. No one expected to see her here, but she wanted to see Moon Aop most of all and called him her little brother. The whole country must have come to watch the friendly fight with Moon Aop. The stadium where the competition was to take place was overcrowded. But people kept coming in, even though there was no room for everyone. Moon Aop watched the crowd trying to get in. At this point, he was even glad that the number of people had decreased significantly after the war with the demons, because otherwise there would have been real chaos. Moon Aop arrived at the tournament in a limousine. A red carpet was laid out especially for him. He was greeted like a world-class star. Ji-ho rode in the limousine with Moon Aop. He asked his friend to keep his mouth shut this time and not say anything unnecessary. But Moon Aop told Ji-ho that he would think about his friend's suggestion. But if he was taken out again, he couldn't promise to keep his emotions in check. Moon Aop and Ji-ho got out of the limousine. They both looked like superstars, in tuxedos, white shirts, and shiny shoes. Only Moon Aop perceived this event and the red carpet as just another entertainment. That's why he smiled at everyone and wanted to have a good time this time. As Moon Aop walked the red carpet, the crowd chanted his name. Everyone wished him a great game. And Ji-ho was following Moon Aop like his bodyguard, constantly chattering to keep Moon Aop in check and not to talk too much. But before the two men could get far from the limousine, a flurry of journalists were flying at them. They were running from all sides to prevent Moon Aop and Ji-ho from escaping. The journalists were wondering what the men expected from this match. What kind of emotions they have, because they have not been on the battlefield for 17 years. Ji-ho once again reminded Moon Aop not to say anything unnecessary to the journalists, and then simply disappeared. He was left alone with these sharks of the pen. He was angry that he would have to tell them everything himself, but in fact, the journalists were only interested in Moon Aop. Everyone remembered the last press conference where Moon Aop had harshly criticized the battle of the Superhumans. So now it was interesting to find out why the hero had changed his mind and was ready to enter the battlefield. The journalists did not allow Moon Aop to answer anything, but simply bombarded him with questions. The journalists wanted to know if Moon Aop was afraid of losing to young athletes. What is his current moral and physical state? One of the journalists also asked if Moon Aop knew that Sharon had come to Korea. This was the information that interested Moon Aop the most. The little girl, as Moon Aop called Sharon, had come to Korea specifically to watch the battle of the superhumans. Moon Aop did not understand why Sharon would come to Korea, but the journalist told him what she said. She said she came to see her younger brother. The words about his brother made Moon Aop very angry, because he definitely did not think of Sharon as his sister. Finally, having got rid of the annoying journalists, Moon Aop went into the hall where all the fighters of his team were meeting. The young athletes were still in disbelief that they would stand side by side with such an outstanding hero as Moon Aop. But when he walked into the room, everyone realized it was true. What Moon Aop was most interested in now was where Sharon was. If she had arrived, she hadn't found a chance to talk to Moon Aop yet, so maybe she really wanted to watch the fight. Moon Aop told Ji-ho that their old friend had arrived. Ji-ho was also very surprised to hear the news. The only one who was genuinely happy about the news was Hae-yeon. She loved and praised all of the seven saviors. She considered them to be heroes that young athletes should look up to. Moreover, Sharon had also tried her hand at esports and had the highest scores. But Ji-ho still advised his friend to be careful what he said about his old friends, because journalists would always twist things to make a sensation. Ji-ho also advised Moon Eop to prepare mentally for the meeting with Shurna, because she would definitely want to meet him. Moon Eop wondered what the real purpose of Shurna's visit to Korea was. Does this little girl really want to take revenge on him? But so much time had passed. Shuren had definitely changed and grown up. Moon Eop remembers what they were like 17 years ago, and what his relationship with Sharon was like. They were always fighting, never able to find a common language. Shurna was a spectacular young girl, one of the great seven, one of the seven saviors of humanity. She was the only daughter of wealthy parents. Since childhood, she was never denied anything. She successfully developed her abilities, and at the age of 17, she lived like a real queen, with her own throne and subordinates. But Moon Eop didn't think she was strong and smart enough to be on a par with the top seven. He kept telling her that she was incompetent. She couldn't even train her strength enough. She had 29 points out of 40 possible for her. That's why Shurna hated Moon Eop, for his constant reproaches and complaints. Moon Eop constantly humiliated her in front of others. He said that she didn't think with her head, that she didn't know how to fight, that the whole team was suffering because of her. Sharon cried and resented Moon Eop but still did not give up, and Moon Eop did not stop. Once he told the girl that even a monkey could do better than her. Moon Eop kept saying that Sharon had no skills except brute strength. She also behaves and looks like a freak. After these memories, everyone realized that Sharon hadn't come to support Moon Eop, but rather to kill him. Hae-yeon joked that Moon Eop should buy a tuxedo because he's going to have a funeral soon. But there was no time to think about Sharon now. The team had much more important things to do. The game was about to start any minute. Ji-ho called the whole team together and told them to listen carefully. He wanted to introduce Moon Eop to the team in detail and tell them what Moon Eop's role would be in the game. The players on the team were not new to the game, so they knew the rules of a friendly match. Everyone knew their place and goal, and most importantly, a detailed plan on how to get there. But Moon Eop knew nothing about the game and the rules, so Ji-ho had to explain everything to him in detail. Moon Eop listened attentively. He needed to understand where the players were heading so that he could provide cover at the right time. After all, everyone had the same goal, to win. Ji-ho told me that today's match was for charity. That's why there are two teams. The athletes are divided into a team of love and a team of hope. The team of love includes players from the national team, and the team of hope consisted of newcomers except for Baek Hae-yeon. The leader of the hope team was Baek Ji-ho. His position was main DD, main weapon, sword, superpower, teleportation. Ji-ho also introduced Moon Eop to the team, who would be participating in the game this time. So Moon Eop had a position: tank, main weapons, spear and shield, superpower, throw, analysis, incomplete, immortality, blocked. Ji-ho admitted that he was very nervous about this match because he hadn't held a weapon for a long time. That's why he's counting on the support of every member of the team. The whole team told Ji-ho that they would not let him down. They all hope that Ji-ho will lead them to victory this time. The vice captain of the team, Hope Park Chulho, was especially confident of victory. He shouted the loudest that they were strong and capable of anything. Moon Eop was only listening to Ji-ho's speech, and frankly his friend knew how to speak well and set the right tone for the game. Moon Eop realized that Ji-ho was in the right place. He was fit to be the team captain. Moon Eop took another look at Baek Ji-ho and Baek Hae-yeon's abilities with his analytical eye. They were both quite good. As for the rest of the players, they were neither fish nor flesh for Moon Eop. No one stood out as anything special, and it was a bit annoying for Moon Eop to have to work with such mediocrity. But suddenly Moon Eop saw one interesting character. He analyzed his capabilities in detail with his analytical gaze. The guy's name was Choi Haek. Moon Eop was very interested in his superpowers, aura concentration, where he could use the aura on his weapon. And the second superpower was inner strength. That is, a fighter could use his aura to protect his body and thus reduce the enemy's attack. But this guy was untrained, because his strength was 67 out of 90 possible. Moon Eop realized that Choi Haek could become a good tank if he was trained well. Moon Eop decided to talk to the boy to find out what he was all about. But when Moon Eop called him, Hake got very excited, started stuttering, and only after a couple of minutes introduced himself. He said that his position was main DD, but this made Moon Eop laugh. Moon Eop asked again if he was fighting in close combat positions. Choi Hake confirmed that this was his main DD position. Moon Eop didn't understand how he could be a main DD with such a performance, so he asked why this young man didn't tank during the battle. After all, this is his main calling. But Choi Hake replied that he was told that he did not have enough talent to dance, even though he had wanted to be a tank since he was a child, just like Moon Eop. Moon Eop asked the boy what he knew about his superpowers. It turns out that he had only used one superpower so far. He used the aura on his weapon. He didn't even know about the other superpower. Because he's so bad at researching and developing his own skills, Choi Hyuk is a DDer. Choi Hake got this position because of his appearance. When he was tested, he boldly declared that he wanted to be a tank. But he was very thin, so the expert who conducted the test dissuaded him from this idea. Choi Hake took a position as a dealer and did not change it for several years, did not pass recertification. He thought that this was his life and that he would never be able to become a tank. But Moon Eop decided to prove him wrong. He asked to bring a shield and give it to Choi Hake. Everyone around was watching what was happening, and no one could understand why Moon Eop needed a shield. But it turns out that it wasn't Moon Eop who needed the shield. He handed it to Choi Hake. The guy was even more confused. There was no time to explain everything in detail. So Moon Eop only explained the basics. Choi Hake had to move constantly and protect the left side of his body with the shield he was given. Moon Eop showed him how it looks like in practice. That is, first the shield, then the attack, and then you move and defend again. In short, it was supposed to look like this: defense attack, defense attack. But Choi Hake didn't understand much. He didn't understand the main thing why Moon Eop changed his position right before the game. He's a main DD, but Moon Eop said he was just a dumbass, because he's not a good DD player. The other players were already afraid to make eye contact with Moon Eop, because they didn't know what else he would shoot in the head before the game. One thing was obvious to everyone. Changing the rules before the game started was a disaster that could backfire on the team. But Choi Hake had no choice but to listen and trust Moon Eop. So he promised that he would follow Moon Eop's instructions, no matter what it took. And so, after the changes, the team consisted of 4 tanks, 6 dealers, and 1 support. Moon Eop asked Ji-ho if he agreed with the changes, but Ji-ho remained silent. Moon Eop took his silence as an agreement. Everyone had decided on their positions in the game. Only Choi Hake still couldn't believe what was happening and couldn't get his head around his new role and new actions during the game. The next step was to choose the costumes. When Moon Eop tried on his costume, he was shocked at how light and cool it was. The armor was light but very strong. It was also incredibly comfortable. Ji-ho also liked his suit. It suited him very well. But Ji-ho felt very uncomfortable mentally. He had never thought that one day he would have to wear this uniform himself. The next step was the weapon. Ji-ho had prepared a special weapon for Moon Eop that he was going to like very much. Moon Eop was really excited about the new weapon. It looked beautiful. It felt great in his hand, and it was light, as if it were weightless. The spear also looked magical. Moon Eop was 100% satisfied with his weapons. But Moon Eop wondered where this weapon came from. Wasn't it from the time when he saved the world? Ji-ho laughed out loud, because they made this spear less than a year ago. When everyone had enjoyed and felt their weapons in their hands, Ji-ho advised Moon Eop not to relax. Everyone knew that he was a strong opponent, but before, he had only fought monsters. And now his main enemy is a human. Of course, these esportsmen are physically weaker than Moon Eop, but they have much more experience in battles. To be more precise, they are more experienced than Moon Eop and Ji-ho combined. Therefore, this can play a cruel joke against the men in the Korean team as a whole. But Moon Eop was not worried about it at all. He also advised Ji-ho to relax and just remember the past, remember his youth and enjoy what he was doing. And Moon Eop also wanted to show a great game and a high level to his big sister, that is, Sharon, who would be watching them closely. Now Moon Eop could not fall face first into the mud. The game started. The teams took to the field. The crowd was going crazy. Everyone was expecting an incredible game and incredible emotions. The adrenaline rush at the stadium was off the charts. Upon entering the field, Moon Eop carefully assessed each player. Even in appearance, it was noticeable where the national team was. Moon Eop saw that on average all the characteristics of the fighters were at the level of 70 points. The average level of the Korean team is 60 points. That is, The opponent is still a little stronger than them. But still, with this level, the Korean team could win. Moon Aop asked Ji-ho what he was guided by when he selected the players for the team. Ji-ho answered that there was only one criterion, that everyone's performance was about the same. Moon Aop thought so because it was obvious. It was a standard type of selection. To avoid recruiting too strong and too weak fighters, everyone was about the same and thus complemented each other. But suddenly, among all the players, Moon Aop noticed one guy who looked too relaxed. He was chewing gum and making up balls. This made Moon Aop angry. Although he had good characteristics, he hadn't trained enough. Because his mental strength was not at the bottom, but much lower, 26 out of 60 possible. Moon Aop didn't understand why such losers should be included in the team at all, if they are not able to train their own skills. In a real fight in a real dungeon, he would have kicked the bucket in a few seconds. But in reality, this guy was not easy. He didn't like Moon Aop staring at him, so he shouted at his uncle to stop staring because he might get into trouble. Moon Aop was shocked that a little boy would talk to him like that, but it looked like this young man could do anything in this team. He continued chewing gum and blowing up balloons as if he had come to the playground to play, not to win a game of observation. Moon Aop remembered that he had seen this brash young man somewhere before. They had met during an A match. This young fighter had no respect for Moon Aop. On the contrary, he thought he was old and overconfident, because Moon Aop decided to participate in the games after the war. But in fact, he had no idea what a battle of superhumans really was. Moon Aop did not forgive anyone for such disrespect. Therefore, he switched places with one player to walk next to this arrogant player and understand why he was so arrogant. The two men stood opposite each other. Youth versus experience. The only thing they had in common was self-confidence. Moon Aop tried to understand why the kid didn't like his company. After all, experienced fighters should be loved and respected. The fighter replied that he didn't like Moon Aop because of his arrogance and narcissism. This was ridiculous, considering that Moon Aop had never participated in a superhuman battle. But for Moon Aop, such statements were ridiculous and stupid. So he laughed out loud. The young fighter did not see anything funny in his answer. It seemed to him that everyone was wishing for it, that Moon Aop was really hypocritical and narcissistic, and that everyone around him was annoyed by it. But not everyone dares to say so. Moon Aop took a good look at the young fighter, and recognized the similarities between him and the vice president of the association. It was his son. That's why he allowed himself such excessive behavior, and no one ever reprimanded him for fear of his father. While the two men were trying to sort things out, it was announced that the game was about to start. Moon Aop decided not to continue this discussion because everyone had a different goal now, so he suggested that the boy just go to the arena. But for the young fighter, it was unusual to leave a business or a conversation halfway through. He wanted to know how Moon Aop knew his dad, to which Moon Aop said that only the vice president of the association could have raised such a moron. With people like him and his dad, he said, it's not even pleasant for Moon Aop to breathe the same air. And in general, Moon Aop hates boys like him, who are always hiding behind their influential dad. The young man was boiling with anger. He wanted Moon Aop to shut up immediately, but he continued to humiliate the fighter and his family. Before the game started, Moon Aop thanked the young man for giving him a wild desire to play in the battle of superhumans and kick his ass. Therefore, the opposing team should get ready to bite the dust. Moon Aop showed his favorite gesture, the middle finger. And on this bright and nervous note, the fight began. When Moon Aop entered the battlefield, the audience went crazy when they saw him. Everyone shouted his name and wished him a good game. Finally, the long-awaited time had come when everyone would see Moon Aop in the Battle of Superhumans. It was the most interesting charity match in the history of esports. The audience held their breath waiting to see an incredible game. They were also excited to see the celebrity guests who came to watch the battle as spectators. In particular, Gerald Walker, a member of the U.S. national team Battle of the Bulge, Joe Perman, an agent of Battle of the Bulge from the USA, sat on the stand, and Jake Rand, an agent of Battle of the Bulge from Europe, sat next to him. The match was also closely watched by the Moreau brothers, owners of the Parisian club Lumiere, and next to them was Sharon, one of the 7 saviors of the world. 2 commentators were watching the match as usual. They announced the start of the game. The first match was to take place in the spiral cave of Ajas. This cave consisted of 3 circles with a secret path leading to the dungeon in the center. Of course, monsters live in the cave, namely skeletons, serpentines, and giant spiders. All monsters need to be killed. Before the match, Moon Eop gave a detailed briefing on how his team should act today. The two teams would start moving at the same time, each from a different sector. The starting point for the Hope team would be in Sector 5, and the Love team will start from Sector 1. These zones are located opposite each other. Jiho pointed to the map of the cave and said that they would start hunting in Zone 5-1 and move to Zone 5. The team must clear these zones of monsters, so that Seo Moon Yop could then go to Zone 5-3 and kill the serpent boss. When Seo Moon Yop kills the boss of this location, the dungeon will be sealed. Therefore, the team needs to keep a close eye on the time in order to get out in time, but the team was shocked that Seo Moon Yop was planning to kill Serpent by himself. After all, at least 5 players were needed to kill this boss. Even super strong teams send 3 players to kill the boss. But here Seo Moon Eop had to do it alone. Jiho continued to explain the plan of action after killing the boss. Next, the team had to clear the 6th sector and move to the inner circle. And there, according to the plan, the 2 rival teams would meet. Baek Haeyeon, Baek Jiho, and Seo Moon Yop were supposed to take care of them. The rest of the team would continue to kill monsters. Jiho said that everyone should follow this plan. The 3 of them take on the opposing team, no matter how many players there are. They will handle everyone. But the team suggested going at the opponent's wall-to-wall. Then there would be more chances to win because the forces would be equal. But Seo Moon Yop interrupted the conversation. He said that the coach should be listened to carefully. What's more, Seo Moon Eop was also focusing on the 3 of them, Baek Haeyeon, Baek Jiho, and him. For Moon Eop, breaking the opposing team would be just a warm-up, so he was already waiting for this moment. The battle began. As planned, Team Hope started all the way from Sector 5. Before the battle started, Jiho wished everyone a good game and ordered everyone to take their positions. Baek Haeyeon had the position of main DD, Baek Jiho had the position of sap DD, and Seo Moon Eop was the tank. The players prepared for the game. Everyone was determined to win because everyone had a clear plan and an idea of who was responsible for what. The only one who was nervous about whether he would cope with the task was Choi Haek. It was the first time he was given the position of second tank after Moon Eop, and he really wanted to not let the team down and cope with the tasks. But Moon Eop had looked at this guy's data and knew he could do it. So Moon Eop smiled at the young man and said that he believed in him. Moon Eop wished him good luck. For Choi Haek, this was the best support he could have. The team set off and soon encountered the first obstacle. Large spiders with vile paws attacked the players from the ceiling. They came down on their slippery webs and could eat one player alive. The spiders had large dark bodies and red eyes that sparkled in the dark. The same dark spiders attacked the opposing team, the Love team. The captain of the opposing team was Jae Woo Young. He ordered the team to attack the spiders before they ate any of their players. The soldiers of the opposing team were ready to attack. One of the warriors used his superpower, fireballs. He wanted to set fire to everything around him and thus destroy the monsters. Mutant spiders were really afraid of fire, that's why this move worked well. The monsters began to retreat and the soldiers could move forward. The guy who was throwing fireballs in all directions was Shin Yoon-soo. His position was Men DD on the Love team. This is the guy who had a fight with Moon Yop before entering the field and both agreed to show who was worth what on the battlefield. Shin Yoon-soo came to the battlefield very angry because of this fight. He had only just imagined what his meeting with Moon Eop would be like, but he had already poured all his hatred into the fight against the mutant spiders. But there were more and more mutant spiders. Shin Yoon-soo could not cope with them all. The spiders approached and began to sharpen their legs. The team captain Jae Woo Yeon ordered everyone to retreat immediately. It was important for the captain to save his team, but Shin Yoon-soo was unstoppable. His eyes were clouded with hatred for Seo Moon Eop. Shin Yoon-soo still wanted to burn everything around him, his eyes burning. But fire was not enough to kill the mutant spiders. Seo Moon Eop didn't waste any time either. But unlike Shin Yoon-soo, he had a clear plan. How to defeat the monsters and get through the corridors of the labyrinth to the impudent Shin Yoon-soo to destroy him. Moon Eop moved with great confidence. He radiated the energy of a winner and his team could see it very well. And Moon Eop managed not only to attack the mutant spiders himself, but also to successfully cover the backs of his team members. So when a spider suddenly prepared to attack Jiho, Moon Eop reacted quickly and launched his sharp spear. Jiho was also very skilled at fighting spiders. His weapon was a sword, which he wielded very skillfully. Jiho swung his sword left and right. The spiders flew into pieces as he struck them, but the spiders seemed to be reborn after each stroke, and there were more and more of them. Jiho could no longer hold off this invasion of mutants. He had to retreat and call for help from Moon-Eop. Ji-ho jumped high up the mountain. It was his old trick. He made a few turns in the air and ended up behind Moon-Eop. The next move was Moon-Eop's. He used his blue energy and used his shield as a mirror to reflect the killing energy at the mutants. Moon-Eop and Ji-ho worked as a real team, covering each other's backs. Moon-Eop remembered how brave they were as warriors, and now history repeated itself. Ji-ho and Moon-Eop fought side by side. They defended each other and the whole team. Spectators from the stands and commentators looked at the work of old friends with admiration. It was a famous duo. Crowds of spiders attacked them from all sides, but they masterfully dealt with them all. The audience gave Moon-Eop and Ji-ho a standing ovation. They were delighted with the game and were waiting for the same magical continuation. Moon-Eop and Ji-ho were the only two to complete one zone. However, at that time, Moon-Elp was feeling completely euphoric, while Ji-ho felt every cell of his body, which at the age of 47 was definitely not ready for such an active struggle and such jumps. Ji-ho's back was especially sore, but he had to be a hero, so he ignored the pain and fatigue. There was one more zone from which the mutant spiders continued to stick on Moon-Eop and Ji-ho, but the men knew that they would soon cope. Ji-ho was just as skillful with his sword, and Moon-Eop covered both of them with a shield and at the same time managed to inflict killing blows with his spear. Choi-Haek, who was playing the role of a tank for the first time in this game, was watching Moon-Eop's skillful actions. He was still not used to holding a sword and a shield, but he had to test these weapons in battle. Choi-Haek saw how Moon-Eop worked with the shield and wanted to be on a par. It seemed that Moon-Eop was born with weapons in his hands. He struck with such ease and skill, and all the blows were accurate, right on target. But the secret was not just in Moon-Eop's brute strength. He calculated his every move. Moon-Eop always had to be half a second faster than his opponents. That's why it seemed like everything came so easily to him. Finally, Choi-Haek decided not only to watch Moon-Eop fight with his mouth open, but also to try his strength and intelligence himself. He decided to start by using his superpower. This time he decided to use his aura not only on his sword but also on his shield. Everything around him flickered with blue light. This meant that Choi-Haek had succeeded. The fighter decided to see how it would work in battle. So without hesitation, he rushed at the mutant spiders. Choi-Haek successfully carried out several attacks. He cut the spiders in half. The sword became an extension of his arm, so all his movements were precise. The shield helped to protect him from side attacks. The hardest part was maintaining the concentration of his aura during the attacks, and when Choi-Haek was defending himself. But he managed to do that too. He was able to cope with his new position as a tank. Moon-Eop and Ji-ho noticed this immediately, and this meant only one thing, that now Cohen was a member of the team in his place and doing his job well. This is exactly the kind of team Ji-ho dreamed of, because such teams always win. Moon-Eop praised Choi-Haek for finally stepping up to the plate and not just standing around chilling while someone else did the work for him. But while Moon-Eop was enjoying Choi-Haek's successful attack, he was suddenly attacked by a spider. Moon-Eop barely had time to shield himself and defend himself. Moon-Eop was an experienced fighter, so he reacted quickly and hit the mutant spider first. The blow was right on the head to kill the monster for sure. The fighters of Nadia's team had already killed many spiders, but there seemed to be no less of them. Of course, Moon-Eop had the highest score, as he was the fastest at killing spiders. He killed mutants with a single blow. The audience continued to go crazy with the game. The Mono brothers jumped up and down in the stands after each successful punch by Moon-Eop. They shouted that Moon-Eop was a perfect technician. The fame of Moon-Eop and his 1-meter attack lasted for years. Many fighters in esports wanted to repeat it, but no one managed to do it so flawlessly. And now Moon-Eop has applied this technique during the game. The Mono brothers were delighted with this technique. Sharon also recognized this special trick of Moon-Eop's at once. Sharon knew how difficult this attack was, although the dead attack looked like a normal spear attack. But in fact, at this moment, Moon-Eop was using his superpower. With the meter attack, Moon-Eop gave out a spear, but it was at maximum speed. To the very unimportant, it looked as if Moon-Eop had never let go of his spear. During the deadly attack, Moon-Eop made an accelerated lunge and therefore could neutralize targets within a radius of 1 meter. It was a magical attack that required a lot of strength and skill. Moon-Eop knew that this attack was decisive in all cases. It was almost impossible to dodge. This attack had much more potential than a normal attack. But despite such a highly accurate and complex attack, Moon-Eop looked relaxed and calm. That's why it seemed like an ordinary attack that didn't require much strength and concentration. But Sharon knew very well that in a meter technique, You can't make a mistake even for a second. Each step must be perfect from start to finish. But for Sharon, it was strange that Moon Yap used such a complicated technique in the game. For the woman, it meant only one thing: that Moon Yap was cheating as usual. Just like 17 years ago, he was still as arrogant and unbearable to her as ever. After the deadly attack, Moon Yap thought he had destroyed all the mutant spiders, so he prepared to move to the other flank. But Moon Yap didn't notice that another giant spider was quietly sneaking up behind him. It was good that Moon Yap never let his guard down. He spotted the spider in time and dealt it a crushing blow. This was the last spider at this stage. Therefore, Moon Yap finished it off with special pleasure. As usual, he swung his spear, which hit the mutant spider right in the heart and returned to Moon Yap. The spider seemed to be torn into small pieces. As usual, Moon Yap smiled at the audience after the blow. He was expecting a huge ovation because he reacted in time and survived. Zone 5. 1 was cleared. After the team had destroyed all the mutant spiders and cleared Zone 5. 1. Ji-ho gathered all the fighters. He praised the team for the good work they had done. The next step was for the whole team to move to Zone 5, but Ji-ho didn't see Moon Yap anywhere. Choi Hae-kyung told him that Moon Yap had killed the last mutant spider and moved on without waiting for anyone from the team. Moon Yap told Choi Haek that he was going to reconnoiter in Zone 5, 2, and would be waiting for the team there. He asked them to tell Ji-ho and the soldiers not to be late. Ji-ho had nothing to say to the team, only that it was time to go. Because Moon Yap's decisions often look very impulsive, but they are definitely safe for him and the team. He would never put others in danger. The team was shocked by this amateurishness. After all, teamwork was important, as Ji-ho had always taught them, and now he was contradicting himself. But still, everyone got together and went to Zone 5. In fact, Moon Yap went to Zone 5. He was eager to meet the boss of Sector 5, Serpent. It was a huge snake, but its skin was made of armor, and its head was as big as Moon Yap himself. Serpent was gigantic and very strong, but Moon Yap was glad to see this beast. Moon Yap had met him once before in the dungeons, so it was like a return to the past. The serpent was not as happy to see Moon Yap. Serpent looked at the warrior with angry eyes, hissed, and stuck out his long tongue. The serpent was ready to devour Moon Yap. Moon Yap took a deep breath and exhaled. He needed to focus on the battle, and he had to use maximum concentration. He had to provoke the serpent to attack first. So Moon Yap shouted at the beast to eat him. He was ready to accept the fight. The serpent reacted to the word eat immediately. The monster opened its mouth, which could accommodate a dozen fighters. Its sharp teeth glistened and were ready to spew out venom, and its tongue was as long as a whip. Of course, Moon Yap was not going to wait for Serpent to attack first. He had to distract him. So Moon Yap started moving as fast as he could. Moon Yap put his shield in front of him so that he could protect himself from the sharp teeth if necessary. But his spear was also ready to strike. Moon Yap gathered all his strength. He wanted to kill Serpent with one blow. Moon Yap made the strike just as he jumped. He put his spear in front of the shield and hit it right in the mouth. He impaled the monster's head on his spear. It was a fatal blow. Moon Yap had done exactly what he had planned. He was very pleased with himself and waited for the team to reach his level. Moon Yap was waiting for the fighters with a vengeance. The team quickly cleared the area, so Moon Yap didn't have to wait long for them. But what the team saw in the boss's room shocked everyone. No one could even say a word. They just stared in silence. Moon Yap had ridden the dead serpent. He was really able to kill it alone while the other fighters were doing it as a team. Little by little, Moon Yap began to understand the rules of the game. The more you kill monsters and enemies, the stronger you become. To see the changes, you need to survive at least one round. That's why after killing the serpent, Moon Yap left the rest of the monsters for the team players to kill, so that they could also increase their level in the game. The work was not difficult. The remaining monsters were small and not scary, so anyone could handle it. However, Moon Yap, Ji-ho, and Hae-young had much more important work to do. So they went ahead. Moon Yap had a great plan for the three of them. So they went ahead, leaving the other fighters to destroy the small monsters. The three main players of Team Hope went hunting for Team Love. The opposing team was still busy clearing the area of monsters, so they definitely weren't expecting the trio. While Moon Yap was searching for the opposing team, he once again analyzed his battle with Serpent. He killed the monster with one hit. Therefore, according to the rules of the game, thanks to killing the monster, he was quickly able to increase his strength in the battle. But so far, Moon Yap's aura was at the 5th level, and this is the bottom of the blue. In this case, the spiritual power would be 110 points. Moon Eop analyzed what he could do with this level. But Moon Eop's thoughts were interrupted by Ji-ho. The three of them were getting closer to the love team, but they didn't have a plan for how to proceed. Ji-ho asked Moon Eop what he was going to do next. What would be their plan of action? Will they attack unexpectedly on their own? Will they wait for reinforcements from the rest of the team? Or maybe Moon A-seong is planning to work alone, with Ji-ho and Hae-yeon as backup. It was important for Ji-ho to know what was going on in Moon A-op's head. But Moon A-op had an idea. He saw a little boy on the opposing team who looked like Sharon. He had good physical strength but problems with mental strength. Moon Eop was referring to a boy whose name was Oh Yeon-soo. Moon Eop wanted to go to the players where this guy was. He was his main rival in this game. That was Moon A-op's plan. If he couldn't find Oh Yeon-soo right away, then Moon A-op would come up with something on the fly. But frankly, this plan meant absolutely nothing to Ji-ho. He didn't know what had happened between Moon Eop and Oh Yeon-soo. Meanwhile, Team Love was in sector. They had just finished clearing this sector and were planning to move on to the next stage. The team captain, Jae-woo-yeon, suggested that they split into 2 teams. 5 people were to go to Sector 9, the other 6 to Sector. Team Lyubov immediately split up following the captain's command and ran to complete their tasks. In Sector 9, the members of Team Love faced a confrontation with mutant spiders. There were a lot of them. They appeared from all sides and attacked the players. But 5 team members successfully dealt with these rivals. Oh Yeon-soo was in this team. In the sector, he used his fire attack against the huge spiders. And it worked very well. What's more, Oh Yeon-soo's aura increased thanks to the points for hunting. Now the boy's aura was yellow. This meant that he had even more power to fight his enemies. The Love team quickly dealt with the mutant spiders, quickly cleared Zone 9 and began to move to the next direction. Oh Yeon-soo was pleased with his result. He thought that with such an aura he would be able to overcome even Seo Moon Eop himself. And when they met, his aura would grow even more, and he would have even more chances to win. But while Oh Yeon-soo was boasting about himself, something metallic and heavy flew at him. It was a shield. It was good that Oh Yeon-soo's friend saw it in time to protect the careless and reckless boy with his body. But the shield was followed by a spear flying at An-soo. He managed to see it in time and dodge it. Therefore, the spear only hit the fighter's cheek, but did not hit any important organs. Love's team was attacked by Moon Eop, and the first person he wanted to kill was Oh Yeon-soo. But the team captain quickly realized that they were under attack and warned everyone on the team. The team captain also asked for help from 6 other soldiers who were clearing another sector at the time. So the help was on its way. But Seo Moon Eop, Ji-ho, and Hae-young didn't plan to wait until the whole team was there. They were already preparing for the attack, and they wanted to break Love's team apart. The 3 from Nadezhda's team were to be joined by the rest of the team soon. That was the instruction Moon Eop gave them as they moved on. While Ji-ho, Hae-young, and Moon Eop were away, the team was led by Choi Hek. Moon Eop told his team that they had to defeat all the monsters in the boss room first, and then help them with the attack on the opposing team. Moon Eop was frank. Team Hope is dealing with the national team, so the battle will not be easy. But Team Hope has every chance of winning. They will be able to kill all the opponents. Choi Hek promises Moon Eop that they will finish their work soon and come to the rescue of Moon Eop, Ji-ho, and Hae-yeon. Moon Eop's first strike against Oh Yeon-seo was a failure. The blow was blocked, so Moon Eop couldn't hit Oh Yeon-seo with the spear. But Moon Eop was not worried because it was not a strong blow. It was only a warning blow. However, Ji-ho said that Moon Eop underestimated the younger generation a little bit, and he is also too self-confident, so everyone needs to take this round more seriously. Then Moon Eop burped for his next punch. Ji-ho wished him luck and told him not to die in this match because it would be a shame for such experienced players to lose to youngsters. Of course, Moon Eop knew it was a joke, that no one was planning to die. On the contrary, Moon Eop wanted to show his real game and his strength. But most of all, he wanted to teach Oh Yeon-soo a lesson, who had no respect for the older players, that is, for Moon Eop. Then Moon Eop swung his spear again. This time the blow was strong and accurate. He covered his body with a shield. This gave him even more concentration. After the spear flew at the opponents, Moon Eop also rushed to attack. He ran and was as fast as lightning. Although there were many soup bowlers, there was only one fighter in front of Moon Eop's eyes. Oh Yeon-soo. He aimed his spear at him and then planned to finish him off with his hands. Team Love immediately understood what Moon Eop was going to do, so they all rushed to protect Oh Yeon-soo. They covered the boy with their bodies to be an obstacle for Moon Eop. Even though Oh Yeon-soo wanted to meet Moon Eop on the battlefield when it happened, He was scared like a child and confused. He didn't know what to do or how to defend himself. It was good that a reliable team was there. Moon Eop attacked with a tank. At this point, Oh Yun-soo became even more confused. The team captain shouted at him to pull himself together and finally start working. Similarly, the love team was attacked by Ji-ho. He used his teleportation skill. Although at first glance the strengths were not equal, Ji-ho, Moon Eop, and Hae-young were still stronger than the opposing team. Team Love had to change their tactics immediately, and the first thing they came up with was to capture the captain of the opposing team, Ji-ho. Ji-ho immediately realized that he was in for a real hunt. He had to immediately gather his strength to defend himself. The entire Love team rushed in to neutralize Ji-ho, and now was the perfect moment for that. It was necessary to defeat Ji-ho while his teleporter was recharging, which was when he was most vulnerable. But Hae-yeon intervened. She protected her father using a very interesting method. First, she wrapped Ji-ho with her whip and then pulled him hard. Usually, Hae-yeon used to do the same with her opponents, first immobilizing them and then stabbing them. But now she was so skillful, she simply took Ji-ho away from the place where they were preparing to attack him. Hae-yeon couldn't even think about whether she was doing the right thing, because time was running out. She had to save her father. Ji-ho had to trust his daughter. He had no other choice. Hae-yeon pulled so hard that in a matter of seconds, her father was at her side, and Team Love missed their time to overcome Ji-ho. Ji-ho was so surprised that he didn't have time to group himself well enough to land. But Moon Eop helped him by putting his shield behind him. For Ji-ho, jumping in the air was too difficult and unusual. It had been a long time since he had landed like that. Before that, Moon Eop had called Ji-ho old, saying that he couldn't even land properly. But there was no time for mockery. Team Love hadn't been destroyed yet, and Moon Eop wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. He wanted to finally meet Oh Yun-soo face to face. The confrontation was getting more and more interesting. There were 3 members of Team Love and 3 members of Team Hope left, but Team Love was not at all prepared for this development. All 3 fighters stood confused and bewildered. They looked at their opponents but were afraid to make the first move. Then Moon Eop suggested that they split into pairs. This way it would be fair. Everyone would have their own opponent and would be able to prove themselves. Of course, Moon Eop wanted to see only Oh Yun-soo as his opponent, but the boy was trembling with fear. He didn't even seem to need to fight, and if asked, he would give up on his own. Instead, the audience went wild. Everyone wanted to see the fighters duel. The hosts also noticed how Moon Eop and Ji-ho deceived Team Love. They pretended that they were both attacking the same Yun-soo, but in fact they destroyed all the tanks and left the Love team without any defense. And everyone around them was extremely impressed by Seo Moon Eop's attacks, because he was very skillful in controlling the force of the blow and speed, and only professionals can do this. And Ji-ho also manages to use his excessive strength when attacking. This is also a kind of aerobatics. Moon Eop did not wait for the rivals to start the duel and immediately divided between Ji-ho and Hae-young, who was responsible for whom. Ji-ho was the first to go into battle, followed by Hae-young. Han-soo saw that Ji-ho and Hae-yeon had passed him. This time he's competing with Moon Eop. He analyzed the situation well, but still couldn't bring himself to do anything. Yun-soo just stood there and watched Moon Eop fly towards him. This time, there was no time to wait for help. He had to take on this fight on his own. Meanwhile, 2 more duels were going on outside. Both Ji-ho and Hae-young were winning, so the situation for Team Love was very critical. Team Love was destroyed in front of Yun-soo in a matter of minutes, and the guy just stood there and watched. He thought it was impossible because they were players of the national team and they were losing to old people. Yun-soo came to when he was hit on the cheek by Moon Eop's heavy metal shield. The blow threw Yun-soo to the side. He realized that he had to at least try his hand against Moon Eop. But while Yun-soo was getting ready for the fight, Moon Eop struck again. The blow almost knocked out Yun-soo's teeth. He fell to the ground with his head hitting hard. One more punch and Moon Eop was able to finish off Yun-soo. It was a lesson for the young fighter that he should be more reserved and friendly with experienced fighters. Moon Eop was happy to have destroyed and taught Yun-soo a lesson. To him, he was just a stupid major. Ji-ho had 3 kills. Moon Eop had 2 kills. There were still 6 players left in the Love team. Team Hope, on the other hand, was safe and sound. When the surviving team members found out about their losses, it was hard to believe that the strongest players had been killed in such a short period of time. But this made Lubov's team even more angry when they met Nadia's team. Now the picture looked like this. 5 members of the Love team against 8 members of the Hope team, who had just finished with the demons and were on their way to help Moon Eop. but met their opponents on the way. The team member of the love team ordered his teammates to attack immediately, because if they won now, they would win the overall victory. Team Lyubov was not going to lose. They are the fighters of the national team. If they lose, it will be a shame for the whole country. For the Nadezhda team, on the other hand, this fight was supposed to be their finest hour. It was especially significant for Choi Hek, who played the role of a tank for the first time in this game. And what is especially important is that he received personal advice from Moon Yop on how to behave in the fight. Choi Hek recalled how he was killed by Moon Eop. His main job was to work with the shield. The left side of the body had to be covered with a shield. Attack, defense, attack, defense. Choi Hek had to work in this way, and when an angry fighter from the opposing team rushed at Choi Hek, he managed to defend himself with his shield in time. After defending himself, Choi Hek went on the attack. Choi Hek launched his sword. His stroke was precise and on target. He had never struck with such strength and persistence before. The opponent was thrown back several meters. It was a fantastic attack and defense. In such a short time, Choi Hek became a great tank. But there was no time for a break. Other fighters from the opposing team rushed at Choi Hek. He had to defend and attack again. But Choi Hek was confused and did not have time to react in time. It was good that Moon Eop, Ji-ho, and Hae Young came to help their team. Moon Eop managed to stop the attack on his friend Choi Hek in time. He fought off the attack and Choi Hek survived. Moon Eop praised his team for their work and said that they could handle the rest. Hae Young was incredibly happy to be able to finish off a few more opponents. But Moon Eop was already tired of this game. It was too easy for him. He had already destroyed Yoon-soo and taught her a lesson. It was no longer interesting to fight. Therefore, Moon Eop suggested that they finish off the rest of the love team in 5 minutes and end the game. The first round ended with the victory of the Hope team with a score of 8. Baek Ji-ho became the best player of the first round. After the first round, the teams gathered in the break room. Everyone was incredibly happy to participate in such a powerful game. Everyone was especially happy about the successful result of Coach Ji-ho. Everyone advised him to return to the field to play. They said he would top the ranking of the best players. Of course, Ji-ho was pleased to hear so many compliments. But he mentioned his age again. He said he wouldn't be able to stand it for long. But the feeling he had today was worth every minute of hard training. It was as if he had returned to his youth. It was as if he was 17 years younger today. Ji-ho added that he achieved such a good result thanks to only one person. It was Moon Eop who trained with him and helped him remember what kind of warrior he used to be. But Moon Eop didn't care about this praise. He just sat on the bench and looked at his phone. Moon Eop was interested in what the public thought about this match. Had he become even more popular? Because popularity equals money. And Moon Eop loves money very much. The teams rested and regained their strength. It was time for the second round. The hosts told us what the new location would be like. It would be a difficult dungeon, where rooms and stairs intertwine at the beginning and end, left and right, top and bottom. Wherever the player is, no matter what they do, they will be hit by 10 times the gravity. The new location was called the Labyrinth of Death. It looked as scary as it sounded. It was very easy to get lost in this maze. And it was a challenge for the children to survive until the final. Of course, Moon Eop had already been through this dungeon once, but before him, many superhumans had put their heads there. And now 2 teams, the team of Love and Hope, will try their hand at this dungeon. And of course the audience was very curious to see how the first liquidator, Moon Eop, would manage to conquer this dungeon again. This time, Moon Eop was also going to fight with his main superior in this Esri O Yoon-soo. But Moon Eop was already so talkative, he walked in silence. Instead, Oh Yoon-soo was bursting with emotions. He was so angry that he had lost in the first round that he was ready to attack Moon Eop immediately to get revenge. But Moon Eop didn't care about this young boy's feelings. He thought he was arrogant. He also didn't understand why he was surrounded by so many stupid people after waking up. Had the world changed so much in 17 years that there were so many idiots around him? Moon Eop remembered everyone who seemed strange to him. On that list were several journalists who constantly provoked him with stupid questions, a sect that worshipped and persecuted him. But the biggest idiot on the list was Oh Yoon-soo. Moon Eop had always tried to stay away from such people. But this time they seemed to be chasing him. But there was no time for these thoughts. It was time to start the game. Moon Eop sat down in his chair, which would transfer his virtual image into the game in a second. He needed to concentrate as much as possible to show his best this time. Moon put on his full helmet, and from that moment the game began. He was ready to kill all the living things around him. Moon was ready to win, but this time Moon decided to make his own rules, to make the game even more interesting and scary. Nadezhda's team found themselves in a maze. The team captain decided to hold a small briefing before the game to once again discuss the responsibilities and movements of each team member. Ji-ho, of course, started the conversation with the team. He once again reminded the players that they had a difficult task ahead of them. The labyrinth of death is very insidious. But before Ji-ho could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Moon. Moon said that he didn't have time for talk. He will go first. He would let the team deal with it on their own as best they could. They would meet up later when Moon had finished with all the rivals. Ji-ho was surprised by this statement. He asked if Moon still remembered how the maze was set up from their raid. But Moon remembered every detail, because for him, only a year had passed since the battle in the Labyrinth of Death. And in general, he remembers all the places where battles took place. Ji-ho just smiled because he had already wiped some of this information from his memory for 17 years. But in fact, the dungeons in the virtual reality were the same as the ones where real monsters had once fought. Ji-ho had no way to argue with Moon, so he let him go easily but asked him to think with his head before every step so as not to do anything stupid. Moon smiled and promised to put on a real show this time. He didn't want to give away all the details of what he had planned. He just told his team to wait for him to come out because it was going to be spectacular. And then Moon began to analyze where the love team could be now. And if they started at the same time as the hope team, then Moon knew exactly where they were. Without wasting a minute, Moon rushed forward. He wanted to find the love team as soon as possible to catch them by surprise. But the team didn't understand why the coach had let Moon go alone. Hae-young was especially worried about her uncle. Ji-ho reassured his team, saying that at first glance, Moon seemed to be a frivolous player who could only sit in front of the TV. But he has a lot of combat experience, and he takes his tasks very seriously. Ji-ho was sure that Moon had a plan. The team just doesn't know anything about it, but Nadezhda's team has a lot of work to do without Moon, so there's no need to worry about others. We need to get ready for the game. Of course, Ji-ho said that to reassure his team, although he was actually very worried himself, because Moon could rush into the battle with just ambition, but without a plan of action. But it seems that Moon didn't care what anyone thought of him. He flew forward like a bolt of lightning, not noticing anyone around him. But the road was not easy. Moon met his first obstacle. They were skeleton warriors, naked skulls with eyes glowing with bright red light. They were dressed like soldiers, but only bare bones could be seen from under the armor. Moon immediately felt nostalgic. It was just like old times, the same soldiers in the same dungeon. Moon remembered how to defeat these creatures quickly. Moon shouted loudly that he was glad to meet these devils and rushed into battle. He flew with his shield behind him, but there were many demons. They also did not wait for Moon to kill them all, but wanted to attack first. As usual, Moon covered his body with his shield and held out his sharp spear. He wanted to impale these monsters on the spear one by one so that they would give him a way to move on. Moon was glowing with his blue energy. This only meant that he now had incredible strength and aura. Moon jumped up in faith and spun his shield, which changed the way he destroyed several demons that had already surrounded him. Then Moon acted according to this small scheme. He twisted the shield and threw it at the monsters. In this way, he could kill several demons at once with one blow. After the blow, the shield would successfully return to Moon and he could defend himself against the blows. Moon was alone against the herd of demons, but he successfully dealt with all the threats from all sides. While he covered one side with his shield, he used his spear on the other side to deliver devastating blows. The bony skeletons of the demons flew in all directions, arms separately and heads separately. Moon remembered how a year ago he had killed them all in the same way. But now there were many more demons, and he had much more strength, and this time Moon felt the first difference between a real dungeon and a virtual one. This time there was a lot of gravity. It would definitely be very difficult for a beginner to cope with this battle. But for Moon it was an interesting challenge. He was learning to fight in a new environment. Of course, this time it was difficult for him to jump and strike from above, but he was constantly improving this skill and soon gravity was no longer a problem. Moon found a new use for his spear. It became his support in the space of gravity. He was able to swing on it, pick up speed to strike from above, and with the help of such oscillations, Moon was able to move even faster. So he shortened his path and soon reached the opposing team. The love team had just started their journey. They had just discussed the strategy and started moving along the corridors of the maze, and the last person they expected to see was Muniopa. Of course, this meeting was not a big deal, but no one expected it to happen so quickly. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the second round, and Muniopa had made it from one end of the maze to the other, where the love team was. He traditionally took his opponents by surprise, and this added to his score. The love team did not understand how Muniopa coped with the obstacles so quickly, and most importantly, found them. After all, no one knew which side they would start from. To this, Muniopa just smiled, saying that he knew in the first round how the opponents would use the strategy in the second round. Therefore, Team Love has little chance. Muniopa wants to compete alone against the whole team, but he still promises to deal with them very quickly. Muniopa's eyes shone with blue flames. This meant that the fight would be fierce and Muniopa would go all out to finish the job. But Team Love was not going to give up without a fight. The team captain, Jae Eun-yeon, ordered everyone to immediately gather their strength and attack Muniopa as a team. They could have overpowered him with numbers and strikes from different positions, but Jae Eun-yeon decided to play it safe. It seemed to him that it was a trap. Muniopa could not go through the entire maze alone, so he divided his team into groups, so that while one group was fighting with Muniopa, the other could defend themselves from the unexpected attack of Hope's team. Muniopa just watched as the opponents regrouped, but he knew their plan was wrong because he came alone. But even with this strategy, Muniopa knew he would soon kill them all, and Muniopa was looking forward to the game. First, Muniopa decided to start killing the weakest players, so that stronger opponents would be left for dessert. To do this, Muniopa used his analytical eye to see the capabilities of everyone. Finally, among the dozens of fighters who were running at him, Muniopa found the weakest one and threw a spear at him. The spear bypassed everyone and hit the target. One player from Love's team was killed instantly. He did not even have time to realize that the spear was coming at him, let alone dodge it. This player's agility was 51 out of 54, so it was an easy target for Muniopa. The only regret Muniopa had was that he had used a spear for this strike and it was gone. But he still had 3 spears, and that was enough to deal with the rest of the team. But the entire Love team scattered after the first kill of their player. Muniopa would have to look for them again. To do this, he decided to climb to the top, to the highest point. Then the chances of finding rivals increase. The Love team ran away from Muniopa so fast that they were out of breath. When they finally stopped, the captain tried to gather everyone together and raise their morale. They had to come up with a new plan of action immediately. Otherwise, they would not live. The fact that Muniopa found them so quickly ruined all the plans of Team Love. But it was still unknown whether Muniopa had come alone or with a team. If he came alone, the whole team had to attack him. But the captain of the Love team, Jae Eun-yeon, assumed that the rest of the team was just hiding somewhere. And this was their plan to distract the vigilance of the Love team and attack them unexpectedly. Therefore, it was dangerous to rush the whole team to Muniopa. Someone had to be on guard, but Muniopa was alone. He didn't want to wait for his team to arrive. He planned to attack again. The main task now was to find where the Love team had hidden. 2 commentators were watching the game just as closely. They noticed that Muniopa was very quiet and not moving. Everyone was wondering what he was thinking and what his next move would be, and Muniopa stopped at the highest point of the labyrinth and looked around. He was trying to analyze where Love's team was now. With the speed they were running, they should have stopped and hid somewhere. Muniopa tentatively assumed that they must be right below him, a few floors down. He had a 50/50th chance of being right, but this theory had to be tested. Otherwise, there was no way to know if Muniopa was right. Muniopa decided to test whether he was right with his spear. If it returned to him, then no one had been killed. If not, it meant that the weapon had found the opponent and destroyed him. Muniopa took a swing and was ready to start fighting again with the team of Love. Muniopa hit as hard as he could. His eyes sparkled with blue fire. He could have killed several demons with such a blow, but this time the sharp blade of the spear was meant to pierce another opponent. The spear flew downwards, and Muniopa waited to see if this time he was right and if the team of Love was where he had assumed. Muniopa hit the mark. The javelin flew straight at the athletes of the Love team. This time it was again a surprise for them. They just watched the sharp blade flying at them and couldn't even move in shock. Spiv killed one soldier by hitting him right in the heart. All members of the team understood that if a spear appeared here now, Muniopa would be the next to come down from the height. There was no escaping the battle this time. Team captain Jae Eun-yeon did not believe it was possible. For the second time, Moon Eop took them by surprise at the most unexpected moment. Wherever they were hiding, Moon Eop seemed to see through the walls and could get them everywhere. Instead, the audience went crazy with this development. Commentators unanimously said that it was unbelievable. Moon Eop has an incredible sense of touch. He can see through walls and hundreds of obstacles to find out where his opponent is hiding. When the spear did not return to Moon Eop, he realized that the stroke was correct and destroyed another opponent. In the second round, he already had 2 kills. Moon Eop reiterated that today everyone would see the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of the People. After killing the second member of Love's team, the spear stuck deep in the stone floor. The rest of the players gathered around it. Team Love had to immediately decide how to proceed. Unsu suggested attacking Moon Eop with the whole team, as he could physically handle 2 or 3 opponents, but he would definitely not be able to stand up to the whole team. No one was covering Moon Eop. Hyunsu kept shouting that the whole team needed to get together, and the more time they take to decide what to do, the more time Moon Eop would have to prepare. But the captain of the Love team was against such a step. He said that Moon Eop would continue to track them while they were standing still, so they had to split up and go on a reconnaissance. But Lyubov's team had already lost 2 of their players. The captain was worried that if they split up, it would be even easier to kill Moon Eop's small group. There was no plan for what to do next, and this was very annoying for the members of Team Love. While the Love team was deciding what to do next, Moon Eop was already watching them from above. He heard everything the rivals were saying, and any move they made was to his advantage. He knew he could destroy them as a team, or individually. It was just a matter of time. Suddenly, Yoon-soo spoke up. He said that until the team could make a decision, he was ready to deal with Moon Eop on his own. But the team captain was against it. Yoon-soo had to protect his aura. The best thing to do would be to unite and attack together. Suddenly, Yoon-soo heard a strange noise. He didn't wait long but charged his fireballs and prepared to attack. Yoon-soo thought that he could see the silhouette of Moon Eop at the end of the corridor, so Yoon-soo threw 2 giant fireballs in that direction. He thought that he would hit Moon Eop and defeat him the first time. The fireballs hit the stone wall. There was a big explosion. Everything around shook. Smoke rose into the air, so at first it was unclear whether Yoon-soo had hit Moon Eop or just hit the wall. Just in case, Yoon-soo prepared 2 more fireballs, which were burning in his hands. This was how he planned to finish off Moon Eop. Yoon-soo imagined that Moon Eop was somewhere nearby. Hyun-soo's eyes were burning with yellow flames. He wanted to take revenge on Moon Eop from the first round, and now was the perfect moment to do it. When the flames died down, there stood Moon Eop on a broken block of stone, unharmed and unscathed. He was still holding his spear and shield. Moon Eop smiled at his opponents and asked them if they really believed that they had found him. If Moon Eop really wanted to hide, they would never have noticed him, and so it was he who was hunting for Team Love. After saying that, Moon Eop disappeared. He did it so unexpectedly and unnoticed that none of the Love team understood where he had gone. But Yoon-soo was the most puzzled. He was aiming directly at Moon Eop, but he managed to block his shot so easily, it was impossible. In fact, Ji-ho himself said that Yoon-soo's superpowers and aura are at an excellent level. That's why he's a good enough player for the big leagues. That's why he was put in the position of main DD. His attack is not easy to block. So how Moon Eop did it was an unanswered question. Then the captain of the Love team, Jae-eun finally revealed a new strategy. He ordered Yoon-soo to catch Moon Eop. He divided the team into 2 parts. 6 fighters went to hunt monsters. The rest of them helped Yoon-soo to destroy Moon Eop. The 3 strongest players of the Love team had to catch Moon Eop. They had to pretend to go north, and when Moon Eop came looking for them, they had to catch him. The captain of Team Love was convinced that Moon Eop would not be able to take out the 3 best DDs of Team Love at the same time. And Jae-woon was also convinced that thanks to the points they had gained for the hunt, they would definitely put Moon Eop on the ground. So after the captain's command, the 3 best fighters of the Love team started hunting for Moon Eop. But Moon Eop had the main advantage in this fight. He knew the labyrinth of death best because he had been there before. So it was not so easy to find him. But Lyubov's team believed in their abilities. 3 DD guys were looking in every corner for Moon Eop, and he was calmly watching from the top. For him, it was a game of cat and mouse where he felt like the master. But Moon Eop did not plan to hide for long. At an unexpected moment, he came down to his rivals from the mountain. He appeared so suddenly, like a ghost. Moon Eop's eyes were blazing. He wanted to kill all three of them with one punch. A pit formed in the place where Moon Eop landed, and his blue eryngium gushed out in a fountain. This energy alone threw the three opponents in different directions. And then Moon Eop took up his favorite spear. The sharp blade was at the ready. Moon Eop struck the DD guy who was standing on the right, but he dodged it. Moon Eop realized that this fight would be a little more interesting, because his opponents were not completely spineless and he could compete with them a little. The fight promised to be interesting. Moon Eop smiled. He himself wanted to stretch this pleasure for longer than just killing everyone with one blow. But Moon Eop could not simply dodge the blows. He swung his spear again and killed another opponent. Now Moon Eop had 3 kills. His strength was growing. Then Moon Eop looked into the eyes of the other 2 DDs. He was deciding when to kill the next one. For his next strike, Moon Eop used a 1-meter throw. And it was very successful. The 4th player of the love team was killed. It was the turn of the 3rd DD player. Moon Eop said that he had a few seconds to say goodbye to his life. The soldier was extremely scared. He understood that his chances of survival were minimal. But he did not want to die either. The soldier could think of nothing better than to run away. But the sharp blade of Moon Eop's spear quickly caught up with him. So Moon Eop easily killed the 3 best players of the love team. In the second round, he had 5 kills. Moon Eop stood in the middle of the maze holding his spear and shield. He had 6 more players from the love team to overcome. Then the matter was very much complete. Moon Eop was determined to find them as quickly as possible to finish them all off. In the second round, Moon Eop would be the only winner. After such a brilliant performance by Moon Eop, the audience went wild. They were used to the Korean team always lagging behind, and here they had a strong and popular compatriot. It was hard to believe that Moon Eop was from Korea. Everyone was especially surprised by Moon Eop's speed. He destroyed 3 DD guys in less than 10 minutes. It was incredible, and the Mono brothers couldn't wait for the match to end. Although everyone was convinced that Moon Eop would win, they were curious about the score of the final. However, one of these 7 saviors, Sharon, was not too interested in watching this fight. The opponents were frankly too weak for Moon Eop. If Gerald Walker had been on the field, the score could have been completely different. But Sharon was convinced that Moon Eop was truly back. He is as strong and brave as ever. And the fact that he came back from the dead was incredible. Even though Moon Eop was far away from his team, he was able to communicate with them via audio. When Jiho found out that Moon Eop had already made 5 kills, he didn't understand how he could do it so quickly. But for Moon Eop, it was a great result, because he already had a red aura. Moon Eop asked how his team was doing on the audio link. Maybe they could join him to finish off the rest of Team Love. But Hope's team was only in Zone 3. Until they got to Moon Eop, he could handle them all by himself. There was no more time to talk to Moon Eop. He had to find where the rest of Love's team was hiding. It was time to show them who was in charge. It didn't take long to find them. Moon Eop quickly stumbled upon his rivals and took them by surprise again. The Love team believed that their 3 best players would be able to handle Moon Eop, but it turned out exactly the opposite. Moon Eop apologized to Team Love for keeping them waiting. In fact, he wanted to kill everyone faster. But for some reason, the players kept running away from him. This made Moon Eop angry. But Love's team didn't want to give up without a fight. The team captain ordered everyone to gather and work according to the plan. The Love team surrounded Moon Eop. All 6 of them planned to rush at him to overpower him by force and numbers. But Moon Eop was even pleased that they had prepared for the meeting with him, and that the Love team still wanted to show what they could do. Moon Eop carefully analyzed the situation. The position of each player, who would attack from which side, who had what weapons. Each fighter of Team Love took his or her position. Those who had a shield stood closer. Those who had only weapons stood a little further away from Moon Eop. But in general, everyone formed a tight circle around Moon Eop. From this arrangement, Moon Eop realized that they were planning to attack him with a whole crowd. But no matter how hard the men of Team Love tried, Moon Eop was ready to fight each and every one of them. He used his analytical mind to understand what kind of opponents he was facing. Moon Eop quickly analyzed the first opponent who came at him with a sword. He had some good stats, for example. His speed was 80 out of 80. Aura, agility. And this guy also had a good superpower. Instant acceleration. That is, the ability to move 30% faster within the first 30 seconds. Moon Eop appreciated this ability, because with proper and diligent training, you can improve your agility to 102.7 and increase your speed too. He was also the only member of the team who could accelerate so well, but he was still a weak opponent for Moon Eop. Moon Eop was able to restrain his speed with one hand. The fighter's superpower smashed against Moon Eop's shield. Moon Eop tried to hit his opponent with a spear, but he dodged it. He was very fast indeed, but the opponent could not escape the second blow. Moon Eop won the fight. Moon Eop was stronger and more agile. Moon Eop already had 6 kills. But it was not enough for him. He wanted to destroy the whole team of love alone. The team captain told Yunsu to use his fire blasts to distract Moon Eop. Then everything around would be on fire and the team would be able to regroup. Yunsu didn't have to ask twice. He threw the fireballs in all directions. Everything was on fire. The walls of the labyrinth were shaking and it seemed like they were going to fall down. While everything was in a fog, a fighter named Jin Hyun rushed into the darkness to catch Moon Eop off guard. Jin Hyun tried to be very fast, but because of the dust he couldn't see anything. So Jin Hyun just ran around in circles and couldn't figure out where Moon Eop was. Jin Hyun pulled out his sword. He wanted to use his weapon in battle as soon as possible, but the reality was different. Everyone around him was coughing from the dust that had been raised by Yunsu's fireballs. But for Moon Eop, it worked like a smokescreen if it helped him hide, only to reappear unexpectedly. When the smokescreen went away, Moon Eop appeared. He was standing in the same place, holding a spear in his hand. After a few seconds, it became clear that even in this semi-darkness, from the dust that surrounded everyone, Moon Eop had managed to defeat Jin Hyun, to kill him. Now Moon Eop had 7 kills on his record. This was incredible and previously impossible for one player. Team Love lost all hope of winning. Their best players were destroyed. Instead, Moon Eop followed a well-formed plan. He wanted to destroy the entire team himself. After each victory, his eyes shone even brighter. Then, Moon Eop didn't wait for someone to attack him. He rushed into the fight first and easily killed 2 more players. He destroyed them with one punch. They didn't even realize how it happened. After these duels, Moon Eop stopped. He assessed the situation around him. There were not many opponents left. The captain of the love team, Jae Eun-yeon and Yunsu, were standing against him. All the others were destroyed by Moon Eop. The fight was going to be interesting, 2-on-1. Moon Eop himself was wondering whether these two would resist or immediately lay down their arms, but Jae Eun-yeon and Yunsu could not come to their senses. They stared at Moon Eop in silence and did not understand where he got so much energy and strength. Even in the most difficult match against the French, Team Love had never suffered such a shameful result. Meanwhile, Moon Eop assessed the qualities of the opposing team's captain, Jae Eun-yeon, and for a leader, his qualities were mediocre. With strength 88, agility 75, and speed, Jae Eun-yeon had the superpower of deceleration. That is, he could slow down up to 10 targets within a 10-meter radius by 30%. Therefore, for Moon Eop, Jae Woon-young was not a strong opponent. His aura was only 80, which is a very mediocre figure. While Jae Eun-yeon was trying to quickly come up with a battle strategy and discuss it with Yunsu, Moon Eop was already standing in front of him. So there was no time to talk. They had to quickly engage in battle. But Jae Eun-yeon did not have time to quickly organize himself and prove himself. Therefore, Moon Eop destroyed him from the first blow. Before he even realized it, the sharp blade of the spear passed through his body and pierced him. Now Moon Eop had 10 kills. There was only one player left on the love team, Yunsu. Yunsu looked like a frightened mouse who wanted to crawl into a corner and hide, so that he wouldn't be touched. Yunsu's eyes were full of fear. Instead of staring into his last fight, Yunsu asked Moon Eop to not come near him and not touch him. Then Yunsu just started running away. But there was nowhere to run because Moon Eop would find him anyway. Moon Eop didn't want to listen to the little rat's whining anymore, so he swung and killed him at the first blow. Yunsu didn't even try to resist. The outcome of his confrontation was known in advance. The punch threw Yunsu into the wall, and then he just shattered into pieces like the small pixels that formed the body of an esportsman. He was the last 11th player of Team Love. Moon Eop had achieved his goal. He had destroyed the whole team by himself. The audience went wild. Such a powerful battle took place for the first time in the history of the Korean Battle of the Superhumans. The opposing team was destroyed by just one player. The commentators were going crazy. They were happy to comment on such an unexpected result in the first and second rounds. And it was a pleasure to comment on the actions and movements of Moon Eop, because the way he skillfully wielded his weapon fascinated everyone. Moon Eop felt like a winner. His gait was so light and confident. He rubbed his nose in the face of all the critics who said that Moon Eop would not be able to adapt so quickly in esports. After the match, Moon Yap went to the center of the arena. The crowd was shouting his name. He felt like a star. Suddenly, a bird appeared over his head. He was scared, thinking it was another round. But Ji-ho reassured his friend. Because there was only a drone camera flying over Moon Yap's head, filming everything that was happening and transmitting the information live on TV. Then Moon Yap saw his reflection on the big screen. It was the work of the drone camera, which transmitted the image in real time. When he realized that Moon Yap was on the air, he wanted to demonstrate his love for the individual journalists once again and pointed his middle finger directly at the camera. When Ji-ho saw what Moon Yap was doing, he wanted to kill him. He quickly grabbed Moon Yap's arm behind his shoulders to stop him from sticking his middle finger on air. But Moon Yap was having fun. After such a tough fight, he was acting like a little kid. Ji-ho had to drag Moon Yap out of the arena by the skin of his teeth to stop him from doing anything stupid. What's more, Ji-ho and Moon Yap were already waiting for them. Hundreds of journalists wanted to talk to the winners of this game. Journalists were everywhere. So it was impossible to avoid this press conference. Ji-ho was the first to answer the journalists' questions, and Moon Yap just stood behind him and picked at his ear. By this behavior, he showed that he was not interested in everything that was happening. The journalist thanked and praised Ji-ho for such a great match. She asked if Ji-ho knew that it would end up being so fantastic for their team. But Ji-ho just smiled. He said he believed in his team, but that they would achieve such fantastic results. He could not even imagine that it would happen. Ji-ho admitted that in the midst of the match, he decided to fully trust Moon Yap's intuition and skills, and the result was great. Although Ji-ho himself still remembers a lot of things from when he fought for humanity in the dungeons, but Moon Yap's memories of labyrinths and dungeons are much fresher. Then the journalist wanted to ask Moon Yap a few questions, but he didn't look too friendly. However, he agreed to answer. The journalist admitted that if in the first round Moon Yap surprised everyone, in the second round he just plunged them into complete shock. Therefore, it was interesting whether he doubted his actions for even a second, whether he knew that he could defeat the whole team alone. But Moon Yap answered briefly that he was confident in all his actions. Moon Yap admitted that when he got a weapon in his hands in the first round he was excited, and in the second round he was able to play enough. The journalist asked Moon Yor to give some advice to the opposing team to comfort them after such a destruction. Moon Yor thought about it. The opponents had no teamwork. They also did not know how to use their superpowers effectively. So Moon Yap said that the problem with the love team was the coach, who did not see the potential and strengths of his team. That's why the captain needs to establish a team game first and foremost. As for the other members of the love team, Moon Yap simply wished them to train hard, because as long as their skills are at the bottom, they should not expect good results. And then Moon Yap hinted that you have to pay for advice, so if someone wants to get quality advice, they can hire a good coach for money. By a good coach, Moon Yap meant himself. After the press conference, Moon Yap and Ji-ho got into their cars. Moon Yap thought they were going home to rest after a hard game, but they were going to celebrate their victory. Hae-yun was already waiting for them, but Moon Yap didn't want to celebrate. He wanted to go home and watch his own soap opera because he had already missed a lot of episodes. But Ji-ho reassured his friend that he would find a replay on the internet later, and today is their holiday. But Moon Yap was still angry and was babbling the whole way. But Ji-ho quickly checked the conversation and changed the subject. He was interested in how Moon Yap communicated with the journalists. Ji-ho noticed Moon Yap's gesture with the money, saying that he could consult the team for money. Is Moon Yap really interested in the battle now and wants to take such an active part in it? Moon Yap said that he just needed money, but he already said a lot of useful things to the team for free. Their problem is the turnover that put them in such a stupid position. But since Ji-ho was the head coach of the Korean team, he was very angry with Moon Yap for responding in this way. In fact, Moon Yap's coaching ambitions had been there for a long time. For 11 years, Moon Yap saved the country, and then he wanted to become someone like a coach. And he really knew how to lead a team. The only thing that Moon Yap lacked was cunning and confidence. That's why he was used to great effect. For example, Emrekas, one of the 7 saviors, closely followed and implemented all of Moon Yap's advice and later became a great coach himself. But now Ji-ho did not want to listen to Moon Yap's advice. On the contrary, he said that if he was so smart, he should become a coach himself. But Moon Yap didn't mind if he was well paid for it. But today, Moon Yap was kind enough to give some free advice to his friend Ji-ho. Ji-ho was curious to hear what he was planning to improve in his team. It turns out that if Moon Eop was the captain of the Korean team, he would change it completely. The first thing he would do is to put Choi Haeok in the main team as a tank. Second, Yoo Baek-ho doesn't control his speed well, but this can play into the team's hands, so he should be used as an element of surprise in the team. Third, Jae Eun-yeon should be put in the second tank position. And the last thing Moon Eop suggested was to remove the self-confident, arrogant, and actually cowardly Eun-soo from the team. But hearing this, Ji-ho was furious. If he agreed with the first 3 points, he couldn't take Eun-soo off the team. Moon Eop wondered why Ji-ho couldn't see the obvious. Is he really afraid of the vice president whose relative is Yoon-soo? But Ji-ho was not afraid of anyone. They should have been afraid of him because he is one of the 7 saviors. Ji-ho saw Yoon-soo as a very promising player. There are few of them in Korea. He has more aura than others and a good superpower. However, Moon Eop added that Yoon-soo has critically little willpower. That's why it was so easy for Team Love to lose. While the men were driving in the car, they couldn't agree on whether strength, aura, or mental strength was the most important thing in esports. It was an eternal debate with no right answer. Moon Eop suggested replacing Eun-soo with Choi Haeok, having trained him well beforehand. Then Ji-ho would quickly see a good result. In general, Moon Eop asked his friend to pass these recommendations on to the deputy head of the Korean Esports Association. And if he liked the suggestions and wanted to hire Moon Eop, he should prepare the money. Meanwhile, the car arrived at a tall glass building that was glowing with bright lights. On one of the floors of the skyscraper was the luxurious Hunter's Hotel, where an event was being held to celebrate Team Hope's victory. Moon Eop was the first to enter the hall. He looked elegant and sophisticated. His tuxedo suited him very well. Ji-ho entered the room next. He always had to keep an eye on his friend to make sure he didn't do anything wrong again. At the end of the room, Hae-yeon saw the men and was glad that her uncle had come to the party. Hae-young had already changed into a beautiful lilac dress that perfectly showed off her beautiful figure. Hae-yeon wanted her uncle to relax and said that the bar was nice and they served good vodka. But Moon Eop said no alcohol, and Hae-yeon advised her not to get too carried away. Hae-yeon immediately realized that he was joking, because Moon Eop was a big alcoholic. He liked to drink to relax, so this time it was a good idea. But while Moon Eop had plans to relax, the audience had other plans for Moon Eop. Everyone wanted to talk to him, ask him about the fight, how he felt, and of course drag him into the club to make him a future esports star. Joe Pellman, the agent of the U.S. Superhuman Battle Association, wanted to talk to Moon Eop the most. But there were so many agents around that the man was worried that someone would intercept Moon Eop. Even though Joe Perman really wanted to sign a contract with him, Joe Perman mustered up the courage to approach Moon Eop. He thought about all the words he would say to convince him to work with him. But Joe Perman was beaten to the punch by his main competitor. Right in front of his nose, Jake Rand, an agent of the Battle of the Bulge Association of Europe, approached Moon Eop first. In fact, Jake Rand and Moon Eop had known each other before, back in the days of saving the world. But Jake Rand didn't even remember Moon Eop's name, calling him just so. That's why the conversation didn't start well. Joe Perman was very angry that Moon Eop had been taken away from him right in front of him. He should have talked to him first, to convince him that he was the best person to work with. For Joe Perman, Moon Eop was completely different from the other players. Joe Perman really wanted to understand the feelings of a man who had come back to life after 17 years, but no one can get into Moon Eop's soul for sure. Meanwhile, Moon Eop had a nice chat with Jake Rand, but their conversation did not go far. Moon Eop did not want to hear anything about participating in the Battle of Superhumans. Jake Rand realized that he would not be able to convince Moon Eop today, so he simply left his business card so that Moon Eop could call him at any time. The first thing that surprised her was that her uncle spoke English so well that he was able to communicate with Jake Rand without an interpreter. Hae-yeon didn't understand when her uncle had managed to learn a foreign language, because he hadn't done anything but run around dungeons since he was 13. But Moon Eop had been everywhere and talked to many people, so he had learnt English little by little. But Hae-yeon only knew Korean. While Moon Eop was chatting with Hae-young, Joe Perman was watching them. He knew that this was the perfect opportunity to finally meet Moon Eop. Joe Perman took a few steps towards Moon Eop, but at that moment he was overtaken again. The Mono brothers were running like mad towards Moon Eop. They did not see anyone on their way, so they pushed Joe Perman and ran towards Moon Eop. The Mono brothers did not know whether Moon Eop spoke English, but there was no time to wait for an interpreter, so they just asked in what language they could communicate. It turned out that in addition to English, Moon Eop also spoke French. So you Itasara. Mooniop did not know anything about the Monobarts, but he guessed that they owned some kind of club. It was a good thing that Heian was standing behind Mooniop. She quickly told her uncle that the Mono brothers owned not just a club, but the Lumiere, and the best club in the world. Heian told him that Nathan Bernard was a member of the Lumiere Club, and he was one of the top 3 players. Moon Eop recalled that Ji-Ho had already told him about Nathan, and even showed him a video of him fighting. Moon Eop didn't think twice and asked the Mono brothers directly what they wanted from him. Do they really want to invite him to become a member of the Lumiere Club? But the answer shocked even Moon Eop, because it turned out that the Mono brothers had completely different plans. The Mono brothers explained that they would be honored to have a player as strong as Moon Eop in the club, but they knew that Moon Eop would not accept the offer. So they have other plans. The Mono brothers wanted to invite the beautiful Miss Hae Young to their club. She definitely did not expect to hear something like that today. It was a great honor for Hae Young to be noticed and invited to such a cool club, but she was confused. She didn't know what to say, so she thanked him endlessly in every language she knew. Finally, Moon Eop himself told her to calm down. Moonyop asked the Mono brothers again if they had really come to invite Hae Young to the club and not him. The owners of the club said they would never dare to lie to such a great hero. The fact is that at first, Hae Young had a position as a SAP DD, and the Lumiere Club did not need such players. But Hae Young opened up in a completely different way when she took the position of main DD. It was like pieces of a puzzle were put together. The Mono brothers thought Hae Young would be a great addition to their team after a few training sessions. Of course, Moon Eop wanted to join their club too, so it would be incredible. Moon Eop, Nathan, Hae Young. If there was such a team, it would be unbeatable. Heian and Moonyop said that they didn't want to give any answers today. They would think about it. The Mono brothers jumped for joy. They added that the best contracts had been prepared especially for the 2 of them. The club would not spare any money for such players. At that moment, Moonyop realized his value once again. Everyone was ready to spend a lot of money to get a player like him on their team. It certainly gave him even more confidence and boosted his ego. Mono's bartenders also admitted that they are longtime fans of Moon Eop, so they would like to give him a gift. A gun. If he doesn't mind. But Moon Eop was very fond of gifts, so he would gladly accept the Mono brothers' gift. The Mono brothers promised to send the gift as soon as possible. In the meantime, they thanked him for talking to them and for taking so much of his time. They said goodbye and even bowed low to Moon Eop, which meant deep respect and honor. Moon Eop was pleasantly surprised after this conversation. They were willing to pay him and give him gifts. He was beginning to like his new life. Eventually, Moon Eop got tired of all this talk. He wanted to go home, sit down on the sofa in front of the TV and relax. On the way home, Moon Eop decided to stop at a bar to have a drink to say goodbye to Hae Young, and then go home for sure. As they walked to the bar, Hae Young tried to ask her uncle what they had talked about with the Mono brothers, because she didn't understand a word of French. But before he could get very far, someone approached him again and asked for a moment of his time. This chatter was making Moon Eop quite annoyed. He looked around to see who was looking for an excuse to talk to him again, but the face was unfamiliar. A gray-haired man in an elegant black suit introduced himself. His name was Yang Ming Yang. He was the secretary of the Blue House. But Moon Eop did not understand what the Blue House wanted from him. It turned out that Yang Min Yang wanted to ask Moon Eop if he knew anything about the Superhuman merit system. This is the system that is supposed to provide for superhumans after the end of the Great War. But Moon Eop thought it was just another scam, and of course no one was going to provide it. But it turned out that such a system does exist. Although for 17 years Moon Eop was considered dead, but today the situation has changed. There are certain levels of subsidies, and Moon Eop, like Ji-Ho, was assigned the first level of subsidies. That's why Yang Min Yang found Moon Eop to tell him the good news. He will receive the payments that have been accumulating for all these 17 years. If we talk about specific amounts, it is 2.568 billion won, and this amount is tax-free. When Moon Eop heard this cosmic figure, he was speechless and just looked at Yang Min Yang with his big gray eyes. Yang Min Yang repeated the amount once again, and then he added that he was not joking. But Moon Eop needed time to digest this information. He thought about the numbers, but still couldn't believe that the money was his. He looked at the large, luxurious crowd at the hotel, where they were having their dinner party, and imagined how many of these crystal chandeliers could be bought for 2.568 billion won. but it was hard to get it into my head. Moon kept repeating this amount. He also wanted to combine this amount with the money Gerald Walker had paid him. Then the sum became even more interesting. Moon's thoughts about money were interrupted by Hyeon, who asked what her uncle was thinking about so hard. But Moon was afraid to admit to himself that he had that much money. He didn't know what to do with it, so he was afraid to tell anyone until he had a clear plan on how to put it to good use. Eventually, Joe Perman, an agent from the United States, approached Moon. He was eager to talk to Moon, not knowing that he was already tired of talking. This time, Moon was not so kind. Without even waiting for an offer, he said that he was not interested in the job. He was tired, so it was better not to touch him. But Joe Perman was not used to giving up so easily. He said he only wanted to say one important thing. Joe Perman tried to touch and play on Moon's feelings. He said that Moon did not fully understand this modern world. He said that he once saved the world. But 17 years have passed. Moon's past life has simply disappeared. But Joe Perman knows how to start a new happy life and can help Moon solve this important question, how to live on. Joe Perman said that with the passage of time, Moon will understand why he is back on Earth. Soon Moon will meet new people and set goals in his life. Only then will he be able to become a part of this post-war world. Then Joe Perman gave Moon his business card. He said that if his words had touched Moon's heart even a little bit, he would be happy to hear from him again. After Joe Perman said goodbye and left, he began to analyze his monologue to Moon. He realized that he had spoken such nonsense, but maybe it would touch Moon somehow. To Moon, Joe Perman seemed like a strange, daft guy. But it was good that Hyeon was there to tell her who Joe Perman really is, and how good it is to keep in touch with him. So Hyeon advised me not to throw away the card with his number. Hyeon said that in the United States, Perman is one of the best agents working with superhumans. They call him the Ghost of Money. Back when esports was still being made and battles were being formed, Joe Perman took many Korean players to America and made them real stars there. Moon was surprised because he hadn't said a word about money or any invitations. Joe Perman was just mumbling some nonsense that didn't stick together. It turned out that Joe Perman had once even offered Ji-ho a job. But Ji-ho refused, even though there was a lot of money involved. Finally, these acquaintances and conversations ended. The charity evening began. Now all attention was focused on the stage. But it didn't last long. In a few seconds, the host announced the main benefactor of the evening. It was Moon. Moon did not know that he had become the main patron of the evening. He did not personally contribute any money, but the spotlight was already accompanying him to the stage, and the audience greeted Moon with a huge round of applause. Moon stood on the stage and still did not know how much money he had in his account, if he was the one who had made the largest donation today. He said that he would announce at least the amount of the donation. Then the picture would become a little clearer. Then the host announced that Moon had donated 1.7 trillion won, and everyone is very grateful to him for that. It turns out that this money was transferred on behalf of Moon by the head of the Korean Federation of Esports, Jim Tae. He also transferred the same amount to the accounts of Moon and Jae-ho. It was also their reward for a great game. Moon smiled and admitted that he didn't know he had such a large amount of money on his account. But now not only he knew about it, but everyone in the room. Before that, Moon had only heard of overpayments of 2.5 billion. And now it turns out that he is the owner of 1 trillion plus one. And frankly, he is very happy about it. Most of all, Moon was pleased that after 17 years, this money is finally his, and not managed by the state. Even the civil servants in the audience laughed at him, because the state has not always been good at managing people's money. But Moon wanted to talk about something more important than just money. More than 17 years have passed since the world was saved. But all this time, Moon has not been alive. A lot has changed, and Moon is well aware of these changes. Many people say that Moon saved the world. Many people also think that he sacrificed himself for the sake of this world. But in fact, Moon does not want people to think that way, because that's not why he fought. He just liked clearing dungeons. Moon liked holding a weapon and winning. If the evil in the world was not completely destroyed, then Moon would like to continue fighting it. This is his true calling. That is why Moon is not particularly happy when people thank him for saving the world. This monologue was born in Moon head after he watched a film about himself, where he was made into a sacrificial hero who gave his life for the whole world. But in reality, Moon had nothing to be happy about when all the dungeons were destroyed, because he lost his favorite hobby. Although in fact there are things that Moon Aop is proud of. For example, the fact that his money helped many orphans grow up to be normal people. His money gave other children a chance to become decent people. For him, these saved children's lives are much more valuable than the saved world. Moon Aopum hoped that this time the money would save this fate too. Perhaps there will be a little less unhappy boys and girls like Moon Aop himself once was. After such a passionate speech, Moon Aop left the stage, and the audience was so thoughtful that they could not even send him off with applause. But the most shocked by the speech was Jim Tae, the chairman of the Korean Federation of Esports, who was waiting for Moon Aop near the stage. Jim Tae, the chairman of the Korean Federation of Esports, admitted that he did not like the way Moon Aop behaved in the game, and in a conversation with journalists. And the fact that he now tried to compensate for his arrogance with orphans does not embellish him at all. But Moon Aop joked that his childhood was indeed difficult. That's why he became so cynical. But Moon Aop wanted to end this conversation so that he could finally go home. So he asked Jim Tae to cut to the chase and tell him what he needed. Jim Tae asked if Moon Aop had to be so cruel to the Korean national team and kill them all in a matter of minutes. But Moon Aop said that it was not his fault that he had let the unprepared fighters on the field. They all needed to train much more. Then maybe the situation would have been different. But Jim Tae was ashamed of the way Moon Aop behaved at the charity game. Now the top league of the Korean battle has become a playground for the fighters, who were morally and physically robbed and destroyed by Moon Aop. But Moon Aop did not understand what Jim Tae was getting at. It turns out that with his harsh actions, Moon Aop once again proved that superhumans are monsters, who are capable of anything. And now the successful ones will be even more wary of them and will fight and oppress them in every way possible. Once upon a time, Moon Aop had already attacked the parliament because they made the wrong decisions. And now Moon Aop is back again, but he has become even stronger. It is clear that everyone in the parliament is afraid that history will not repeat itself. Jim Tae said that the reputation of all superhumans has been significantly damaged by this match and Moon Aop's actions. But Moon Aop had many words to justify himself. The main thing is that he was provoked. He did not start the fight in the first place, but in reality he had to forget this story and move on. Jim Tae came to see Moon Aop because he had an interesting proposition for him. He didn't want Moon Aop to become a player on any team. Jim Tae suggested that Moon Aop become a coach. The main thing Jim Tae emphasized was that it was time for Moon Aop to pass on his knowledge, and he would be well rewarded for it. Because money is not a problem at all. But Moon Aop refused Jim Tae's offer. He had completely different plans for this new life. Moon Aop went home with Ji-ho. He told his friend what Jim Tae had offered him and that he was ready to pay $16 billion for the job of coach. But Moon Aop had other plans. Moon Aop admitted that he did not want to be an esports player or a coach. He wanted to be the owner of a club. He was angry that it was hard to watch the Korean national team without crying. They were pathetic players, and Moon Aop could buy and train a new generation that would be able to prove themselves with his guidance. Ji-ho tried to ground Moon Aop's flight of fancy a little bit, saying that it would take at least 20 billion won to open his own club and invite players there. But money was no longer a problem for Moon Aop. On the contrary, he did not know where he was going to spend it. Of course, Moon Aop wanted to earn his own money, not just be subsidized by the state. So the plan was to create a team that would quickly reach the second league, because there is a lot of money there. Ji-ho was angry that Moon Aop was once again guided only by his own benefit. He only thinks about money, not really about a great team. Moon Aop wasn't even going to argue that he loved money and would only work hard for good pay. He didn't think it was shameful. On the contrary, he advised Ji-ho to learn to appreciate and value his work in the same way. Finally, the men arrived at Ji-ho's house. It was night outside, but the lights were on in the house. Ji-ho was very tired and wanted to go home to rest as soon as possible. But Moon Aop immediately noticed that someone was waiting for them at home. It was Sharon. Of course, the meeting was expected, but Moon Aop didn't think she would wait for them outside the house to talk in private. Sharon hadn't changed much over the past 17 years. The same thoughtful and stern look, the same long black hair. In fact, black was the color of her life. She often wore black clothes, and it suited her very well. Ji-ho was happy when he saw Sharon outside his house. He smiled and approached her first. He asked her how she came to be here and what she wanted. But Sharon was not very talkative. She said she had an important conversation. All the while, Sharon kept her eyes on Moon Aop. Joe immediately realized that he was not needed here and that the conversation was only about Moon Aop. Moon Aop also kept his eyes on Sharon. He wanted to know what she was thinking about, what was going on in her head, but Moon Eop couldn't understand what she was thinking. Even though before, everything was always written on her face. She had no control over her emotions at all. Even the atmosphere around Shurna changed. She no longer exuded uncertainty. On the contrary, there was a perfect personality next to her. Moon Eop decided to look at Shuran's performance with his analyzing gaze. He was surprised to see her stats. Her aura was 100, her speed was 67. Her agility was almost all at its maximum. In addition, Shuran now had a destination point. She really became very strong. But Moon Eop decided not to be ceremonious and behave as usual. He always called Shuran petty. He addressed her in the same way now, even though 17 years had passed and Shurna had grown up. But Moon Eop smiled and asked why she had come. Perhaps she wanted to kill him. Shuran answered just as defiantly. She said she had a desire to kill Moon Eop, but he was immortal, so why get your hands dirty? Moon Eop was furious. He thought that Shuran could not kill him even if he were mortal. But Moon Eop suggested to Shuran that she should forget her old grudges. After all, he had saved her life once. Shuran laughed out loud. She said she didn't hold any grudges. She said that Moon Eop had already suffered enough. Moon Eop asked her frankly what she wanted from him and why she had come here. The woman replied that she didn't need anything. She had just come to see for herself that Moon Eop was alive and had returned to Earth. But for Moon Eop, this answer was not sincere. He still didn't like Shuran and had no common topics to talk about with her, so Moon Eop told her that if she was convinced that Moon Eop was alive, she could leave. They had nothing else to talk about. Ji-ho wanted to somehow restrain his friend so that he wouldn't be so harsh, but Shuran didn't need to be told twice. She simply turned around and left without even saying goodbye. On the way, Shuran could hardly hold back her tears. She remembered everything that happened 17 years ago. Back then, she was considered a small, stupid girl, and she was offended that Moon Eop did not see her potential. During the battles in the dungeon, Moon Eop kept shouting at Shuran to come to her senses. He said that she was going to get them all killed because she didn't use her head. Moon Eop said he could hit Shurna if it would wake her up and make her think before she did anything. Shurna sat down on the floor of the dungeon and could not hold back her tears. She could not listen to this moral abuse anymore. Shurna wanted to give up everything, leave her team, and just go home. While Shurna was crying and cursing everyone, she didn't hear someone sneaking up on her and standing behind her. It was the monster of the dungeon. The monster looked like a big mountain. Its body was made of stone, big and spiky. Only its eyes glowed with red lights. Shuran looked like an ant that could be crushed by a foot. Shuran knew that she had to get ready immediately. She had to use the fire beam, otherwise she would not live. But her emotions took over. She could not control herself. Shuran quickly got herself together, but she could not use the fire beam. She could not concentrate on the fight. Deep down, she no longer cared about her life. It was better to die in battle than to endure the constant humiliation of Moon Eop. The monster struck out at Shuran with its hand, making everything shake. Stones fell from the walls, but suddenly Moon Eop appeared and destroyed the monster and saved Shurn. He said that the girl was not even able to defend herself. And although Moon Eop was again behaving arrogantly and defiantly, Shurn was grateful for his rescue, because she would definitely not have been able to cope with this monster on her own. For the first time, Shurna saw not only self-righteousness in Moon Eop's eyes, but also compassion. It meant a lot to her. 17 years later, Shurna still remembered the look in Moon Eop's eyes when he saved her. Now he was looking at her the same way. Shurna realized that Moon Eop had indeed returned, and must have some special mission on this earth. Finally, all of his payments arrived in Moon Eop's account. When he saw how much money he had, he was very happy. He immediately started thinking about which club he would like to buy. Ji-ho was standing right next to him when Moon Eop opened his account. It was surprising that Moon Eop had so quickly got used to internet technology and understood internet banking. But what surprised Ji-ho the most was that Moon Eop wasn't lying. He really wanted to buy a club and participate in esports. Moon Eop had already looked at club options. He thought it could be a fun activity that could bring in money. But Ji-ho tried to explain to him that there are a lot of risks besides the fun. And most importantly, to buy and run a club, you need a lot of financial investment. Ji-ho was ready to share his knowledge of esports. He also offered to invest his share of the money and buy a club from the KB League together. But Moon Eop did not need money. He wanted to buy the club himself, even though he knew absolutely nothing about it. Moon Eop thought logically. If Ji-ho advised him to buy a club from the KB1 League, Then there are other KBs. Jiho explained how things really work. There are 7 players in the KB7 League, while the regular league has 11 players. The winner of the KB7 League is promoted to the next KB level. Therefore, in the future, Jiho advised to buy KBs. Jiho also noted that it is much easier to manage 7 players than 11. But in KB2, the fighters will certainly be better and stronger than in KB. So there are pros and cons everywhere. There are risks everywhere. But if Mooniop wanted something, he did it immediately. He decided to buy the club in KB, and it was the right thing to do right then. Jiho, of course, tried to explain that he had to get to know the clubs in detail first, or at least read some information about the grassroots. But Mooniop wasn't listening. He didn't want to fill his head with unnecessary information. It would take him a long time to get to know the clubs. He decided that it would be better to ask Jim Tae, the president of the Battle of the Superhumans Association. This old man would definitely advise him on which teams to choose from. Mooniop immediately called Jim Tae. He was so happy to receive the call that he was shouting in the cabin. Mooniop almost went deaf from the shouting. For Jim Tae, it was a great idea that Mooniop had decided to become a club owner. Now he understood why Mooniop had given up his position as head coach. Of course, being a team owner was much more prestigious, but Mooniop didn't want to hear approval. He didn't care whether anyone supported his idea or not. He was only interested in teams that were fashionable to buy. Jim Tae had 3 such teams that he could sell, and Jim Tae was ready to say goodbye to one team right this second. There was no need to offer twice. Mooniop immediately gathered to see how the team behaved on the battlefield. Mooniop came to the arena where the fight was to take place, and the first thing he didn't like was the name of the team he was going to own. But the name was the least of his worries because the name could be changed at any time. He had to look at the skills of the players. And so the teams entered the arena. The game was due to start any minute. There were not many spectators, but everyone came to support their favorite team, so they chanted their name and wished them victory. Mooniop sat far away from everyone. He didn't want anyone to recognize him, so he disguised himself well. He put on a cap, glasses, and even a mask over his mouth. He looked as strange as possible, so even the few people sitting next to him just sat back to avoid endangering themselves. But Mooniop was not interested in what others thought of him. It was important for him to evaluate the team and its players. But for the second league, both teams did not look very good. Mooniop hoped that the first impression was deceptive and that the players would perform well. The teams took to the field. Most of the spectators were rooting for the Knights JT team, and even at first glance, this team was stronger. But Mooniop came to evaluate the work of another team, the Lawless team. It was them that Mooniop planned to buy and bring to a new level. While the Lawless team was taking the field, Mooniop was assessing the capabilities and skills of each player. Some of them were worthy of attention, and some of them Mooniop would have been happy to get rid of immediately, because they were dragging the team down even further. Mooniop looked at the stands like an ordinary spectator, and the way the other fans supported the team was very annoying. Mooniop did not understand how many times he needed to shout forward to get the whole team on the field. He had to concentrate to get a good look at each player with his analytical eye. And several members of the Lawless team were very good indeed. 2 players in particular stood out to Mooniop. Namgun Ji-hoon had a good aura of 79, willpower of 70. Speed of No Jung-hwan also had a good aura of 79, willpower of 79, agility of 70, and agility of 70. But despite the good results, Moon-aop understood that these fighters were in a losing position in the fight. For example, Namgun Ji-hoon, despite his good performance, was in a losing position for himself as a sapper. With his physical characteristics, he should have taken a different position. Moon-aop knew that despite his poor physical training, this guy could become a good dealer. Moon-aop was very angry when he saw that fighters were put in the wrong positions. A fighter like Namgun needed only a little training and could be safely put into action. Moon-aop also singled out another strong player for himself, No Jung-hwan. His strength and willpower scores were 87 and 85 respectively. This guy was close to Jae Woo-yeon from the national team. He also had a decent superpower, strength increase, and could play well in battle. Out of the whole team, Moon-aop chose only these 2 players. The rest of them were useless to him, but he also had to assess the capabilities of the reserve players. It was often possible to find interesting options among them. And then Moon-aop saw an interesting representative, but her superpower made Moon-aop laugh at first. He had never met a fighter with such ridiculous superpowers. Lee Na-yoon was sitting on the bench. She supported her team, but she had pretty good stats herself. Strength 48, speed 79, willpower 59, aura. But the main feature of the girl was her superpower. She could jump forward 20 meters with a leap. At first, Moon Yap called Lee Na-yoon a flea. But then he thought about it and realized that this ability could be used to great effect in a game. The main thing is to be able to use it correctly. Otherwise, you can harm the team. The match lasted an hour. All this time, Moon Yap was watching and analyzing whether he needed this team. Would he be able to take the team to the next level? But the lawless team lost in 2 rounds. It's been a long time since Moon Yap has seen such a bad game, but it was even more interesting to take the team of losers to the next level, to make them superstars. Then Moon Yap called Jim Tae and told him he had made his choice. He bought the team of no-goes and started working with them. It took 2 days to collect all the documents for the sale of the team. Then Moon Yap showed up at the building of the Korean Superhuman Battle Association to sign all the necessary documents. Moon Yap promised to take care of the lawless team and lead them to a new level. Everyone was sure that it would be easy for such a strong player and superhuman to keep his promise. The previous and new owners shook hands. All the journalists told about this story. Now Moon Yap was known as the owner of the club. After signing the contract, Moon Yap met with Jim Tae. He expressed his congratulations, but stressed that if something went wrong, the club was non-refundable. But Moon Yap was not one to be afraid of difficulties. He did not know how to back down. When he took on something, he saw it through to the end. But frankly, Moon Yap did not have a strategy for the club's development. To begin with, Moon Yap decided to just look at the players and their skills and abilities. Jim Tae stressed that Moon Yap should be ready for the challenges ahead. Coaching such a large group is not as easy as it looks, but Moon Yap was now very busy. He didn't have much time for idle chatter, so he soon said goodbye to Jim Tae and hit the road. He even bought himself a new fast car, because he was going to be traveling a lot on business and not to bother Ji-ho all the time. He bought new wheels. But the car was also exotic. Instead of a comfortable car, Moon Yap chose a bike. The bike was powerful and expensive, but Moon Yap was a good spender like no other. And now he had to go to meet the team, so that he could train them quickly and make money for the new team. Moon Yap flew at the speed of the wind on his 2-wheeled horse. He overtook all the cars around him. He would cut them off and create dangerous situations. Everyone who saw Moon Yap riding his bike thought that he was not thinking with his head at all to ride so fast. He also rides without a helmet, but Moon Yap didn't care about comments and rules. He rode as fast as he could. Moon Yap was very fond of speed. At first, drivers were nervous when they saw this irrepressible motorcyclist on the road, but then they recognized Moon Yap and immediately changed their minds. Everything was fashionable to Moon Yap. He had saved humanity, and now humanity should be grateful to him for his good deeds. No one was angry anymore that Moon Yap was driving and breaking the rules of the road, that he was cutting off other cars. Everyone loved Moon Yap, and it was not scary that he was riding without a helmet. After all, he was immortal. Even the police did not stop Moon Yap. He had once saved humanity, and now he liked absolutely everything that humanity had invented. There was a reason why Moon Yap was driving through the city at such a frantic speed. He wanted to get to know the teammates as soon as possible. So the first place he went to was the clubhouse of the lawless team. This clubhouse looked more like some kind of gambling hall. It was clear that the team did not live in a grove, but the main thing was the players, not the conditions. You can always fix things if you have the money for it. The only advantage that Moon Yap saw in this abandoned place was that there was plenty of space for training. While Moon Yap was looking around, an angry man was already flying towards him. It was forbidden for outsiders to enter the territory, so the man wanted to chase Moon Yap away because he did not recognize him at first. But then the man recognized Moon Yap. Everyone already knew that he was the new owner of the club, but no one expected to see him so late because the contract had only been signed today. The man who met Moon Yap was the team's coach. His name was Choi Dong-jun. He greeted him and took off his cap to show his respect for Moon Yap. Moon Yap, as usual, immediately began to evaluate the coach's data. It turned out that he was in good physical shape, so he could teach his fighters something. Choi Dong-jung had an aura of 70, willpower of 66, and skills of Moon Yap suggested that if he were a member of the team, it would be a good idea to put him as a sapper. Moon Yap asked Choi Dong-jung how old he was, and he admitted that he was born in the year 80. That is, he is now. He and Moon Yap were almost the same age, because Moon Yap was born in 76. That is, he was only 4 years older than Choi Dong-jung. That's why Moon Yap treated Choi Dong-jung like an old friend. Moon Eop told Choi Dong-jun that he would call him bro, and he can just call Moon Eop older. Even though Moon Eop looked much younger than Choi Dong-jung, it was strange for Choi Dong-jung, because usually the owners of a club were called masters. But here, Moon Eop had a different desire, and frankly, Choi Dong-jung was afraid to contradict him. Therefore, despite the evening time, he showed the new owner of the club the entire territory, making a detailed tour. Choi Dong-jung showed him absolutely every room. The dining room, the office, the gym, and even the dormitory where the athletes live. It turned out that there were 14 players in the club. Moon Eop did not understand why they needed extra players. After all, only 11 athletes could take part in the competition. But he was glad to see that there was equipment to train on, even though it was a bit old. Finally, Moon Eop went to the training room. There were modules through which athletes could enter the virtual world of the dungeon and train. Such training was as close as possible to real competitions. It was the only modern equipment in all the training rooms. But for some reason, there were only 12 modules. While the players in the club, Choi Dong-jung started to cry. It was a painful topic for him. The club had always had little money. Therefore, the old owner managed to beg for funds for only 11 modules. Of course, Moon Eop is shocked by the club's situation. He was not happy with the whole picture, but new modules and modern equipment were in fashion. Therefore, the main problem was the players. That was the end of the tour. Next, Moon Eop wanted to meet the fighters. Choi Dong-jung did not understand why he was in such a hurry. It was night outside, and the athletes had long since rested. He would have to wake them all up. But Moon Eop was not the type to wait. If he said something, it had to be done immediately. Moon Eop did not want to wait and told everyone to wake up. He was waiting for the athletes to analyze their data. Moon Eop was waiting for everyone in the lounge. He sat down comfortably on the sofa and called all the fighters one by one to have individual conversations with each of them. The first person to come in to meet Moon Eop was Lee Na-yoon. She also addressed him and called him master. Moon Eop remembered that she was a girl who had a strange superpower, jumping. She really looked like a flea to him. Moon Eop noticed the girl's years. They were all wounded and bruised. He asked how long she had been learning to shoot a bow. Lee Na-yeon jumped in surprise. No one knew she was interested in archery. They wondered how Moon Eop had found out about it, but Moon Eop was always on the lookout for such peculiarities. It was not a problem for him and his analyzing eye. Moon Eop saw that Lee Na-yeon had good agility and speed, but he didn't have much strength. Therefore, Moon Eop could not put her in the place of main DD. Her potential for the position of a dealer was not strong enough. Her skills were also not very good. If it wasn't for Moon Eop, Lee Na-yeon would have always been on the bench. Of course, she was very disappointed that she was not taken seriously and was not allowed to play. But since the club bought Moon Eop, things were about to change dramatically. Moon Eor said that he would make Lee Na-yeon the main character of the team. After these words, the girl's eyes sparkled. At first, she didn't believe that Moon Eop was telling the truth. Moon Eop wanted to make Lee Na-yeon the angel of the team. It was a special role, not every team had an angel. But Moon Eop saw the potential in this girl. Lee Na-yeon's task would have been to morally destroy the enemy, imperceptibly depriving him of his mind. But Lee Na-yeon was ready to do anything to get out of the bench and onto the battlefield. Of course, Moon Eop had good plans for Lee Na-yeon's participation in the team, but he still asked her how actively and often she trained and what results she could boast of. But the girl could not answer this question, because no matter how much she trained, there was no result. Lee Na-yeon had already begun to think of herself as hopeless and untalented. That's why at first she thought that Moon Eop was joking with her by promising to make her the team's angel. Moon Eop was known for his black sense of humor. But at that moment, Lee Na-yeon couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or joking. And when Moon Eop said he was firing her, she lost all faith in anything, even though Moon Eop was laughing like crazy, and Lee Na-yeon had to stop herself from crying at the new owner. She wanted to leave with dignity. However, it turned out that Moon Eop was joking. He wasn't going to kick the girl out, but rather, with his help, Lee Na-yeon would have great opportunities to become famous in the future. After all, if he promised to make her the main character of the team, he would keep his word. Lee Na-yeon couldn't believe that this was happening to her. She stood silently and listened intently to everything Moon Eop said. She was afraid to miss a sound, lest she miss important instructions on how to succeed. Moon Eop looked her straight in the eye and told her that she had a hidden talent. He would help her to fully develop it, and then everything would work out. At first, Lee Na-yeon thought that Moon Eop was referring to her attempts to master the bow. She was excited that she would be able to develop this skill to the point where she could use it in battle. But in reality, Moon Yap had something else in mind. He wanted her to develop her superpower of jumping. Lee Na-yoon was a good runner and could jump quickly and far. This skill could be used to great effect in battle. Moon Eop had already seen her use this skill and shock her opponents. Therefore, Moon Eop suggested that Lee Na-yoon shouldn't waste her time on archery and other useless things, but rather spend her time developing her true superpower. Moon Eop suggested that she could jump like a goat, shoot a bow, and wreak havoc on her enemies. Moon Eop explained to the girl in detail what he meant. For example, she can finish off a monster that the enemy has been chasing and trying to kill for so long and hard. And then, when the opponent gets angry and starts catching Lee Na-yoon, she should use her speed and jump. Lee Na-yeon immediately understood what Moon Yap was talking about. This tactic was called a feint. Moon Yap praised her for catching everything on the fly. Lee Na-yoon had to hold her position no matter what, because during the battle such actions will not go unnoticed, but thanks to her superpower, it will be almost impossible to catch the girl. Because she will be super fast. That is, the main task of Lee Na-yeon was to make the opposing team sweat a lot while they were chasing her. In simple terms, Lee Na-yeon's task was called run or die, because in a real fight everything will depend on how fast she is. If everything goes according to Moon Eop's request, then Lee Na-yoon will really take the lead. And if she is very diligent, Moon Eop promised her a place on the national team. These tears almost made Lee Na-yeon cry. This was her dream, which she thought she would never achieve. And now Moon Eop himself believed in her and her abilities. They would do their best not to let him down. Lee Na-yeon asked Moon Eop to repeat that he was serious and not joking. But Moon Eop looked her in the eye and said that he was responsible for every word he said. Lee Na-yoon was beaming with happiness. Although she hadn't achieved success yet, she had already visualized it all in her head and saw herself at the height of her fame. Lee Na-yoon was jumping for joy. Moon Eop was once again convinced that she was very flexible and could jump like a flea. Lee Na-yoon promised Moon Eop that she would listen to all his advice and train very hard. The next person Moon Eop wanted to talk to was Namgun Ji-hoon. He also wanted to talk to him in private, so Lee Na-yeon went to call him in. Namgun Ji-hoon came in very reserved and confident. He said that it was an honor to have a conversation with Moon Eop himself. He also told the boy about himself and that he was a support person in the team. Moon Eop immediately noticed the boy's physical form. He was very thin. Moon Eop felt sad that one fighter on this team was better than the other in terms of training. But in reality, he wanted to cry because the team was in such a poor state. Moon Eop started the conversation with Namgun Ji-hoon with the most important news. He said that from today, the boy would take a different position in the team. He would no longer be working in support. Namgun Ji-hoon was confused. He had always been a support player and couldn't imagine himself in any other position. He thought that maybe he had misheard and Moon Eop meant something else. But Moon Eop repeated it again and was very angry that Namgun Ji-hoon did not understand the first time. Namgun Ji-hoon didn't understand what Moon Eop was calling him. He called him so spontaneously and was also surprised by the news. But Moon Eop went on to say that Namgun Ji-hoon would be a main DD from now on, because it was more suitable for him with his abilities. Namgun Ji-hoon almost fainted from what he heard. It was very unexpected. Moon Eop emphasized that Namgun Ji-hoon has a talent with weapons, and this is a very good superpower that can be very useful in battle. But Namgun Ji-hoon did not understand why Moon Eop wanted to completely change the tactics of the fight, to change his position on main DD. Namgun Ji-hoon assumed that Moon Eop simply did not see how their team played, and therefore was ready for such drastic, perhaps rash moves. But Moon Eop didn't actually watch their game, because he simply fell asleep, so bored was he with everything that was happening in the arena. But it was unprofessional to admit it. So he told Namgun Ji-hoon that he had found out everything about the team before he bought it. Namgun Ji-hoon then said that he knew his own performance well, and that he had low strength and agility. Moon Eop explained that he was used to retreating and defending himself with his super strength. But Namgun Ji-hoon stressed that this is exactly how a support player should behave. And then Moon Eop got really angry. He was tired of having to explain the obvious. If he says something, you should listen to his opinion, or get kicked off the team. This tone of voice scared Namgun Ji-hoon himself, so he promised to listen carefully to all of Moon Eop's arguments. Moon Eop stressed that if Namgun Ji-hoon was talentless, he would not have wasted his time on him. But his case is unique. Usually, 9 out of 10 support staff fail to cope and just stand behind. And as a result, you have to work in a team where one of the players plays the role of furniture. But 1 out of 10 is not like that. And that one player is Namgun Ji-hoon. Moon Eop spoke very confidently and convincingly. Moon Eop explained that Namgun Ji-hoon will have at least 2 superpowers. When such players cover the rear, their potential is revealed more and more, and their effectiveness increases. Moon Eop explained that Namgun Ji-hoon has 1 superpower, which is defense, and the next superpower will be given to the boy by Moon Eop himself. Namgun Ji-hoon was embarrassed by these words. He didn't think he could handle 2 superpowers at once. Of course, Moon Eop hadn't seen Namgun Ji-hoon in combat yet, but he was convinced that he would be able to handle the tasks he would set him. At least his gut instincts had never failed him. But Namgun Ji-hoon continued to ask his stupid questions. It seemed to him that Moon Eop wanted to make him into a sapper who could fight in addition to defending. These assumptions made Moon Eop sick to his stomach. He didn't understand how someone could be so stupid. Then Moon Eop couldn't help but slap Namgun Ji-hoon on the cheek to wake him up. He explained that Namgun Ji-hoon would be main DD, who has superpowers of Sap Porta. Moon Eop called Namgun Ji-hoon a coward who was just afraid to pick up a weapon and go fight with the front line. But Namgun Ji-hoon quickly realized his mistakes and apologized. Moon Eop realized that it would take a long time to talk to this guy and explain, so he simply told him that if he wanted to succeed, he should just listen to what Moon Eop had to say. But Namgun Ji-hoon still didn't believe that everything Moon Eop said could be true. Moon Eop tried to explain calmly that if he did his best, he would definitely succeed. So Moon Eop offered him a deal. If he wanted to stay as a sapper, he could stay. But then Moon Eop would have to train him a lot, and it's obvious that he would lose in the first seconds of the fight. But Moon Eop does not want to see weaklings in the team who achieve nothing but confuse at the end and drag the team down. That's why Moon Eop offers Namgun Ji-hoon new opportunities that will take him to the next level. He extended his hand to Namgun Ji-hoon, which meant that Moon Eop was giving him the opportunity to change his life. Namgun Ji-hoon did not think twice. He firmly said that he would become a main DD and shook hands with Moon Eop as a sign of respect and trust. After this conversation, the 2 men parted ways. A coach came into the room where Moon Eop was sitting. He asked if Moon Eop had finished his introduction to the team or if he wanted to talk to anyone else in detail. Moon Eop said that he had already talked to all the important players and now he had a few requests for the coach. Moon Eop said that another coach should be found and hired who is good with swords and can teach one of the players. Moon Eop explained that Namgun Ji-hoon needed a personal trainer to teach him how to be a good swordsman. But the coach was surprised because Namgun Ji-hoon was a sapper. However, Moon Eop stressed that from now on, Namgun Ji-hoon will be main DD, and it will always be like that. Moon Eop spoke about the main changes he plans to introduce in the team. Now they still have to teach Lee Na-yeon how to run properly, and then the team will play in a completely different way. The coach asked if Moon Eop was confident in his radical actions, but Moon Eop replied that if he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have changed anything, and these children from the first group need to improve their endurance, because Moon Eop noticed that the GT Knights did something during the match to improve their endurance. Therefore, his team should achieve the same result in the near future. After this long conversation, Moon Eop said goodbye to everyone and finally went outside where his steed, his bike, was waiting for him. But as he was saying goodbye, Moon Eop remembered that he had one more important task to do. He wanted to change the name of the Lawless team to something more stylish and modern. The next day, Moon Eop woke up very early. He was still living at Ji-ho's house. His friend was hesitant to ask him to move out because he had the money to do so. Moon Eop was deep in thought and did not respond to everything that was happening around him. He was thinking about how he could take the team to the next level and do it in the shortest possible time. As usual, Moon Eop was lying on the couch and didn't even think about getting up today. Then Ji-ho came over and wrote down what had happened, that his friend was so worried. Maybe he could help him with something. But Moon Eop asked him to leave him alone because he was already feeling sad without Ji-ho. But Ji-ho knew that something was wrong with his friend. He didn't even watch his own dramas. The TV was off, and Moon Eop was lying on the couch staring at the same spot. It turned out that Moon Eop was so worried about his team, Lawless. He realized that the team did not have enough strong players. That is why he had a brilliant plan. He decided to recruit new players, that is, to expand the team. Ji-ho was frankly surprised. After all, the team already had 14 players, and new players meant new expenses. For a coach with experience, this was a bad plan that required additional costs. But Moon Eop didn't even want to hear any objections. If he decided to do something, that decision was final. Moon Eop got off the couch and decided to implement his idea of recruiting new players immediately. But Moon Eop wasn't interested in just any esports player. He wanted to be able to choose the best ones that met his criteria. That's why Moon Eop came up with the idea of a casting call. Moon Eop looked out the window. As usual, there was a bunch of journalists waiting for the next sensation from Moon Eop. And then he had a brilliant idea. Moon Eop decided that the Crane journalists would help him organize a casting call for his team, and they would tell them about this brilliant and crazy idea. Then Moon Eop called the coach of the lawless team, Etio Dongjun, and told him that he had decided to upgrade the team. Of course, this news came as a shock to the coach. After all, their equipment was old, and even what they had was not enough for 14 players. And here were additional people. It was not clear how Moon Eop planned to train and develop them all. But Moon Eop said that money was not a problem for him. He will provide proper training for all the old and new players, because only with a renewed squad can the team really succeed. Otherwise, nothing will work. That's why Moon Eop asked the coach not to remind him about money and expenses anymore. He understands that if he takes players, he will provide them with new modules. However, Moon Eop had no idea how much one module cost. The coach said it was about 10 million won per module. For Moon Eop, this amount was too much. So he decided to put his plan into action and recruit new players. But simply announcing the recruitment of new players was too boring. Moon Eop decided to make it interesting and spectacular, so that everyone would want to join him. Moon Eop decided that the recruitment to his team would last only 3 days. This is in order not to delay the process, but to quickly resolve the issue. Moon Eop decided to immediately inform journalists about the casting, so he jumped down from the balcony to the street to avoid wasting time. All the while Moon Eop was walking towards the Jurassic players to tell them the news, he was talking to the team's coach. Of course, the coach was trying to convince Moon Eop to extend the audition deadline, because nothing could be done in 3 days. It was too short. The coach asked for at least a month, but it was impossible to convince Moon Eop. When Moon Eop came down to the journalists, they were not waiting for him, but simply drank coffee and talked to each other. Not all of them even reacted quickly to the fact that Moon Eop wanted to tell them something. But when Moon Eop said hello, everyone was immediately alert. They wondered why Moon Eop, who hates talking to the press, had come down to the journalists himself and obviously wanted to tell them something. The journalists decided not to miss the opportunity, and not to neglect Moon Eop's good mood. So they immediately bombarded him with questions. Why he bought the team, whether he planned to play in the team himself. There were a lot of questions, but none of them were going to be answered by Moon Eop. Moon Eop had a cunning plan. He promised that he would give a detailed interview, but in return, the journalists had to do one important thing for him. The journalists didn't know what Moon Eop was going to ask for, but they immediately agreed to the gamble. Eventually, one of the journalists asked what Moon Eop wanted from them, and he came down and agreed to answer the question. Moon Eop didn't drag out the intrigue for long. He immediately said that he was announcing a casting call for his team, and that everyone had only 3 days to apply. Moon Eop hoped that many candidates would respond to his offer. There were a lot of people who wanted to become a chatbot for Moon Eop's team. Applications came in one after another. Moon Eop went to the base of the lawless team to read all the applications. On the way, the team's coach, Choi Dongjun, told him that he had more than 70 children's applications on his desk. He is shocked by this result. And even Moon Eop did not expect that there would be so many athletes who wanted to work with him. Moon Eop was sure that he would find the right people among the candidates. First, he had to review the applications in detail, and then invite the best ones for an interview. When Moon Eop arrived at the base, there was a large stack of questionnaires on his desk. It seemed impossible to read them all, but Moon Eop did not have time to study each questionnaire in detail. He decided to quickly go through them all and start communicating with the best candidates. The questionnaires contained basic information. All superhumans undergo a physical test at the association of their country after they gain their powers. Therefore, Moon Eop could see the general portrait of each fighter and his features, but the questionnaire contained only basic indicators such as strength, agility, and aura, and most of them had quite low scores. Moon Eop was already starting to get nervous that his team was going to be made up of mediocre people. But the most annoying thing for Moon Eop was that he could not see the potential of the fighters by analyzing the questionnaires themselves. And this was the most important thing for Moon Eop. Moon Eop understood that he would not be able to do it quickly. He would have to carefully consider each application, looking for the best ones. This paperwork was very annoying for Moon Eop. He didn't want to spend so much time on paperwork, but suddenly among the pile of applications, Moon Eop saw one very interesting questionnaire. It was the profile of a young man named Jo Seung-ho. He was only 22 years old. His indicators were mediocre. His strength was 33, and his agility was only 1.5 times higher than that of an ordinary metal worker at the Olympic Games. So his physical condition was poor. But Moon-eop was interested in something else. The guy had a wonderful superpower, visual teleportation. That is, he could not only transfer objects, but also show others what he saw. That is why Moon-eop was so interested in this guy. Therefore, Moon-eop decided not to waste time on questionnaires, but to arrange an interview right away to evaluate the candidates during the meeting. And so the casting began. Jin-ho was the first to come to the meeting with Moon-eop. He was beaming with happiness to see Moon-eop in front of him, and said so frankly right after meeting her. But Moon-eop was interested in something else. He asked if the boy had participated in any matches when he was a high school student. Jin-ho admitted that he had. But now he refused to participate in any competitions because he realized that it was not for him. At the time, Moon-eop didn't understand why Jin-ho had applied to join the team and what he was doing in front of him, if he didn't plan to play anymore. Jin-ho admitted that he had come to meet Moon-eop in person and ask for his autograph. Because he's a longtime fan of Moon-eop's, this made Moon-eop very angry. He didn't want to waste his time with fans like that. So he just told Jin-ho to get lost. But Jin-ho was persistent. He didn't understand why Moon-eop didn't want to just give him an autograph and take a picture. After all, bad reviews could be detrimental to Moon-eop's reputation. But Moon-eop didn't want to hear anything about retouching. He had come here to look for the team's leg, not to sign autographs. And Jin-ho had already taken up too much of his time. So Moon-eop decided to get rid of him radically. He just threw a sticker at the guy's forehead. Jin-ho immediately lost consciousness from the unexpected blow. Moon-eop didn't care about his reputation. On the contrary, he wanted everyone to be afraid of him and dislike him, and then he would be less bothered by such fans. Moon-eop ordered Jin-ho, who was lying unconscious, to be taken out and the next candidate to be invited. But really someone who wanted to join the team. Jin-ho was taken out of the office by his hands and feet. He couldn't even get to his feet on his own. Everyone who saw this semi-conscious body did not understand what had happened in the office and why Moon-eop was beating the athletes. They were frightened by the unexpected outcome of the meeting. Jo Seung-ho was the next to enter the office. He was not afraid to meet Moon-eop even after the half-conscious boy was taken out of his office. Jo Seung-ho looked very reserved. He wore an all-black graduation suit. When he entered the office, Jo Seung-ho just said hello and didn't ask any questions. On the contrary, he was preparing to answer all the questions that Moon-eop had prepared for him. When the team's coach saw Jo Seung-ho's performance, he was embarrassed. He didn't understand how someone with such low scores could even try out for the role of a player and come to the audition. The coach tried to say something quietly to Moon-eop so that he wouldn't spend too much time with Jo Seung-ho. But Moon-eop had a completely different opinion. On the contrary, he wanted to talk to Jo Seung-ho in detail. Moon-eop immediately turned on his analytical mind. This way he could get a complete picture of the fighter. Of course, Jo Seung-ho's strength indicators were at the bottom. But the superpowers that Moon-eop saw were fantastic. Firstly, this guy had 3 superpowers at once. One of them was aura transfer. And this is a rare power with great potential for strategic use. Moon-eop looked at his CV and only 2 superpowers were listed. So even Jo Seung-ho himself did not know about the third one. There was a lot of work to be done with this guy, but he would have good potential. Moon-eop also liked the fact that Jo Seung-ho and Lee Na-yeon were the same age. He immediately came up with a brilliant plan. Moon-eop realized that it was fate and that Jo Seung-ho had to be in his team. Moon-eop asked the boy to tell him more about himself and his experience. Jo Seung-ho began to worry, realizing that Moon-eop himself was interested in his candidacy. It turned out that Jo Seung-ho had never participated in a competition. He worked as a simple courier, but he always dreamed of changing something in his life. Moon-eop wanted to know what his motivation was. So he asked why he applied if he knew he was a weak player. Moon-eop looked him straight in the eye to see how sincere he was. Jo Seung-ho admitted that he had dreamed of becoming a player of the Battle of the Superhuman since childhood. But life turned out differently. He had to go to work as a courier. Perhaps everyone still sees Jo Seung-ho as just a courier. But he finally decided to change something in his life. Therefore, as soon as Jo Seung-ho heard about the casting for the Moon-eop team, he immediately applied and believes that fate will smile on him. Of course, Jo Seung-ho understood that he would have to undergo exhausting training, but he was ready for any challenge. Moon-eop saw that the guy was not bluffing and was really ready to work. But desire alone is not enough. Moon Eop was interested in how much Jo Seung-ho's telekinesis was pumped up, how far he can work. Jo Seung-ho said that the test shows that his telekinesis works for 2.5 meters, and in order to transfer something, he uses his aura to find out the approximate location. Moon Eop was happy to hear this information. It means that Jo Seung-ho can find the other player within the scope of the aura. Of course, such searches are done manually and not on autopilot, but the skill can be well honed. Moon Eop realized that Jo Seung-ho was a perfect fit for him. He was exactly who he was looking for to completely change the team. In Narsheti, Moon Eop found a nun with whom the angel team of Lee Na-yeon will work. Moon Eop learned enough information about Jo Seung-ho. He decided not to interrogate the boy anymore. He just told him that he was accepted into the team. Moon Eop added that he had high expectations for Jo Seung-ho, so he should try his best not to let the team down. Jo Seung-ho was over the moon. The only one who did not understand why Moon Eop made this choice was the coach. After all, he would have been looking for strong physical players. But Moon Eop had a completely different tactic. When Jo Seung-ho came out, Moon Eop explained that this guy would be a good partner for Lee Na-yeon, and the two of them would win a lot of victories and change the level of the team for the better. Moon Eop stressed that the team's strategy will be built on these two players, and it will be something new and enchanting for esports. It will be an alliance between a girl thief and a nun, who shows her the right way. The new team was formed, and everyone began to celebrate the addition and changes in their sports family. They celebrated the new stage on the path of the lawless team with a lot of alcohol. The athletes grilled meat and drank beer. Everyone was having fun and discussing the changes. Everyone believed that these changes would bring their team success. Moon Eop observed the atmosphere in the team. He could see that everyone was friendly and supportive of each other. A boy came up to Moon Eop. It was the captain of the lawless team, No Jong-hwan. Moon Eop immediately recognized his potential. Frankly, this guy was nothing special. Aura 70, agility 65, strength. Moon Eop saw No Jong-hwan during a game, but he was not particularly impressed. A standard tank, nothing special. But No Jong-hwan approached Moon Eop to thank him for buying their team and investing so much money in their development. The team captain promised to do his best to make sure that the new director would not be disappointed in them. But Moon Eop told No Jong-hwan that it's okay. He doesn't expect them to do particularly well at first, because it takes time to build a team. But No Jong-hwan bowed low to Moon Eop, showing his respect, and asked him to take care of them. Although No Jong-hwan didn't have any special superpowers, but he was open and sincere, and these are the best qualities for a captain. Moon Eop watched the teammates communicate, and of course how they perceived the leg player Jo Seung-ho. Jo Seung-ho got on well with Lee Na-yeon, and that was great. After all, their further play on the field had to be in tandem. They had to complement each other. Moon Eop called Lee Na-yeon and Jo Seung-ho over to his office for a conversation. Moon Eop wanted to get to know them better because he thought they must have many common interests. First of all, they are the same age. Moon Eop said that Lee Na-yeon and Jo Seung-ho would be participating in battle as one. Therefore, they should live together. Moreover, Moon Eop has big plans for them in this game. Lee Na-yeon has the role of an angel. She has to extract as much information as possible from the opponent and pray for the salvation of their souls. And behind her back, a gray nun will play the whole game. Jo Seung-ho will play the role of the nun. The role of the angel and the nun was not new. Lee Na-yeon had seen such characters in other teams on the internet, but she never thought that she would play such a role herself, and Jo Seung-ho was like a real nun for her. He was perfect for the role. Moon Eop still had a lot to tell Lee Na-yeon and Jo Seung-ho, but I decided to give them a chance to get to know each other and relax today, and talk about the rest later. Moon Eop was happy after all the work he had done. Now the team was at least minimally staffed, but Moon Eop had another important announcement for the whole team. He decided to change the name of the team, Lawless, to something more appropriate and euphonious. Moon Eop asked the players to sketch out several options. The players were confused. No one knew how to rename the team. There were 0 options. The players looked at each other and waited for someone to take the initiative. But there were no takers. There were no ideas either. Then Moon Eop said that he had one option that would be perfect. Now their team was to perform under the name YSM. Everyone agreed with this name. There were no other options, and it was a bad idea to object to Moon Eop. 3 months passed. All this time the team has been training hard. Today the team would have their first match. It was the first time they would play with a new team and a new name. Moon Eop gave his instructions before the game. He said to just do everything he said in training, without any amateurism, and then everything will work out. But Jo Seung-ho was the most nervous. It was his first fight in his entire life and in such an interesting role as a nun. He was worried about whether he would succeed. Moon Eop just told his team to go out and have fun. This is their main task today. The YSM team competed against the BC team. As soon as the teams took to the field, the judges announced the start of the first round. Moon Eop decided not to watch the match alone, but to invite one special guest. It was Ji-ho's wife, Han Jae-ho. The woman admitted that she hadn't been to the stadium for a long time, even though her husband is the team's coach and is always at the stadium. The last time Han Jae-ho came to the competition was when her daughter, Ha-yeon, was just starting her career. But after that, she always ran out of time to watch the game. Moon Eop wondered why Ji-ho never invited his family to his matches. Even if the team didn't show great results, the support of the family was still very valuable. Han Jae-ho was curious about how Moon Eop works with his team. How does he motivate them? And how does he punish them when they show poor results? Moon Eop assured her that he has a completely different approach than Ji-ho. That is why today Moon Eop invited Han Jae-ho to the stadium to show her an incredibly exciting game. This time, the teams had to compete in the Wizard Canyon dungeon. It was an incredibly beautiful place. You can't find such views anywhere in real life. The peculiarity of this dungeon is that you could see the battle not only on the ground but also underwater. Therefore, the mobility and speed of the athletes was very important here. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how the Moon Eop team would perform, and they had something to surprise because all three teams had trained hard beforehand. Lee Na-yoon showed especially good results. She could run 100 meters in 3.01 seconds and not even get out of breath. Lee Na-yoon had an incredible talent. No one could keep up with her. And Jo Seung-ho was just trailing behind her, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overtake her. Moon Eop hired a personal trainer for Lee Na-yoon and Jo Seung-ho. He hired a personal trainer. After 3 months of training, he saw great progress in both athletes. But even with such good results, he was afraid of Jo Seung-ho. He had no experience in combat. The coach was curious how Moon Eop had recognized this boy's talent. Moon Eop said that there was no secret. He simply turned on his analytical mind and was able to see Jo Seung-ho's potential. The coach pointed out that Moon Eop had once discovered Ji-ho's talent using his analytical eye. That's why his instincts are incredible. But Moon Eop took these words as sycophancy. So he asked the coach to do a better job of training Lee Na-yeon and Jo Shin-ho, because soon they would have to run through different dungeons. So the coach had a difficult task: to find a style for Lee Na-yoon where she would feel comfortable and be able to show her skills in a real game. Lee Na-yoon has been training hard. So far she had only played with her team where she knew who was capable of what. That's why she was able to easily outplay all the other players and win. No one could catch Lee Na-yoon. She was so fast and agile. Her speciality was really jumping. One jump and she was out of sight. Moon Eop was very pleased with Lee Na-yeon's performance. She was doing great with speed and jumping. Now it was time to develop a deterrent strategy. After each training session, Moon Eop asked the players where they had difficulties in order to analyze them and prevent them in the future. The team captain noticed that he had problems with the speed of the tackle, but Moon Eop said that the team was doing well. Everyone is showing good results in the dynamics. Moon Eop especially praised Lee Na-yeon, saying that she was doing great. Lee Na-yoon was incredibly happy to be praised by Moon Eop. She couldn't hide her smile because she was living up to the expectations that Moon Eop had placed on her shoulders. Moon Eop made Lee Na-yeon the main character of this team, and was pleased that his plan was working. The girl gives her all and listens to his instructions. Although she was always smiling, Lee Na-yeon was actually very nervous. She still had the reserve player complex inside her. She couldn't believe that she was ready to leave the bench and go out into the world. Lee Na-yeon was genuinely happy when Moon Eop praised her, but she still had a hard time believing what he said, and the promises about the national team seemed unrealistic to fulfill. Lee Na-yeon thought she would not have the strength to make it. Her nerves were on edge. The closer it got to the game, the more nervous Na-yoon became, but she managed to control her emotions so that no one could see her frightened eyes. One day when she was shaking with emotion, the team captain No Jung-won approached her. It was unexpected, so she became even more nervous, but No Jung-won told her not to worry so much, because their team was ready to play. They will cope with all the challenges. And No Jung-hwan also said that it's absolutely normal for Lee Na-yeon to be nervous because it's her first game. He was also very nervous when he went on the field for the first time. No Young Hwan recalled that he even threw up when he first went on the field, so nerves are quite normal. Over time it goes away. No Jung Hwan said some very important words to Lee Na-yeon. He told her to let her emotions run wild, to be nervous as much as she needs to be. But the main thing is that she should never doubt her abilities. Moon Aop, the leader of the Seven Saviors, believes in Lee Na-yeon, and the whole team believes in her. But Jung Hwan is convinced that the girl will become the best heist player in history. Lee Na-yeon really needed this support. She blossomed after hearing these words. She felt a little calmer, that there was a team around her that would always support and help her. Team captain No Jung Hwan always knew how to find the right words and encourage. So before the start of their first match, he added that Moon Aop himself believed in their team. Now they have to do their best not to disgrace the director's name. The team supported the captain's speech with a friendly shout of hooray. They were all ready to do their best, to do everything they had agreed to do. And the game began. The players of the Moon Aop YSM team divided into groups and started moving. The audience watched their every move with bated breath. Moon Aop and Ji-ho's wife Han Jae-ho sat on the sofa and watched the game. Moon Aop said it was a 4-4 strategy. No one else in the room knew what strategy Moon Aop was using in this game. And there were a lot of interesting things. For example, 3 players, led by Lee Na-yeon, broke out and ran through the dungeon ignoring all the monsters around them, because these 3 were moving so fast. It was difficult to follow their actions and understand their plan of movement. Suddenly, all 3 YSM players stopped abruptly. It was clear that they were planning something, but it was impossible to guess what. The 3 YSM players stood on one big stone floating in the air. They were mentally preparing for the next step. Then Jo Seung-ho took the stone and looked at it closely. No one knew why he needed this stone, but the boy was able to test his strength with it. The size of the stone was perfect for testing his telekinesis. Jo Seung-ho looked at the stone in his hand, and it immediately burst into blue flames. And then Jo Seung-ho threw the stone so far with his mind that no one even saw where it went. But most importantly, it was unclear what the purpose of this was. It turned out that the stone acted as a scout, helping to find out the location of the enemy. Jo Seung-ho closed his eyes. It was as if he had flown away with the stone. A few seconds passed until the guy spoke. Jo Seung-ho opened his eyes abruptly and said that he had found the place where their opponents were now. Specifically, he found 4 players: Park Young-hyuk, Choi Eun-gil, Jung Yun-tae, and Im Ji-wook. Jo Seung-ho pointed to the location of the opponents and said that these 4 were moving in the same group. The next step was up to Lee Na-yeon. She crouched down and prepared to jump. She was wearing a cute black suit with a bow on her head and holding her indispensable friend, a bow. During training, this weapon became like an extension of the girl's arm. That's why she now carried a bow everywhere she went. Lee Na-yeon jumped up and was on the mountain in a second. She was as fast as lightning. Each jump was faster than the last. And during the triple jumps, Lee Na-yeon even managed to do acrobatic tricks, flips and splits in the air. She moved so fast that it was hard for an ordinary person to keep track of where she was. Finally, Lee Na-yeon saw that the place she was supposed to get to was close. She immediately spotted her opponents and quickly assessed their position. The opposing team was fighting a fire dragon. It was breathing fire and burning everything around it. 4 fighters surrounded it from all sides and tried to strike it at once. No one even noticed that while they were fighting with the dragon, Lee Na-yeon was approaching them. Lee Na-yeon landed on a hill. She had chosen to be on a hill so that she could see the situation on the battlefield. The 4 opponents were trying to defeat the dragon, but another monster was flying towards them, breathing fire and burning everything around. Lee Na-yeon decided that now was the time to step into this game. She jumped again to take a favorable position for herself. When she landed, she pulled out her doctor and took careful aim. She had only one shot to destroy the monster and make a spectacular statement. While Lee Na-yeon was aiming at the monster's heart to kill it on the first strike, the opponents were also flying at the fire demon with their swords. They had already tired it out, and now all that was left was to finish the beast. 4 fighters surrounded the monster from all sides. It was trapped. The demon's death was close, but suddenly an arrow came and hit it right in the head. No one understood who had shot the arrow and hit it so well, but Lee Na-yeon screamed with joy that she had succeeded in everything she had been trying to do. That's when the opposing team saw her. Only then did they realize that Lee Na-yeon had simply stolen their prey. They had almost killed the monster, and the girl had just finished it off and thus taken their points. But they were already being attacked by another monster, so there was no time to deal with Lee Na-yeon. So your players stayed behind to fight the demon, and one fighter named Ji-wook was sent to deal with Lee Na-yeon. Ji-wook was approaching Lee Na-yeon, and they were going to fight one-on-one. where the strongest would win. For a second, Lee Na-yeon was confused. This was her first fight with a real competitor, but as Ji-wook approached, he was eclipsed by a blue light. At that moment, Lee Na-yeon simply disappeared from Ji-wook's sight. He didn't immediately understand how it was possible for her to change locations so quickly. In fact, Lee Na-yeon hadn't run far. She simply jumped over Ji-wook and stood behind him. When Ji-wook saw her, he shouted at her to stop mocking him and accept the fight immediately. Ji-wook tried to catch up with Lee Na-yeon, but her speed was amazing and shocked even an experienced fighter. As soon as Ji-wook approached Lee Na-yeon, she would jump again and end up in the most unexpected place. The girl was enjoying the fact that she could so easily outmaneuver Ji-wook and make him angry even before the fight itself. And Ji-wook was furious. He was furious that he couldn't even catch up to the girl, let alone destroy her. Lee Na-yeon was moving so fast that the opponents didn't even realize what was happening. While they could only glance to see which corner she was in, the girl was jumping up and down and changing locations every second. But during these jumps and occasional archery strikes, Lee Na-yeon ran out of arrows. It was a dangerous moment. No one realized that all this time Lee Na-yeon had been in telepathic contact with Seung-ho. In a flash, she told him to hand over the arrows. Even though Seung-ho was tens of kilometers away, he was able to carry out Lee Na-yeon's order thanks to his superpower of teleportation. In a second, the arrows were in Lee Na-yeon's hands, and her options were now endless. The audience went wild after this development. It immediately became clear why Moon Aop had chosen a seemingly inexperienced player like Jo Seung-ho to join his team. His super skills were unique, and that's why he became a vocal player in the team in just 3 months of training. After Seung-ho passed the arrows to Lee Na-yeon, he spread out his blanket and pulled out a manhwa about Moon Aop's life. Shin-ho just lay down in the middle of the battle and started reading. It was the height of cynicism. No one had ever behaved like that during a match. Shin-ho didn't even think about going to help Lee Na-yeon, because his main job was to be at a distance, to give her arrows when she needed them. This battle tactic was approved by Moon Aop a few weeks ago. The main idea was that Lee Na-yeon finishes off the monsters the opponent plans to kill, and in this way, he takes the opponents out of their stable emotional state. In other words, Moon Aop gave Lee Na-yeon the task of hurting people. Lee Na-yeon's partner was Seung-ho, but he needed a safe place to use his superpowers. The plan was for him not to take part in the fights, but only to support Lee Na-yeon and deliver weapons to her. That is, Shin-ho had to be in a safe place during the fight, so that he wouldn't be called by monsters and rivals, and he could focus on teleportation. That's why Moon Aop decided to send Lee Na-yeon and Seung-ho to accompany Namgun Ji-hoon, the Protector. His superpower protection was supposed to protect Seung-ho from the monsters. That is, in fact, Seung-ho had to find a quiet place where no one would distract him from teleportation, and Namgun Ji-hoon was supposed to protect Sun-ho from the monsters' attacks. It was thanks to his concentration and silence that Seung-ho was able to quickly transfer arrows to Lee Na-yeon in a matter of seconds. During training, this tactic looked amazing and was practiced hundreds of times. That's why Moon Aop approved it during the main game. During the training, Moon Aop tracked every step of his players. He wanted to understand whether he had chosen the right tactics. The coach helped Moon Aop analyze the situation, but both men had a question about how to get Seung-ho out of that safe place so that he wouldn't be killed by demons. The coach suggested sending reinforcements to him and then withdrawing from the position. But Moon Aop thought it would look pathetic and not prestigious for such a team. Here, all the players should look like heroes, not rags to be sent for reinforcements. Moon Aop said that it would be better to make Seung-ho look like a clown, not a nerd. That's why Moon Aop came up with the book trick. Seung-ho was just lying there reading a book. Now he didn't look like a coward, but like the bravest warrior who was not afraid of anything. The most interesting thing is that even when the monster approached Shin-ho, he did not distract from reading, but lay there holding the book in his hands. Namgun Ji-hoon took all the blows. He fought bravely and defeated all the monsters so that not even a hair fell from Seung-ho's head. And Seung-ho didn't even move when the fighting was going on a few steps away. He didn't even plan to help in the battle. He might have missed Lee Na-yeon's message that she needed arrows immediately. Shin-ho's face showed that he was enjoying the reading, because he was emotionally affected by everything he read. The audience was shocked by the behavior of Moon Aop's team. Some were delighted, while others were annoyed by this impudence, because they wanted to see a fight, and here was a real performance. Someone from the stands even whined that they needed a spectacle, not just someone reading a book. But Seung-ho needed this calm to have perfect concentration. He heard from Lee Na-yeon that she needed arrows again. Shin-ho immediately set about fulfilling the girl's wishes. In a second, the arrows were in Lee Na-yeon's hands. Moon Eop was as excited as a little kid when he watched the team strangely follow his instructions. Ji-ho's wife, Han Jae-ho, was also watching the game closely. She couldn't believe that Moon Eop had thought this strategy through so carefully, but he said that he had made the game so memorable on purpose. Moon Eop told Han Jae-ho that his main skill is to find talent where no one else sees it. That's how his team is now showing a great result by bringing in players who have been overlooked by coaches for many years, and all because their potential was not revealed. Han Jae-ho said that thanks to this talent, Moon Eop has helped her husband Ji-ho on many occasions and is still helping him. Moon Eop immediately thought of two players, one of whom he advised to be searched for and the other to be expelled. Moon Eop wondered if Ji-zo had really listened to his advice and done what he said. Han Jae-ho didn't know what to say because she had never talked to her husband about work, but lately she had heard a lot about some big changes being planned for the team. Moon Eop said that every coach needs to have a lot of willpower to make categorical decisions, but Han Jae-ho didn't want to discuss her husband's work without him present. That is why Moon Eop and Han Jae-ho just continued to watch the match in silence. The most interesting part was yet to come. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Lee Na-yeon was still the focus of the opponent's attention, but now the 4 players from Incheon were joined by 2 more players, so the situation was very dangerous for Lee Na-yeon. Lee Na-yeon continued to jump, changing locations and confusing the opponents, but this made the BC team very angry. They were furious because 6 fighters couldn't catch 1 girl. But in fact, Lee Na-yeon was not alone. All this time, she had Sung-ho's extra eyes by her side. Thanks to teleportation, he could see everything that was happening during the battle. That's why he gave Lee Na-yeon a hint. She had to escape the same way. Lee Na-yeon understood everything from the first word. Sung-ho asked her if she could do it, and Lee Na-yeon answered in the affirmative, that everything would go according to plan. Lee Na-yeon accelerated and ran straight for the opponent. All the fighters from the AF team prepared to catch the girl. Lee Na-yeon got ready for her first fight. It was her first fight with DD opponents. She was nervous about her first real fight, but Lee Na-yeon remembered the words that Moon Eop had said to her when she met him. He promised that if she tried hard, she would become a member of the national team. And this was the greatest motivation for Lee Na-yeon. Lee Na-yeon also recalled the words of their team captain before the game. He said that they had no right to let Moon Eop down because he believed in them and trained them hard. So Lee Na-yeon gritted her teeth and said that she would do her best. There were only seconds left before the fight. It seemed that the odds were not equal because Lee Na-yeon was alone, and several male opponents who were physically much stronger were flying at her. Therefore, the only thing that Lee Na-yeon could do was to take on her opponents with cunning. She started jumping randomly in different directions. No one could follow the sequence of these jumps. The DD guys from the AF team tried to surround Lee Na-yeon, but they couldn't catch her. Therefore, the main task was not to let her escape, not to let her out of sight. 6 DDs were chasing 1 girl. Frankly speaking, she was tired of competing against them all, but now she had to make one last push. Lee Na-yeon had to lead everyone to a dead end. She jumped from one rock to another. She knew exactly what she was doing. She hoped that her reinforcements were waiting for her. Because she was moving so fast, she periodically looked back to see if all 6 of them were chasing her, and if they were making it. But everything was going according to plan. The opponents were so angry that they didn't even realize that Lee Na-yeon was leading them into a trap. The BC team wanted to catch Lee Na-yeon as soon as possible, because she had already taken up a lot of their time and points. Finally, Lee Na-yeon stopped. She was standing on the edge of a cliff. There was nowhere else to run. One of the rivals said that the girl was finished. They had finally caught her, and now she could not escape. Lee Na-yeon looked down. She was high up and could see nothing but clouds. There was nowhere else to jump. The nearest mountain was too far away. Even Lee Na-yeon couldn't jump up there. Even though she was on the edge of a cliff, she looked too happy. She clutched her bow tightly to her chest and honestly told her rivals that she would not run away anymore because they had her trapped in a corner. But she said that she had a wish. Maybe the men would agree to let her go. The soldiers of the AF team looked at Lee Na-yeon as if she were crazy. They had never seen an opponent who first attacked them and then asked to be released. Suddenly, the V's team members heard a noise, looked up and couldn't believe what was happening. It turned out that the rivals had fallen into the trap that Lee Na-yeon had so diligently led them into. With a wave of her hand, a large boulder appeared from the abyss, on which the YSM team members were sitting. That's why Lee Na-yeon was so happy, because she had succeeded in her plan. Her backup had arrived, and now the girl was safe. In a second, the entire YSM team was standing in front of the AF team. The YSM team took the opponent by surprise and had an advantage in numbers. The battle promised to be very interesting. Lee Na-yoon was beaming with happiness. The crazy girl, as her rivals said, turned out to be very smart. Moon Aop was also happy that everything was going according to his plan. And Han Jae-ho, who was sitting next to Moon Aop, could not believe that such a game was possible. Every step was unpredictable and exciting. No one knew what to expect next from the YSM team. Commentators also lacked the words to describe this incredible match. The only thing that was obvious was that the YSM team had an advantage in numbers and time. And the BC team from Incheon missed the time, and now they have to compete on their own territory. And so the battle began. The YSM team quickly eliminated their opponents, because many of the BC team did not even understand what was happening, as they were already removed from the battlefield. So far, the YSM team has dealt with 6 DD guys from the AF team. The rest of the fighters came to the rescue, but it was too late. Therefore, the YSM team destroyed all the opponents without a single loss in their team. The first round was over. The YSM team won with a score of 0-9. This was the first victory in the history of the YSM team, as they had previously taken only the last places. But the main discovery of this game was 2 players. They are new faces in esports. Of course, we're talking about Lee Na-yoon and Jo Seung-ho. Today, an amazing union was born in front of the audience, and it is this couple that many people now have high hopes for. The audience was chanting the names of Lee Na-yoon and Jo Shin-ho. Everyone was shouting that they were great. They were brilliant. They are the new heroes. Lee Na-yoon almost burst into tears of happiness. She was incredibly pleased that the first game was so successful, that she had coped with all the tasks. But most of all, Lee Na-yoon wanted to hear Moon Eop's opinion on whether he was satisfied with her work, whether she had done everything the coach had planned. Moon Eop smiled at the girl. It meant he approved. And then Moon Eop said once again that today's game had made Lee Na-yoon the main character on the field. That is, everything happened exactly as Moon Eop had said it would. Moon Eop gestured to the girl that she had done well. Lee Na-en glowed with happiness. She felt the happiest in the world. All doors were now open to her. Her future was in her hands, and the better she worked, the better her results would be. The first round was over. The teams had a few minutes to rest and prepare for the second round, and while YSM was inspired by their victory, the BC team from Incheon began to panic. Their previous tactics were inappropriate. In the second round, they had to come up with a new strategy, but they had no idea what to do next. There was no time to prepare either. The judges announced the second round. The YSM team took to the field with smiles. In the second round, Lee Na-yoon and Seung-ho played their game just as enchantingly. Each of them was responsible for their own direction, and so they succeeded. Therefore, in the second round, the YSM team won again with a score of 7. As expected, Lee Na-yoon became the most effective player of the match. After the second round, she grabbed the microphone because she really wanted to thank the person who first noticed her potential and made such a first-class thief player. After the match, Lee Na-yoon immediately became a star. Journalists began to take an interest in her. The girl gave dozens of interviews where she talked about training under Moon Eop's guidance and her special tactics, where she does not attack but only monsters who are easy to kill and get points. Lee Na-yoon had a lot of fans who admired her technique. They even created a fan club where they discussed her every move on the field. The fans also created a fan club for Shin-ho. They called him the Secret Thief because of his abilities. The fans also understood that the two had to work together, because Lee Na-yoon cannot reach such heights without the support and help of Shin-ho. The audience was so enthusiastic about the YSM team that everyone forgot about the Korean battle of the Superhumans. Everyone admired Moon Eop and his talent for finding hidden potentials in unknown players. They called Seo Moon Eop a genius. A few days passed. Everyone had calmed down after the first successful match of the YSM team. New victories were needed to continue to warm up the audience. Moon Eop continued to stay at his friend Ji-ho's place on the couch and thought about how to develop the team. As Moon Eop was lying on the couch in front of the TV, Ji-ho came over and asked him where he had found such talented players as Lee Na-yoon and Seung-ho. Moon Eop just smiled. He replied that he could see through everyone. And now Moon Eop is wondering if these two can reach the level of the national team. He also mentioned to Ji-ho that he was looking for new players. Moon Eop asked if Ji-ho would let Choi Hyuk go, because it seems that he hasn't become a tank in the team as Moon Eop had advised. Ji-ho said that was impossible. He needs Choi Hyuk, and he did become a tank in the Korean national team. But the boy also set his own conditions. He wanted to carry national symbols before the match. This caused a lot of controversy in the team. So Jiho now has a lot of problems and headaches about how to resolve this without everyone in the team being at each other's throats. Jiho also added that he has conflicts with other coaches on the team because they don't like him very much and consider him an inexperienced coach. Although Jiho did not consider himself a professional, he only got the job of coach because he was a world savior and had a lot of experience in battles. Jiho wondered how their coaches would react to Moon Yup after the bottom he pulled his team out of. But it was obvious that everyone loved and respected Moon Yup. While Jiho was praising Moon Yup, he wasn't even listening. In his mind, Moon Yup had another thought: where to get a great player to improve his team. So when Jiho stopped, Moon Yup asked him how much money he wanted for Choi Hyuk. At first, Jiho thought his friend was joking because he had no plans to sell anyone from his team. But Moon Yup was straightforward and insistent. So he asked Jiho again how much he wanted for Choi Hyuk. What was the price? Still not getting an answer, Moon Yup went to his YSM team. They were just celebrating all their victories. The coach of the team showed Moon Yup an article that said that the YSM team had won 5 times in a row. It was incredible for them. It had never happened before. The coach was sitting at his desk and almost cried with happiness. He could not believe that finally there would be a holiday on their street. Now everyone is talking about his team and everyone respects them, but Moon Yup did not understand why he should be so happy. They had won only 5 times. For Moon Yup, it was not an extraordinary event, but the coach admitted that they had never won so many times in a row during the team's existence. The maximum they could hope for was victory, but even that was impossible to achieve. The director was also happy that Lee Na-yeon had fulfilled her potential so well in their team. It was good that Moon Yup noticed her in time. All this time, Moon Yup was calmly drinking water and did not react to the coach's emotional speech. The only thing he said was that he was always right, so there was no reason to doubt his strategy. But then Moon Yup said that it was too early to rejoice, because the basis of their strategy is Shin Ho and his teleportation skills, and all the teams already know about it. The coach didn't know what to do now. She still had to protect Sung Ho, and she still had to pass the weapon to Lee Na-yeon. Moon Yup confirmed that they would do just that. But in fact, Moon Yup's mind was already spinning with ideas on how to change the strategy of the fight. The coach had nothing to say. He didn't even think anything needed to be changed in the strategy. So he waited in silence for Moon Yup to start telling him his plan of action. Moon Yup asked when the results of Namgun Ji-hoon and No Jong-hwan's training sessions would be available. Moon Yup wondered how they had improved their performance during the intensive training period. The coach replied that these 2 players had trained hard, so they were definitely doing well. Moon Yup wondered how he could say that without seeing the numbers. It was too presumptuous. He also added that he expected the winning percentage to be at least 50% at the end of the season. The coach turned pale when he heard that. They had to win half of their matches, when their win rate was barely reaching the 31% mark. But Moon was confident that 50% of victories were possible, because he does not talk about what he is not sure of. The captain of the YSM team, No Jong-hwan, was watching this discussion closely. No Jong-hwan saw how stubborn Moon Yup was, but his word was law. If he had to win 50% of the games, he would do everything he could to not let the team and their owner down. Instead, the team's coach tried to tell Moon Yup that this figure was too high, that they were not ready yet. But these words made Moon Yup very angry. So he simply said that the coach should try hard not to wake up Moon Yup's inner sadist. Team captain No Jong-hwan recalled how much he owed to his team. Thanks to the then lawless team, he was able to participate in the battle and even received a scholarship. Now No Jong-hwan wanted to thank the team for everything they had done for him. But Moon Yup was tired of talking about achievements and work. They got together for the first time with the team to relax. But before they took a break from work, Moon Yup decided to make one important announcement, so that everyone could hear and see him. Moon Yup climbed up on the table and asked the team for a moment of attention. He said that if the YSM team wins half of all matches, he will personally invest in the team. The players have shown their potential and deserve this reward. Thus, Moon Yup added even more excitement to the game. Now the team's desire to win also had a monetary implication. Moon Yup knew that money was a good motivator. Then Moon Yup decided to leave so that the team could relax and celebrate their first victory. The coach wanted to escort Moon Yup out, but he said he was not a girl and could go by himself. When Moon Yup left the cafe, he realized for the first time what a difficult job he had chosen for himself. It turns out that finding good players is not so easy. Moon Yup realized that Jo Seung-ho was the main character in their team right now. He can only search for enemies and transfer items within a 3-kilometer radius. Therefore, if the enemy doesn't pay attention to Lee Na-yoon and finds Shin-ho first, then it will be very easy to destroy this flea with a bow. Moon Eop needed someone else to change the tactics of the game. Moon Eop decided to consult Ji-ho, who might be able to tell him where to look for the players. In the meantime, he arranged a joint training session with Ji-ho's Team 11 at the Moon Eop realized that the team was now winning on his name alone. Thanks to his connections, he managed to find a sponsor and money for everything he needed. But that was not enough. He needed good fighters. That's why Moon Eop was determined that he had to lure Choi Hawk to the team. He had to buy him out for any amount of money. Then Moon Eop's phone rang. It was a text message from Ji-ho. He suggested that Moon Eop should look at the juniors if he was looking for players. Ji-ho even sent him a list of good candidates who hadn't signed with anyone yet. Moon Eop was happy that his friend decided to help him. But most of all, he was glad that he would definitely find a nugget among these kids. Meanwhile, the battles involving the YSM team continued. As Moon Eop suspected, the rivals had figured out his tactics and were now hunting for Seung-ho. Therefore, Moon Eop temporarily proposed a new plan based not only on the containment game, but also on working to increase Zhang Huan's endurance and physical strength. As a result, the YSM team managed to play 18 matches, where they won 10 and lost 8. The team was ranked 11th in the rankings. They finished the first season of the league with a win rate of 55.6%. Finally, summer has arrived and the season is over. It was time to start looking for new players for the team. To find new talents, Moon Eop came to the battle of the Superhumans base N-men. Moon Eop was met by Kim Jong-moon, the team's coach from Yunyang. He was happy to meet the legend. Moon Eop admitted that he had no specific goal. He did not come for a specific player. He just wanted to see how they train. The coach had nothing against it and asked him to contact him if necessary. Moon Eop walked into the training room. Everyone was training. Even though it was just a club, the training was at a high level. Moon Eop was pleasantly surprised by the professionalism. Moon Eop immediately turned on his analytical mind. He wanted to spot a special player in the crowd. He immediately spotted a young man with good potential. He asked the coach to tell him who he was. The coach was surprised that Moon Eop had spotted one of their best players right away, but he was already booked. In the future, this boy was to join the Phoenix team in the first league. Moon Eop was a little disappointed, but then he looked more closely and saw that this guy had an average score of only nothing special. Moon Eop continued to watch carefully, but he didn't see anything special. These guys all had average scores. There was no one with an average score above 90. He didn't find anyone with an interesting superpower either, but it turned out that these were not all the athletes. The coach called Moon Eop over to show him a couple of other players on another field. The coach took Moon Eop on a tour of the field. There were potential teammates on every field, but Moon Eop did not see anyone special. Finally, Moon Eop got tired of walking around and analyzing everyone. His head was spinning from exhaustion, but there was no result. Moon Eop had tested the abilities of so many players and had not seen anyone special. These children were like fishing boats. They could play effectively with anyone. But Moon Eop needed a special solo player. Then Moon Eop heard a noise at the end of the corridor. It was a boy who was late for training. The coach was very happy to meet him and asked him how his entrance exams were going. It turned out that he was preparing for university, so he often had to miss training. When he saw that Moon Eop had come to their training center, he was very happy. Everyone wanted to meet Moon Eop in person and shake his hand. The boy came closer to pay his respects to Moon Eop. Moon Eop thought that he was just another average fighter, but he decided to check his performance. He asked him why he had decided to go to university. The guy honestly admitted that with his data, he was unlikely to become a professional player. At least he hadn't received any offers from clubs yet. So he decided to plunge into science. He was very pleased that Moon Eop himself was talking to him. He admitted that he was a fan. Moon Eop asked if he wanted to shake his hand. The boy was devastated, because he had heard that if you tell Moon Eop that you are his fan, Moon Eop doesn't like it and immediately hits you in the head. So he was a bit scared. Moon Eop smiled. He said it was true, but this was a different case. Moon Eop himself extended his hand to the boy and invited him to join his team. The boy's name was Yoon Bom. He was really average, but he had a special superpower, shadow walking. That is, his movement speed could increase by 20%. And with an aura above 70%, the player could merge with the shadow. Yoon Bom was speechless when he heard that Moon Eop himself was offering him a contract. It was fantastic. Moon Eop understood that no one had ever heard of this superpower, so no one had invited him to join the team. Because in fact, shadow walking was a rare superpower and could be a great teammate. So Moon Eop once again invited the boy to join his YSM team. He was waiting for the boy to shake hands with him, which would mean he would accept the offer. But the boy was in a stupor. He didn't understand how Moon Eop could offer him a contract without even seeing how he behaved on the field. Yunbum thought it was a joke. Moon Eop decided to tell Yunbum that he had seen him in a tournament and was interested in him back then. Moon Eop thought that would be the best explanation. But Yunbum was even more confused because he was benched during the match. Moon Eop realized that this ploy hadn't worked. He said that he immediately saw his potential and didn't understand why he was sitting on the bench. So he wanted to rectify this situation and invited him to join his team. Moon Eop said that the boy had hidden talents that no one else knew about, but he had seen them. Yunbum still stood there, not knowing what to say. Yunbum was actually very self-conscious. He said that no matter how much he trained, he still had very poor results. And his sender was primitive because even with it, he didn't get faster or more agile. Moon Eop looked the boy straight in the eye and said that if he saw something special in Yunbum, it must be true. They also thought they were talentless. It was also thanks to Moon Eop that Namgun Ji-hoon developed his talents. That's why everything has the ability to change. Moon Eop looked at the boy and said that he had a special talent and it was his superpower. He just needed time and intensive training to show it. Moon Eop said that he had seen many superhumans and could tell at a glance whether they were special. Now it is not completely clear what kind of superpowers Yunbum has. But Moon Eop thinks that he needs to be in the shade to become even faster. Without a shadow, he speeds up by only 20%. It was hard for Yunbum to believe that he was special. All he had heard before was that he didn't have enough talent. Moon Eop said that he was sending it as a reflection of his personality. It's obvious that Yunbum is the kind of person who struggles with self-doubt. Of course, it doesn't hurt to become more confident, but it is clear that he is comfortable hiding from others and not opening his soul. That's why the shadow power is so perfect for Yunbum. Therefore, we need to make efforts to develop this superpower and improve it. Moon Eop assured him that he would help him and make him one of the best players. Moon Eop was the first to believe in Yunbum. He didn't believe in himself. And here was such a gift from fate. Of course, he wanted to accept, but inside he was very afraid. Moon Eop offered him an experiment, to sign a contract for only 2 years. And if his life changed and he liked the everyday life of an athlete, they would extend the contract for another 3 years. But if Yunbum realizes that it's not for him and his time is wasted, Moon Eop will pay him 300 million in cash. So Yunbum has a choice. If anything, he can enter the university later. Yunbum was so shocked by the offer that he didn't know what to say. He just mumbled that he would have to consult his mother. Moon Eop suggested that they go together and pulled him along. They went to the car park where Moon Eop's bike was parked. But Yunbum had never ridden a bike before, so he was scared as usual. The two men got on the bike and rode off at the speed of the wind. Yunbum thought his head would be ripped off as fast as they were going. Moon Eop showed the contract to Yunbum's parents. It said that the boy would have to pay a deposit of 5.5 thousand. His salary would be 3.5 thousand. There was also a special manhwa that if the boy wanted to leave Battle of the Superhumans in 2 years, he would receive a compensation of 300 million. Of course, his parents signed the contract immediately, so Moon Eop left. He was happy that he had found that special player in the first school, but he was curious to visit other schools too to see if there were any interesting specimens. Moon Eop decided not to put it off and went to another school. He drove as fast as he could as if he was afraid he would not be on time, but at the next school he met with a fiasco. The gates were closed. All the students had already signed contracts. Therefore, Moon Eop was not even invited to the school grounds. But Moon Eop decided not to give up and check out the other schools. There were a lot of them, so he had a good chance of finding someone worthy. But Moon Eop went to dozens of schools and everywhere was empty. Moon Eop was furious. Some schools wouldn't even let him in because all the players had already signed contracts. And those fighters who were left were not interesting to anyone. There was one last place left where Moon Eop could find at least some athletes. But he no longer believed he could find anyone. But he had nothing to lose. So Moon Eop went to Chongwon High School. And finally at this school, Moon Eop found a guy who was a perfect fit for his team. But suddenly this guy declares that he doesn't want to be a professional player. His training here is just a hobby. The guy's name was Chae Young-min. He had good willpower, but the main thing was his superpower observation. That is, he could observe the enemy and identify his weaknesses. Moon Yap called the boy in for a private conversation. The school's coach was also sitting with them, and he confirmed that Chae Young-min had already received many invitations to clubs, but he refused them all. He is very stubborn and does not change his own principles. Moon Yap tried to find out what had happened, why Chae Young-min's parents were against him becoming a professional sportsman, but the boy said no. On the contrary, they want this career for their son because it pays well, but Chae Young-min didn't care what anyone else thought. He only did what he thought was right, because it was his life and he decided how to live it. Chae Young-min admitted that he has a dream. He wants to become a writer so that his works can give people dreams and hopes. Moon Yap immediately realized that it would be difficult to negotiate with this boy, because he considers himself a creative and vulnerable soul. Moon Yap called this disease the disease of art. But then Moon Yap realized that if he wanted this guy to be on his team, he had to talk to him in a completely different way. Moon Yap recalled that 17 years ago, it was he who gave humanity dreams and hopes because he saved their lives. But this story is already old. That's why Moon Yap suggested that Chae Young-min rewrite his biography, as he has a talent for it. Chae Young-min immediately began to fantasize about the topic of the future book. He immediately offered Moon Yap several options for the title, and the chapters that would be included. In short, this proposal was very interesting to Chae Young-min. Chae Young-min said that Moon Yap's life was like a novel, and that he could write a whole series of fantasy books about him. And when Moon Yap said that he had a story about a dungeon that no one had ever heard before, Chae Young-min was speechless. He was incredibly happy to be the first to hear this story. He was ready to sign the contract immediately if Moon Yap told him the story. The contract was signed for 3 years, with a deposit of 1.6 billion, and Chae Young-min's salary was supposed to be 5,000. Moon Yap analyzed his purchases. Yunbum cost him much less, but Choi Jung-min was in demand among other teams, so he had to pay more for him. But if you pump his characteristics to the maximum, and add to this his superpower of observation, the guy will become a great player. Moon Yap said goodbye and was about to leave. But Chae Young-min stopped him because he had another important question for him. Moon Yap allowed him to call him senior instead of director. He was willing to spend some more time talking to him. Chae Young-min wondered how it was that Moon Yap had no weaknesses at all. He's the best in every way. On top of that, Moon Yap is also immortal. So there is no point in competing with him. He is the strongest man on the planet, and he can do absolutely anything. Chae Young-min admitted that he once had the opportunity to watch the players of the French national team when they came to Korea. They are a very strong team. But none of those players are even close to Moon Yap. Before he could ask his main question, Moon Yap interrupted him. He didn't understand what he was getting at. Moon Yap also knew that he was the strongest in the world and that there was no one like him. But Chae Young-min wondered why Moon Yap didn't take part in battles himself. After all, he could be the best player in the world. However, this question made Moon Yap very angry. He didn't like it when someone told him what he should do, what was right and what was wrong. But he also didn't want to fight and beat up Choi Jung-min. So Moon Yap decided not to answer anything but just to say goodbye. He told him that his coach would contact him soon to discuss the next steps. So for now, Chae Young-min can rest and wait for the next meeting. Moon's team was almost complete. Only one player was missing, and Moon Yap decided to solve this issue immediately. Moon Yap called Ji-ho to tell him about his catch of players. Moon Yap admitted that the search was long and difficult, but they managed to find 2 players. And they have good data, so all that was left was to bring Choi Hyuk to his team, and then there would be 18 players. Moon Yap wanted to take care of this matter immediately, so he called Ji-ho to warn him that he would be late at home tonight. He had to go to an important place. Ji-ho asked where he was going, but Moon Yap said that he would find out soon enough. Moon Yap went to the Spirit of the Two Stars clubhouse. It was a huge glass building. Moon Yap was looking for the team's coach because they both had many questions. Moon Yap was met by security guards. They were worried that he would not break into the building, so they surrounded him from all sides. The guards remembered how Moon Yap had once broken into a blue house. At that time, Moon Yap beat all the guards because he wanted the president. Moon Yap always had conflicts with the authorities because he was too fair and could not tolerate various political manipulations, but this time he was not so aggressive. He said that the guards told the coach that he had arrived. In the meantime, Moon Yap would take a walk around the grounds. Moon Yap walked around the grounds and looked at the scale of the Spirit of Two Stars clubhouse. It was a huge area with many training rooms. The club brought in a lot of revenue. Wherever you looked, everything looked very cool and professional. This club had the coolest equipment. Moon Eop realized that in terms of scale, everything here was much better than in his club. Although Moon Eop was happy with his club, everyone there was very friendly. Moon Eop even thought that it would be a good idea to organize a joint trip to the mountains. Such trips bring people together even more. While Moon Eop was looking around the area, he heard someone calling out to him. It was the director of the Spirit of Two Stars Clubhouse, Kim Jin-tae. He said that as soon as he heard that Moon Eop had come to visit them, he immediately ran to greet him and meet him personally. Moon Eop was happy to meet him because the director was responsible for player transfers and team recruitment, and Moon Eop came to talk about this. But Moon Eop also wanted to meet the club's coach to discuss one important issue. The director of the Spirit of Two Stars Clubhouse, Kim Jin-tae, had an idea why Moon Eop had come, but he was afraid to ask him directly, because everyone said that Moon Eop was like a ticking time bomb. One uncomfortable question, and you were already lying beaten on the ground. But Moon Eop himself began to tell us why he came. He wants to talk about the transfer of Choi Hyuk to his team. In fact, Kim Jin-tae has already had a conversation with Jiho about this player. He knows that Jiho wanted to make Choi Hyuk into a tank, but everyone was against such changes in the team. In fact, it turned out that everyone ignored Moon Eop's advice because he was the one who wanted to change Choi Hyuk's position. Kim Jin-tae understood that a scandal was brewing. Moon Eop had a hidden grudge against their coach, so he wanted to postpone this conversation and suggested that Moon Eop talk to him first. But Moon Eop insisted on talking to the coach. He didn't want to repeat the same information twice, so he asked Kim Jin-tae to take him to the coach's office. The coach of the Spirit of Two Stars Clubhouse was Choi Moon-sung, and for some reason he was not happy to see Moon Eop. He immediately began to worry, hiding his eyes with trembling hands. But it took Moon Eop a while to realize what was wrong. He stuck out his hand to greet him and said he had a serious work issue. Choi Moon-sung shook his hand in return, but he looked away as if he was ashamed of something and not happy to talk to Moon Eop. Moon Eop didn't understand why the coach was behaving like this, because he hadn't come to fight him. But when Moon Eop took a closer look at Choi Moon-sung, he realized that they actually knew each other and had met somewhere before. But he couldn't remember where exactly. Moon Eop asked Choi Moon-sung where they had met before, but Choi Moon-sung broke out in a sweat, turned pale, and mumbled that Moon Eop was mistaken. They hadn't met before, but Moon Eop was convinced that he was lying, because he was very familiar with Choi Moon-sung's face. So he concentrated on trying to remember what they had in common.